The geese isn't live right now. Fuck the geese. The geese ain't live. The geese have problems with his fucking archive channel too.
Maybe that's why Dingus was here. No, Dingus just, yeah, pray for Dingus to get his stuff fixed. iDubbbz did a video that he shouldn't have done, talking about this creator clash drama, but, time's running out. Kaner, something air, thanks everybody for being here. World Conquer, too. Kaner again. I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, yeah, I'd love to play Splatoon this weekend. I'm gonna play Jedi tomorrow and Saturday at some...
No, I was pressing circle. Which one is Royal Guard? I might say it's... Yeah, B, isn't it? F.
I love that bat.
That bat. We need that bat. We can make it a 7TB emote. Hell yeah. Let me write that down. Because I'll never remember. I still want to...
They are called Mega Rangers. That's why it's called the Mega Voyager. Which probably means the Astro Delta Megazord doesn't even get used that much at all at this point. Unfortunately, that's the thing that Sentai has a problem with, is that once they get a new mech, that mech kind of takes over.
You see more stars than that when I'm through with you!
Like when...
Okay. Cocksucker. Bitch. Alright, this. So I was thinking about picking up another fight.
Well, now we can just do this. He hits me with Fenrir. We flurry this. We can get to mad cooking now.
Swollen __ dingus. It's a silly name. What he's doing. __ dingus. Dingus. Like.
He said dingus.
Alright, so let's say it. Follow swollen __ dingus on twitch.tv. Let's say it.
Follow swollen __ dingus
on twitch.tv. There we go. We did it, man.
Picks up the water bottle. Picking up the water bottle suddenly has to have some meaning because this happened.
Why did you do that?
He was telling the detective about Nick.
I have that set to an hour cooldown.
When he seemed uncomfortable.
I fucking hate you guys.
Behavioral observations. Taylor and
what was the point of that? A refund.
Suspicions that Nick was up to no good when he left that.
She's not even in the game yet.
He told you something. He said he was gonna go and
Taylor is looking down and avoiding eye contact, showing that he's clearly nervous.
Oh, emote only 10 minutes, praise that son. I completely missed this and no one cared enough to tell me about it. 11:45.
Notice that the detective leans in very close to him when he starts stuttering and hesitating.
Now see, this is the alternative to mumble rap. It's called yell rap.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hey, Carl. I'm not late, guys. I'm not. I'm fashionably late. There's a remarkable difference between the two. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to yet another swollen __ dingus evening stream. Yes! And the return of Pikmin 2. Another game I'm allegedly dodging at all costs. It's coming back. We're gonna do some more caves in the Wistful Wild, the last area of the main game I have left. And then I'm gonna do challenge mode too, but something tells me I'm not getting the challenge mode tonight. But it will be a 100% domination run, so obviously we gotta include that side mode as well. Big ups to Carl, who was here waiting the whole time, as well as D-Side, Golem, who needs to hop into the shower, and Eddie B, 43, who needs to wake up right now. He's already awoken. That's wow. That's how he is able to talk in my chat. Unit W1, the unfun one, 5 stream straight. Pikmin 2, more like Pikmin. Am I right, fellas? Yeah, we're gonna be picking men tonight. Big ups to the unfun one, as well as JC 2000 and X, the person that is responsible for me returning to Chicken Run this Thanksgiving evening. Like late in the evening, because I got stuff to do. I got family. I got so much family. We're gonna be eating and talking and watching football, American football, not the good one. I'm sure to eat a lot. I'm going to brag and boast about it, surely. And we have a Golem re-up with the Prime for 14 months. Tonight is the night we see if Dingus can become the Digman. What? Oh, the Digman can become the Digman. This is what separates the Dig Boys from the Dig Men, you mean? Hello, Ryohan. I saw you as well. I know DSP is playing Like a Drip Going, the man who erased his gout. But that's like the worst game. What? What? WWE Carl with the Divine Emblem Engage re-up. It is a tier 2. 14 months, and it says we love Pikmin with the Lucy love. Yeah, he's playing the Like a Drip Going, the man who erased his gout. I can't say that is interesting to me whatsoever at all. I know some people are restreaming that. I don't think I want to join that clique today. Just focus on the Pikmin, since Pikmin is kind of a, no story really, just walk around and do puzzles. I figured we would catch up on the Watch Later playlist. And today, I have for you the return of True Crime. Our good friend Dreading has been doing a series on this crazy kookly lady, this progressive killer, in a new 3-part series. And I think I would much rather see what's going on there than have to watch this guy meander about Sotenbori. Is that what it's called? I don't know, fucking Japan, man. He's already falling asleep playing it. Man, I'm falling asleep just watching it. I was like, okay, I'll stay for the night pre-stream. Let's see what he's doing. Yada yada yada. I don't want to play that. I don't want to play this. How about we get rid of how about we get rid of that guy? He's a fucking troll. How about we finish 2023 before you start asking for games from next year? Ralph looking fit. Stay mad, A-Logs. Yeah, Ralph. The minor Ralph update. So Ralph has undercover spies in Canada. I know this is hard to believe. I swear to God, this actually happened. At least according to his Twitter. Ralph has undercover spies in Canada. And get this, they caught Worski and PPP at a comedy club. They snapped photos and relayed to Ralph a story about how PPP was heckling the comedian on stage like Waldorf and Statler, only to be felted by the comedian who called him a fat fuck nobody. Yes! According to the story that Ralph relayed, PPP subsequently shut up for the rest of the set and did not heckle the comedian any longer. And some pictures were taken that Ralph posted. They were... PPP was indeed dressed up like a lesbian. And I didn't see much of what Worski was wearing, but I think PPP had like a purse on and something. It's weird. I've never seen PPP wear the getup that he wore in that photo anywhere else. Like he certainly doesn't wear shit like that on the show. I had no idea what to think. You know, possible the story was made up, but the photos are real. That certainly is PPP and Andy in the photo at a comedy club. And big ups Egg Gang 1738. PPP should be expected to call a fat fuck nobody. I don't know why he's surprised. Look, the photo's real. I can't verify the story. It's something Ralph claims he got from his spy. You know, maybe it did happen, maybe it didn't. I could buy it either way. Maybe Ralph spun it and he gave it a negative sway to give himself the W, because he has been taking a victory lap ever since Kokski entered rehab, because that's what the story is. Kokski has entered rehab, and that's why the Kino Casino is on a mini hiatus for the foreseeable future. That's why PPP has been uploading rants and review videos of just himself lately, kind of like the old style of videos he used to do back before the casino was a thing. And yes, I heard about Jim Sterling. Jim Sterling is pregnant. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, science has made a new breakthrough. I don't have the hand cam on, but I'm having a big old thumbs up for my homies across the pond in the UK. They made a breakthrough unlike any other. Men can now get pregnant. Yes, Jim Sterling. I'm allowed to call him Jim Sterling because that is his name on this platform. That is what he refers to himself as, his brand. So I am not disrespecting the person by referring to him as such. Jim Sterling is now pregnant, and that's super cool. And I saw the clip. Red Animator sent it to me. And he revealed it on a podcast, and one of the guys on a podcast, his eyes blew up at the reveal, and he looked like he didn't want to be on that podcast anymore. I think his name was Yahtzee. He looked kind of like, he could look like, take me off this fucking planet. I want the ride to end. It was kind of funny. Want to commit suicide? Oh, it's not that. Like, at least it's not you that's pregnant. Yes, I did see the Jim Sterling update. I saw Matt at the internet as well. The Jim Sterling update was a part of that. Oh, he went over the gumball thing with Dream. Apparently, yes, I do have to break the news. The Gumball voice actor is actually incredibly racist and homophobic and said the F slur and the R slur. The voice actor for Gumball and Diego from Dora and all those other shows your niece and nephews watch. And guess what? Nobody fucking cares because everyone hates Dream that much more. It's like all these progressive people, all these fucking actual teenagers and adolescents, they don't even care. It's like the people that care about that shit the most on the Twitters, and they don't care. They just like they're like either ignoring it or looking the other way, turning the other cheek, just because they hate Dream even more. So they're making fan art of Gumball beating the shit out of Dream's avatar with the mask. I saw one where Gumball he was slam dunking the Dream mask as if the Dream mask was a basketball. I don't know what to think of that. I mean, I did watch Gumball. I haven't seen every episode. I kind of fell off of it, but the early episodes were pretty funny. And I do feel like later on they kind of leaned a bit too much into the breaking the fourth wall and being self-aware. And it was kind of around that time where Marvel movies were getting big. I was kind of soured on self-aware referential meta humor, like nothing is allowed to be serious or take itself seriously. And yes, I know it's a show about a cat and a goldfish with legs and they live in a world populated by other animated objects. I don't care. Too much meta humor is too much for me. I need shit to be sincere. Yeah, I'm not asking for seriousness. I'm asking for sincerity. You need to embrace your concept instead of just constantly lampshading it every 2 seconds because you're embarrassed. That's right. You're too embarrassed to embrace what your show is about. All right, I may have went a little bit off the rails there. Big ups to Discord Merchant. He can team up with the DBZ voice actors. He also said it. Oh no, we're supposed to pretend that never happened. Well, because Vic McNuggets, he did so much worse than anything those people ever did. Let's not pretend anyone in the 2000s who was a voice actor ever did anything that was bad. No, they were all sunshiny little angels. They never did anything wrong. Don't bring up this clip from this convention when it was a different time with a different culture where you were allowed to do things like hug your fans or anything. No, don't bring that up. No, erase that. No, don't eat that jelly bean. Hello, Mr. Pun. Dream is accused of talking to a 17-year-old as an 18-year-old. From what I was hearing, I would hardly call that grooming. Yeah, that's just like if that is true. Wow, that's like that. Is that really it? Because that's fucking lame. Like, I'm sorry. Is that bad? Is that the bad take there? Am I wrong? Like 17 and 18? We're really fucked, guys. Like, okay, so you're a senior in high school who just had his birthday and you're talking to a junior 1 grade below you. Oh, I guess you gotta go to jail. Ah! Voice actors should get the wall. Depends. Certain anime voice actors who are, you know, the nepotism, the kings of the molehill. A few of them deserve the wall more than others. Western animation cartoon voice actors are kind of a different camp. Like, those guys don't overlap with the anime voice actor people. You fucking wish though, right? Because a lot of them have more talent than the anime voice actors. But at the same time, they kind of have their own issues. Like, I hear Tara Strong got into it because she's got family in Israel. So obviously, that's kind of not something you want to advertise right now. And she did anyway, and got kicked off of a few projects simply for having family in Israel and talking about that. Oh man, I'm getting way off topic. Romeo and Juliet laws to protect that sort of thing? Yeah, Josh was going over it, and I do believe he brought up something along those lines. And he had kind of the same take as me, where it's like, wow, if that's the case, that's kind of like, who gives a shit? All voice actors should get the wall? Well, so long as I get to replace them. Ack. Alright, yeah, I did have the true crime. DSP is doing his thing. If the money's bad and the rap looks like it's gonna be something, I guess I can tune in for that. But otherwise, let's get to Pikmin Men. Big ups to Pim Pam. The president is back to teach Olimar a thing or two. We can only hope. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I have also added a new extra life goal at 300. I will play an additional mystery chicken game on Thanksgiving evening, in addition to the promised chicken run rerun it back. Oh, and Black Friday I'm reacting to the Adpocalypse with Anne, so that's sure to be fun. Alright, day 31. And it took me 31 days to get this far. How embarrassing. Alright, Wistful Wild. All of here is absolutely awful. To my understanding, I should do Dream Den last. So that's all I know.
and they tell you they are.
Okay, so here's what I was talking about. This is a trilogy of videos from our good friend Dreading. Psychopath successfully manipulates the cops. Actually, we'll put this at... Go ahead and put it at 1.25. I forget the premise. Ezra, yeah, Ezra McCandless. She cheated on her boyfriend and then hid it from him, and then another guy got into it, and it was like a love triangle, and then it turned into like a love trapezoid. Basically, this lady's a progressive slut turned murderer, and she lied to the cops. And you know what? They bought it. Let's figure out how she did it.
In the past 5 years, the term gaslighting has become popular when it comes to discussions of unhealthy relationship dynamics. The term originates from the 1938 play Gaslight, in which a man tries to convince his wife that she is mentally unwell so that he can continue to steal
to
from
lie
her.
to the
His ultimate
cops,
goal is to make her question
like
her
at the
reality
cost of
until
getting
she
a
can't trust her own
man?
perception of events.
Like falsely
The husband goes
accusing a
about this
man?
by dimming and brightening
No, wait a minute.
the indoor gas-powered lighting in the home every night. But when
Right,
the change is brought up to him by his wife, he claims that the lighting is the
Cavern
same
of
as it's
Chaos
always been.
first?
Every time she brings up how the lighting has changed, he convinces her that it hasn't, and that she is seeing things.
Oh man, do I
Gaslighting
still
in
remember what to do?
discussions is a reference to how a person
how to
can,
play.
like the husband in the story, try to manipulate the other party into distrusting their own experience and what they know to be true. Merriam-Webster has recently defined it as a psychological manipulation to make someone question their perception of reality, leading to a dependence on the perpetrator.
Okay, Dreading
For
talks a little too
example,
fast
say
at
you were in a heated
1.25.
discussion over something trivial with your boyfriend or girlfriend, and during that argument, they say something that cuts you to the core. This is something that they know you are insecure about, something you have personally opened up to them about, and something that you were sure they just said to hurt you. This moment sticks with you in the worst way, and when you eventually decide to pause the argument so you can both calm down, you cannot get this moment out of your head. You see each other the next day and go over your points, and while you
How do
want
I
to
have
move
so
past
few
the spat,
whites?
because you both agree it was nothing to
What
break up
happened to
over,
my
you tell them
whites?
that they really hurt you when they said this one thing, but they
I probably
state that
killed
they never
all of
said
them.
it. They tell
I
you that they
caused
would never
a
weaponize the
white
information you gave
dot,
them
dot,
in
dot, Pikmin
confidence that way,
genocide.
and that they are hurt and offended that you would think that they would. They act wounded over the accusation.
Big
as
ups
if you
Pim Pam.
truly have cut them to
Yeah,
the
this
bone.
woman is like
Tears
peak
flood from their
gaslight
eyes,
from what
and they tell you
what I can
they
see.
aren't sure they can
I
be
saw
in
a little bit,
relationship
not
with
too
someone
much.
who thinks so low of them. Your mind begins to race. You know what they did. You know that if anyone should be crying here, it's you. But
They
they seem so
never
hurt and
did.
aggrieved that you begin to question if maybe you imagined it. Did they actually say that thing? Were you so stressed that you misheard them? Had you been upset over nothing all night? As your mind races, they double down on their statement and begin to grab their things, saying once again that they can't be in a relationship
Hey, no one
with
needs
someone
nectar
who
right
clearly
now.
doesn't
Oh,
hold
that's the
them
kid you
in
see.
high regard. Stressed, confused, and now feeling
Juzzy51. Big ups, Juzzy51, the first ever subscriber. And he says, ah yes, another month of Dingus with my favorite game, Pikmin 2, that I did not call awful yesterday. I don't think he actually did call that game awful, Juzzy. But yes, it is Pikmin 2 today. A long time since I played it. I think I already forgot the controls, but that's fine. Okay, all Pikmin. So I guess I'll get a little bit more. Thank you for the re-up, Juzzy. Tier 1, 22 months of Dingus. The founder Juzzy there. Almost to 24 months, huh? 2 years of Dingus is almost upon us. This is very terrifying. I did not expect to ever last this far. But I'm glad to be here, and I'm still gonna be here, and I'm gonna outlast everyone, right? Thank you, Jesse. I think you meant follower. Yeah, I did mean follower. Yes, that is true. Juzzy is not the first subscriber. He's the first follower. But you know what? That means a little bit more than first subscriber, sorta, because, like, I don't know, subscribing is not forever. You know, you can unsub, but following is forever. Like, no one can take that away from you. Alright, I think we're good. Big ups Aldrinop. Yeah, the forgotten Pikmin 2 playthrough. Alright, let's just go straight in before the Gronk comes in at us. Yeah, Chalupa is the first sub. Alright, yeah, all elements, and we'll just bring the purples just to bring them. Big ups Easy Money.
inevitably guilty, you beg them to stay, telling them that you were sorry.
You're coming
that you
in,
must
this
have
true
missed her,
crime is
and you
about a
don't actually
murderer
think they are
woman,
capable
so
of
therefore
doing
it's going
what
to be
they've done.
interesting
By
by
the
default.
end of it, the relationship is recovered, but now you cannot trust your own perception, and they have convinced you that theirs is the only insight you can believe. In today's case, we will be discussing a person who was so adept at this kind of manipulation, they believed they could convince the justice system that they were not guilty, and to some, she was successful.
Oh shit,
Welcome back
already
to another episode of Dreading, or if this
already
is
got a
your first
blowhog
time
over here.
welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Ezra McCandless, a person who attempted to reunite with her ex-boyfriend by doing the unimaginable. This video has been one of our most highly recommended topics.
How did I already lose like
and we thought,
20?
since we are currently in the
Now
holiday
wait a
season,
minute.
it was time to give the people what they've been asking for. This video would not be possible without the help of Rottweiler Investigations, which is
I
one of
lost
the best
20
channels for
already.
uploading high-quality trial and interrogation footage.
I forgot how the
videos on
bomb rocks
Chandler
work.
Halverson, and most notably, the videos going over the phone calls between Chandler and his ex-girlfriend Kat are especially insightful pieces of evidence to show just how much of an effective liar Chandler was, as he was able to convince her for a short while.
Yeah,
that
it's
he was
almost like I
entirely
forgot we were
innocent
at the end
even
of the
when he was
game.
in prison. I'll leave a link to their channel in the description box down below, along with their PayPal and Cash App links. I cannot recommend their channel enough. If you like our content, you will love theirs. As always, if there is a video you would like to see on this channel, or a case you would like to bring more attention to, let us know by leaving a comment down below or emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com.
Oh man, now I know why there's bomb rocks. We got this motherfucker here.
Email, but we go through them daily.
We have
and are
3?
constantly adding new cases to the list.
If you guys don't
This
recall
edit
these
specifically
enemies,
is
they
coming a little bit
spawn
later in
bomb
the editing
rocks just by
process,
existing.
So if my voice sounds a bit
Very
different,
annoying.
it's because of that. Originally, I was going to make this one video, going over the interrogation footage, the direct examination, and then the cross-examination.
Did he forget to turn on his
However,
filters
that
for
would be
this
over
part of the
10
video?
hours long with how much footage there is. Instead, I am splitting the video into parts that will be released over
hello,
the span
Frank
of
3
this next
Castle.
month. All the videos will be put into a playlist for ease of viewing, and that playlist will be left in the description
The
box
Dingus
down below.
Dandory
If
Master.
you're watching this video at the time of upload,
Maybe in
know that the
4,
next
I don't know
video
about
will be
this
out
game.
soon, or is already published
It's
via
a little bit
Patreon
too
a bit early.
outdated.
If you are on Patreon, you will get these videos as soon as they are finished being edited. I apologize for any
And the
annoyance
bomb
this may
rocks don't
cause,
affect
but
them,
I live in
huh?
a very remote part
That's-
of the country.
that's totally
and to upload a video
kosher.
over 2 hours long would take all day with the internet we currently have. But with all that said, let us begin.
Alright, Ezra McCandless, be our murderer of the day.
On October 6th, 1997, in a small town in Wisconsin. From the moment she was born,
What up,
Ezra's life was difficult,
YouTubes?
as her biological father wanted nothing to do with her, and her mother was just 14 years old. However, the pair made it work. When Ezra was just 4 years old, her mother's partner at the time, Joshane Carlin, would formally adopt Ezra and raise her as his own child. Though he and her mother
Yeah, I
were
already
divorced
lost
less
a
than 10
couple
years
from.
later, he
See, there's a
maintained an
small
active
gap here, and
presence
I
in her
lost a
life,
couple while
supporting
tossing
her
them.
throughout her endeavors
I
and
hate
providing her a
these.
place
This
to
is the
stay
worst
when she needed one. While in high
sub-level
school,
theme for
Ezra
me.
would begin to question her gender identity, and for a time,
Oh,
prefer to be
no.
identified
I mean,
using male pronouns.
there's nothing wrong
She
with
would
that.
eventually decide against this self-identification, instead determining she was more fluid in her gender expression. It was around this
Oh, boy.
time she would decide to go by the name Ezra, as the name felt less gender specific. She also changed her last name to McCandless to pay
Drop the
homage
rock.
to Chris McCandless, who
Oh, I
has
didn't
been
drop
the
the rock
subject of
already.
countless documentaries, articles, television shows, and books. Most famously, Into the Wild. Ezra would state that she personally identified in how free-spirited Chris was, and his love of nature. Whenever any strife arose in her life, she would often state that the issue wasn't with her actions, but with society as a whole
right, there
and
we
how
go.
they viewed her. This would become a huge point of contention with those closest to her, as she was exceptionally skilled at arguing this point. On multiple occasions, she would deliberately and selfishly wrong someone, and then argue that their issue was rooted in something nefarious, and that she was the one being victimized. Ezra had done well in high school, but dropped out of college early on to pursue a more artistic lifestyle. She often
Oh,
spoke
look,
about
he
living
already
life
killed the
like
blowhog
Chris
over there.
McCandless, going
Interesting.
out into the wild and becoming one with nature, but her follow-through
be
was
careful.
lacking.
He's
At
gonna
most,
spit out
she
another
would
one.
enjoy hiking and breaking into abandoned buildings to
We
take
activate
photos for
these?
social media,
Activate these?
in which
Come
she
on.
once again portrayed herself as a bohemian. Those who knew her during
There
this
we go.
time would describe her as an eccentric art enthusiast whose main focus and goal was always to stand out. She was the type of
so
person
an
who could
attention
turn
whore,
it
huh?
on at the drop of
I
a
mean,
hat and had no fear when
an
it came to talking to
artistic,
anyone.
progressive
She would
lady.
often spark up conversation with anyone she saw, and was widely known in Eau Claire, even going so far as to paint her car with the image of a bird riding a bicycle. She was extremely enterprising as well, and often used her ability to talk to anyone to her advantage. Despite dropping out of college, she had been able to
Alright, is
become
that it for this
close
floor?
to one of her art teachers. It was through that relationship that Ezra was able to hang some of her art in a gallery, which is a high achievement. In her diaries, she spoke often about fitting into society and how it felt like a trap to her. Ezra
we sure do live in one, huh?
Something deeper in life, some deep philosophical meaning to why she was alive and what she was meant for. She often wrote about being placed on Earth to have fun and experiencing everything she possibly could before she died, regardless of the consequences. And it was in this mindset that she met Jason Mangle.
Jason!
In the summer of 2017,
this is our
when
protagonist.
Ezra met Jason Mangle, Jason was 13 years her senior, but they would both say they fell in love instantly. The pair had met each other at a local coffee shop.
Now I know what you're thinking. He totally knew she was young beforehand. You'd be surprised.
Jason had been on his way home from work when his bike got a flat tire. He walked to the closed shop and asked to be let in. After he got his coffee, he sat down on a bench and sighed, annoyed that his mode of transportation had failed him. And immediately after his exhale, Ezra popped up on the other side of the bench. Having been laid there secretly, the two quickly fell into a comfortable conversation regarding art, gender, and their lives, and talked for hours. Despite the coffee shop being closed,
I promise you,
around them,
Discord
they spent
merchant, the
nearly
story
whole
gets
night
even
talking,
stranger.
And before they parted, they exchanged Instagram information. Jason thought the chance encounter would be just that, but within 2 weeks, the pair was officially dating. Jason would describe Ezra at this time being extremely adventurous and wild. She would push him to go outside of his comfort zone and try things
I think that's
he
it for this
otherwise
floor.
wouldn't. He described
The
her as being a
Murph
spark plug and bringing an unbridled amount of energy to his life. Things weren't such smooth sailing within the first few weeks of the relationship.
We
Ezra
should
would
feed
tell
this to
Jason
Cobes.
that her home life was difficult and that her mother was causing her a lot of undue stress. She was pressuring Ezra into
Alright,
going
that's
back
it for
to
this
school
floor.
or getting
I'm taking it a little bit slowly. I'm trying to get back into the game, but I just really hate these themes where anything with endless voids that I can toss Pikmin in. No, thank you.
For Ezra to move in with them. The relationship was extremely new, but he already felt as if Ezra would be the person he could spend the rest of his life with, and he felt compelled to help her. His roommate tentatively agreed, and within the first month of the relationship,
Guys, I
Ezra
can
had
fix
moved in.
her.
At the time, she didn't have a job, so she wasn't expected
what a
to
shock.
pay rent. But Jason and his roommate
No
asked
job.
her simply to kick in as much as she could when she eventually found employment. A short time after moving into the
OnlyFans?
apartment, Ezra began working in a seasonal part-time position at Joanne's Fabric, an offshoot of the Michael's Arts and Crafts store. Though she was
We love
working quite a bit at
Joanne's.
this time, Ezra didn't buy her own food or help with any household purchases as she said she would.
Shocker.
Jason's roommate complained
She's
about
a
this
liar.
fact, but Jason took on the financial burden without
The
complaint.
man did
Shortly
everything.
thereafter, he was made aware of their large age gap. Jason would testify that early on in the relationship, he had been led to believe that Ezra was a bit older than she was. They never spoke about
Okay, so that's why I said what I said earlier. He assumed, I know the natural assumption here when you say, oh, there's a 13-year age gap. Obviously, the man was predating. He was a predator and looking for younger women. Actually, in this case, this was a tried and true case of a lady looking for an older man.
age in their initial conversations. But
Big
she
ups,
would
Perez.
describe her time in high school as
Yeah, this
being
is a
something
three-parter.
far
We're
behind
gonna be here
her,
for a while.
despite the fact that she
This
was
is
only
quite
a few
the-
years out. It wouldn't
the
be until
tangled
she
web
moved
here.
in with him that he realized she was over 10 years his junior, and by that time, they were already committed to each other, or at the very least, he was committed to her. 3 months after beginning the relationship with Jason, Ezra would become pregnant. It was unknown if it was his child or not, but she alleged that it was, and he believed her at the time. Ezra made the decision to terminate the pregnancy without Jason's input, as he testified
Very
that he felt
fucked
it
up.
wasn't his place to give
My
any.
body, my
After
choice,
the abortion, their relationship changed, with Jason withdrawing from Ezra quite a bit. He began to have a hard time being intimate with his partner, and actively chose to sleep on the couch of the apartment. Ezra would try to get him to sleep in bed
He
with
was
her,
sick of
but
her.
Jason would refuse, stating that while he still loved her and wanted to be with her, he was going through a hard time. Their relationship
Gotta
would
wait for
become
this guy to fall
controlling,
asleep.
with Ezra often telling Jason that if he left to
I
go
should show
hang
him
out
the
with
Like
his
a Dragon
friends or do
stream.
something without her, she would injure herself. If he went out without her or hung out with people she didn't like, she would accuse him of talking badly about her and trying to leave her. As mentioned, Ezra was incredibly skilled at arguing and would make Jason feel as if he were directly responsible for her mental well-being, though he would tell her that he wasn't talking
I
poorly
hate when you
about her
toss a
and that he had
color
no
and it just
intention of
switches to
leaving
another
her,
color.
and that
I
all of
want
his
to
friends
only
liked her
toss
just
reds.
fine. She would continue to berate him
Only
until he
happens with the
ultimately
classic
relented.
titles.
He slowly began to withdraw from his friends, isolating himself more and more until the only people in his life were people that Ezra directly approved of. In February of 2018, Jason was away on military assignment for 2 weeks when Ezra messaged him that she was moving out of the shared apartment. Her message seemingly came out of nowhere, as she hadn't vocalized any issues prior to him leaving or while he had been gone. But after she left, his roommate would state that he no longer wanted her there. Specifically, he took issue with how little she provided for herself and how entitled she had been to all of his things. When Ezra first moved out of the apartment, she would go between staying at her mother's and her adoptive father's home, but would tell Jason that staying there felt oppressive. Despite neither party telling her to pay rent or help with utilities, she would state that they put too much pressure on her to figure her life out and find full-time employment, and she felt constricted. In turn, Jason would pay for her to spend the night at local hotels, staying with her to give her some semblance of normalcy.
Can you believe this? Can you believe this shit? They're already having the first signs of trouble in paradise, and he paid for her to stay at hotels. And I'm doing great, Frank 3 Castle. I hope you're having a great day. I'm having a great one as well. I want to enjoy a nice evening of Pikmin. Hopefully I can at least clear one cave.
And it was while staying at one of
let's hear that one more time.
State that they put too much pressure on her to figure her life out and find full-time employment.
Like
and
there's
she felt
already a rift in the relationship.
In turn, Jason would pay for her to spend the night at local hotels, staying with her to give her some semblance of normalcy.
There probably was no issue with her parents either. She probably just made that up.
Jason would be confronted with the fact that Ezra had been cheating on him with one of his best friends.
What?
John Hansen was one of Jason Mangle's best
side
friends,
character.
and as such, came into contact with Ezra. Jason met John playing Dungeons & Dragons, and the two quickly hit it off. When Jason began dating Ezra, he would bring her to his D&D hangouts every week. However, after a few attempts to play the game herself, Ezra would eventually decide that it wasn't for her. But that alone wasn't enough. She wanted Jason to give up the live-action role-playing game altogether, citing that the group he played with were bad people. Jason couldn't understand what had happened to lead it.
Get together with the woman, and okay, she doesn't like your friends. You can only talk to the friends that she approves. She doesn't like your hobbies. She wants you to give up the hobbies so you can spend more time with her and only spend all of your time with her. And if you do anything against her, she claims you're like being abusive and you're being controlling, and try to argue against that. She claims you're gaslighting. There's a rift in the relationship. She goes to her parents' place. Then she claims her parents are being abusive. She doesn't want to live with them. So totally believing all of that, you pay for her to stay in hotels.
Ezra to this conclusion. He would try to convince her that she was wrong, but she was dead set in her beliefs, partially because she had begun having an affair with Hansen. Their affair had started when Jason had left on military assignment. He had asked John to check in on his girlfriend, telling him that she tended to isolate herself when she was upset.
Yes, let me just tell my best friend to check in on my girlfriend while I'm away for months at a time. That's like a classic porn setup. Like, why would you do that? What?
That he was worried about her mental well-being when he was away. Both parties had talked to him, letting him know when they were going to hang out, and nothing seemed amiss. But nearly
you may
the
as well
entire
call the
time,
pizza
they'd been
dude
keen
and
on
a
keeping the
plumber to
secret
go
from
check in
him.
on her too.
While staying at the hotel with Ezra, Jason discovered that Ezra had been cheating on him with his best friend. He had long suspected that Ezra wasn't being faithful, although he didn't think it was with Hansen. On various occasions, he had told Ezra
I don't want to
that
waste
her
a
touchy,
spicy,
flirty
but
nature
I
with
might
other
have
men
to.
had made him
These guys are
uncomfortable.
way too
And
strong.
every
I didn't bring
time,
enough reds
she
for
accused
this.
him of being controlling and toxic. But after finding the texts, he realized that he'd been right the whole time, and the other people who were closest to him had lied to him for a considerable amount of time. The following are those texts. Hansen, nice.
Let's do that.
Ezra, it's stressful looking for places,
What
so
was
that
the
would be
dismiss
nice
button?
to relive. Working out
Yeah.
Agon, dose really make you want to fuck everything that's moving. Jesus Christ, lady. Might also be a predator. Hansen, a body in motion wants to stay in motion. Ezra, are you going to pound this anytime soon? Sorry I'm rude. Hanson, not this week. I have Warren. It's alright to be blunt. Just gotta be alright with it coming back your way. Ezra, just let me know when I get my next in and out. Winky face. Also, hanging and doing art agin would be nice because you are more than a good dick. Oh, isn't that sweet? Oh, that should be nice. He's such a good kid. Hanson, why thank you. He is a good kid. I'm looking forward to spending some dad time with him. Ezra, that melts my heart. I'd love to paint with him sometime. The next day, she sends him this message. Ezra, feeling like a snake today. What's wriggling in your mind? Hanson, I've been with Warren all day.
Which case is this? I think I listened to a different version by Dreading. This is the Ezra McCandless case. He did 3 separate videos on it because his internet is so bad he had to split it into 3 parts to upload it in a timely manner. Big up sprays that soon. We're listening to the story of a murderous woman who controlled her boyfriend and gaslit him. Very toxic situation here.
My mind is pretty preoccupied. Ezra, that's understandable. Dad time.
Yeah, I should have
2
brought
days
more red
later, on
Pikmin, but like,
Valentine's Day, she reaches out
I gotta.
again
It
and
told me to
says,
bring all
"See
elements.
something,
I
say
can
nothing and drink to forget.
I gotta
Happy
split the
Valentine's."
elements evenly.
He replies, "That's beautiful, Ezra. Happy Valentine's." She responds, "I have a way with words, John. Ha 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 ha." When Jason found the texts between his best friend and his girlfriend, he was obviously shocked and hurt. He had spent the past 6 months with Ezra, called her his wife, and both would routinely tell each other how much they loved and cared for each other, and she had given no indication that anything was wrong. She had been entirely comfortable lying to his face, and he had been none the wiser. Jason would testify to the fact that the realization that Ezra had slept with his best friend
that tracks,
made him feel
Josie.
as if he was losing his mind.
That's not
He began
surprising.
to question his reality. He felt that he needed to prove
Finally.
to himself
Sorry that
the
took so
texts
long.
were real, and so he grabbed his phone
What's
and took
that?
pictures of the messages. His reaction is incredibly common when it comes to people who have experienced prolonged gaslighting. Ezra told Jason it wasn't what he thought, and after a few hours of discussion, told him that though the texts made it seem like she was willingly carrying on an affair with his best friend, the truth was much darker than that. She claimed that Hanson had sexually assaulted her.
We have
She
acquired
claimed
the
that on the night
essence
the 4th,
of
she had been hanging out
despair.
with
Yeah, I
John
was
and his
despairing
roommate
all
at their
right for a minute
apartment
there.
when they started drinking. Ezra stated that sometime
Despair
during
is
the night,
right.
the men began to
That's
tease
right.
her about the fact that she wasn't able to keep up with her alcohol consumption. After being goaded on, Ezra drank to the point of throwing up, at which point John took her upstairs and laid her on his bed. She then told Jason that someone took
These
her
are all
tights
pictures
off
of her, by
for
the way,
her,
if
and then
that
she
wasn't
blacked out,
obvious.
waking in the morning with the feeling
Oh, she doesn't look
that
like she would
something
hurt a
was greatly
fly.
wrong. John
A little
then
did
took her
you
back to the
know.
apartment she shared with Jason and assaulted her again on Jason's bed. Jason didn't know what to believe. He felt more confused than ever. The text messages showed a consensual relationship between Ezra and John that seemed to be led by Ezra. But as she sat next to him, begging him to believe her, he felt conflicted. He called John directly
no, I would
and
never
asked
hurt
if he
you.
had sex with Ezra, which he denied. It was only after being told
never
that he'd seen
did.
the text
I
that
never
John
did
eventually
text him.
copped to the encounter, saying that the two had had consensual sex a couple of times. John's initial denial only served to confuse Jason more. Not knowing how to move forward, Jason spoke to his friend Josh about the ordeal. He was mainly concerned with how to properly move forward in a way that would support Ezra, and Josh told him that if what she was saying was true, they needed to contact law enforcement. Ezra seemed
here's the
opposed
funny
to
part.
this, stating that so much time had passed that there would be no evidence that what she was saying was true. In response, Jason told her
Okay, so you claim to your boyfriend that your best friend, who you've been having an affair with, you claim to your boyfriend that the best friend sexually assaulted you, and that's why you were sleeping with him, because it was against your will. Now you tell this to him in a way to kind of get out of it and see if maybe he'll fall for the excuse. But you just confessed. So you just confessed assault to your boyfriend. So the boyfriend suggests, oh, well, if that really did happen and he's a predator, you should probably go to the cops. And like, you know, this could save future potential victims. You need to go report this to the police. So she finds herself trapped in a corner here. She does not know what to do. Let's see, does she tell the truth or does she go along with this? Let's see.
even if the police didn't believe her version of events, she would be putting a potentially dangerous man on police radar and protecting other women from being hurt the same way she was. Even if nothing came of the report, if another woman came forward, this could help her. And so, Ezra went into the police station to be interviewed.
Oh no. The interview.
Before we go over the footage of the interview, what's important to note about Ezra's claim is that it's false. And we know that it's false.
She hasn't killed
because
anyone
Ezra
just yet.
had told multiple people that she had slept with John, and that the sex had been consensual.
During your friendship with the defendant,
Okay, so this goes a little bit into the future here. You may be wondering why they're in court already, when no crime has really taken place. It's just, you know, like I said, a love trapezoid. It's not even a love trapezoid yet at this point in the story. It's still a love triangle. So we're a little bit in the future. They're in court now. Something happened. All that really happened at this point is a little white lies were told. Some semper lies. But this is in the future, in the courtroom, and they're referring to the events of where we are in the past. Yeah.
she mention a person named John Hansen?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about John Hansen?
Objection, irrelevant. Overruled.
Andrea, could you be more specific? We were all friends with John. Yes.
Okay.
John?
Was there a time where the defendant discussed spending a few days consecutively with Mr. Hansen?
That is correct.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that she had stayed there for the weekend and that she had
loved it.
Participated in spending time with John and his son, and that they had made dinner together and things of that nature.
And did she appear upset?
Absolutely not.
No, she enjoyed it. You fucking know she enjoyed it. She loved every bit of that.
Stated by the defendant regarding that few-day stay with Mr. Hansen?
No, she seemed excited.
She just wanted a little excitement in her life, baby.
Yes.
And did she talk to you about spending time with John Hansen when Mr. Mingle was gone for a weekend?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that her and John
these guys
hung
take
out for a
forever
weekend,
to fall asleep.
And, she drank a lot of wine, and he helped her
I bet she
hold
did.
her hair up while she threw up, and was just there for her. And she told me she had a really good time.
Although later she stated that she regretted it. The text between the two also painted her as the pursuer in the sexual relationship, rather than a person who had been taken advantage of. She also refused to give the text messages between herself and John to the police.
What a shock.
Claimed she had deleted all remnants of their interactions because it had become too triggering for her to see. But when the investigators asked Hansen for the messages, he willingly turned them over, and they showed that Ezra had repeatedly told him
Was she
that
one of those
enjoyed
people who
having
think,
sex
oh,
with
if I
him,
delete
and
it
she
from my
couldn't wait to
side,
do
then it has to
again.
delete it
The
from his
police
side
also
too,
found more
right?
texts that depicted
Wrong,
that Ezra and
bitch.
John had a sort of BDSM relationship and would send each other sexually explicit photos often. At no point did the police find any evidence that this relationship was not consensual, or that John was ever not respectful of Ezra's boundaries. She made the claim that John had sexually abused her in a state of panic when she realized that Jason had found the direct evidence of her wrongdoing, evidence that she couldn't make go away. She viewed the lie as the only way out of a bad situation that would keep her relationship
This is already
intact,
one of the
and
worst
that was
floors.
more important to her than John's reputation.
Just 'cause I didn't have enough
Ezra
of the-
had no way
of one
knowing that
time.
Jason would want her to speak to the police when she initially lied, and it would seem that she couldn't think of an argument that would make her not wanting to make a report make sense. The moment that Ezra decided that she would go ahead and make the formal report, she decided that her relationship and Jason's opinion of her was more important than John's
All right,
life.
I don't
She was
have enough
okay
rights
with
to finish
condemning an
that.
innocent person to an unearned prison sentence in order to maintain her lifestyle. And if it hadn't been for her friends telling the police that she was lying, it's possible he would be in prison today. It's important that we clarify that this rape allegation is patently false up front, as it completely changes how we view Ezra going forward. As we watch the interview, remember that everything she is saying is a fabrication, one in which she is knowingly destroying the life of a friend.
Sit in that chair quickly, and I'll move out the rest.
Ah, yes, the interview. So here we have her in the interrogation room. Just as Dreading said, everything she is about to say is a complete fabrication. So keep that in mind.
Chairs that way.
Pausing immediately, we should also go over what she is wearing, because, like Sherry Papini,
She ain't got
she
no
is
drip.
a gifted liar who went into this interview knowing that she would have to try and convince the police of her innocence. One of the only things that we can make out off the bat is a large, oversized, long-sleeved t-shirt that seems to swallow her whole. She is swimming in it, and immediately after sitting down, she is crouched over, holding her body as if she is comforting herself. All of this is done in an effort to make herself seem as small as possible, someone fragile and innocent who couldn't possibly hurt anyone. This is deliberate staging on her part.
If you need anything, water or a snack, I'll try. I'll do anything to get for you, okay? Alright, so
Pausing once more, but she is already crying. Again, the assault didn't happen. Her version of events was discredited by her own friends who had nothing to gain by lying. And yet, when put in this high-pressure environment, she was able to feign tears
Don't take it that way.
successfully. It's only been 24 seconds, but she's already done this much.
Oh, don't say that. She's gonna falsely accuse you of rape.
You're free to leave anytime you want. You can stop talking whenever you want.
Hey, 19 red Pikmin.
For privacy, you can leave anytime you want, okay? Let me know that ahead of time.
Those two are too close together. I gotta be, when I'm hitting that one, I gotta be careful not to wake up the other one.
MCCANDLESS. Josh called us. He was concerned about your safety and Jason's safety. He was concerned that he felt like he was having slept for 8 days, and he didn't know if he was tired from that or if he was exhausted from that. So those are first concerns. We should okay physically. If you guys are, he also mentioned that you or Jason's upset about something that happened to you that hasn't been reported yet. Okay.
I lost two there. Damn it.
That's fine. If you do, that's fine too.
So much for the floor RNG. It gave me the same
Ezra
floor.
cries and states that she wants to talk about what happened here. Of course, lying about being assaulted is horrific, but she was given an out here to not file a false report. She was given the opportunity not to lie about one of the worst things that could happen to a person to the police and hurt the credibility of sexual assault survivors. And instead, she actively chooses to do the opposite and move forward with the interview.
You just have to listen and believe, you guys.
What are you comfortable with as far as you told me that it happened here in Oak Cliff, correct? Do you know where?
It happened at... The first thing that happened was at Jason's house, and then the second thing that happened was at John's house.
This is the opposite
That guy's
of what
stuck on
she
an
told
obstacle.
Jason.
He doesn't want to... Okay. No, he's stuck again. Is he gonna fall asleep? Okay, he'll fall back asleep.
John grabbed me by the throat twice.
Big ups, Big Shot. We're listening to the story of Ezra McCandless, a straight liar, cheated on her boyfriend with his best friend, gaslit the boyfriend to hell and back, to not get him upset and admit to the cheating. She claimed the best friend raped her. Boyfriend says she should report it to the police.
John, including
Goes to the
Jason,
interrogation
Jason
room
would
to
often grab
bullshit a
people by
fake
the
rape
throat
allegation.
to show them how to get out of possessive holds.
And somehow,
Jason testified that
it
John
all
did
ends
this
with
type
her
of
going to
thing
court.
so
I
often
wonder
that
why.
when he saw John do this to Ezra once, prior at their apartment, he thought nothing of it. It was sort of like John's party trick, and Ezra had never seemed uncomfortable with this.
Was there any kind of warning sign that, like, did you do something? Did she say something? Did he do something? Did someone else say something that?
I was sitting on the counter after I made some coffee, and I was talking to him, and he just grabbed me by the throat and no empathy for what I was saying. And then the second time I got off the counter and he put me in a headlock and he held it there. And it really made me very uncomfortable.
Some questions I may ask you, and they sound really redundant, very obvious, but these are questions that I have to ask just to get more clarity as far as, for example, like you mentioned that he grabs you in the throat. Do you use a right hand or left hand or both hands?
This is right hand.
When he grabbed you with the right hand, did he squeeze your throat or did you just put his hand around your throat?
Squeeze my throat forcibly.
Okay. Did that cause you to have any trouble breathing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you lose consciousness at all? Did you black out?
I felt really lightheaded after the second time we grabbed me.
That was the headlock, correct? Okay.
Alright, that's more like it.
Did you see any kind of like little fuzzy,
Gotta get this last one.
shiny things fly around when that happens? Have you ever had that experience before where you shortness of breath or you know when knocked out you also see like
Whoa, it's the Pepsi I'm currently drinking. Got the essence of despair back.
I just coughed a lot.
Okay.
And I called them back before they could do. They didn't even do any damage. Called them back too early. I gotta drink that Pepsi PM. Their range is way too good. Can even go after my guys way over there.
And he just sat there and he let go.
Okay. Were you hitting his hand at all? Were you telling him to stop? Were you telling him no?
I just was quiet. I just grabbed his hand.
Okay.
And grabbed his wrist. It's like 6 foot something. Really big.
Okay. How long was there between when you were sitting at the counter and he grabbed your big throat and then he let go? How long after that did he be in the headlock after you walked away from the counter?
Almost suddenly.
Okay.
Maybe one more ought to do it.
When he had you in the headlock, was his left hand arm around you or was his right arm around you?
There we go.
Okay. If there's anything that you don't know, that's fine too.
If floor 2 is like that, I'm gonna hate to see what the rest of the floors are like. I'm only on the 2nd floor. For fuck's sake, man.
Don't feel comfortable with me asking, that's fine too. So don't be afraid to say, you know, like, I'm not comfortable answering that or I don't want to talk about that, that's fine. It doesn't mean that you don't care, it doesn't mean that this isn't real, it's just take your time. I'm not trying to rush
Boss is the real challenge. That doesn't make me feel any better. Whoa! It is the red gem star.
That's what made me cough.
And its partner in crime. None other than the Frosty Bubble.
When he had you in the headlock, again, how did you have to fight him off? Did he let go eventually?
Put my arm up and he let go.
Okay.
I think this is the shortest of the 3 final caves. Does it make you feel any better? It makes me just worry more about the last 2.
Josh's place is the kitchen.
Jason's place.
Jason's place. Okay.
Just the kitchen.
Okay. Just Jason.
Creeping Chrysanthi. Oh shit!
He let the rope with his right hand and the headlock, and he let you go after the headlock.
Oh my god. Like, bro, I literally did not even take but 2 fucking steps into the cave.
Okay. Did he say anything to you? Did he apologize? Did he...
He didn't say sorry.
Like, yeah, thank you, Miyamoto.
Did he say anything else to you during that time?
It's much appreciated. Do you want to drop one more while I'm working on this wall? No, I'm not gonna reset. I already feel annoyed for having reset twice already. Probably should do that. Split up with the captains. If it's really gonna be like that, boulders and traps and all this other nonsense, yeah. I just want to chill and spelunk around in caves. I want fucking rocks falling at me and shit. Come on out. Come on out.
What was the purpose of...
At least they can hit these guys.
Jason's place that night?
I was dating Jason.
I'm sorry?
Jason was like my boyfriend.
Okay, so you and Jason are dating. Okay. That I did not know, so I just want to kind of clarify.
Want to drop one more?
That makes a lot of sense why you were there. Why was John there?
Because John was one of Jason's friends. He was my friend. And
I wanted to drop on that guy.
You wanted to just hang out and do art.
Oh, look at the amount of creeping chrysanthemums. I count like 7? Like 6 or 7 of these in this cave. Alright, I want to say I baited everything.
Were you at Jason's house the entire time? Okay. What time did you get? What time were you there, or what day did you get Jason's place?
I can't remember what day, but it was in the afternoon.
Okay. And when did this happen?
I think it's been a week.
Okay. Do you know the estimate time, day?
Around like noon, I think.
Can't even remember the pattern for these guys. You're supposed to wait for them to attack, and then they fall over. But then you charge or toss them.
Okay. What happened after that?
And it feels like you get no attacking time anyway.
How long was it when you sat down until Jason got home?
It wasn't very long. I'm sure it was.
Yeah, they fall over for like 2 seconds. Come on.
Did you tell Jason what happened?
I told him everything tonight.
Okay. But at that time they happened, you didn't tell him. Okay.
That's what he's so upset for me.
Was there a reason you didn't tell Jason what happened that night or that day afternoon?
Alright, that's the first one.
I was really afraid.
There's the second one. See where the other ones are at.
When this incident happened, did John touch anywhere else, or did you get permission to? Did he do anything else to you? Did he...
I don't know.
Yeah. So as far as you know, is he just grabbed his throat and then being in a headlock, and each one caused you to have trouble breathing, cough, but you did not black out, lose consciousness. Okay. So after John left and Jason came home, John left. The second incident happened outside Josh's place.
You said John's house.
John's house. Where did that take place? That's the next day, the same day.
Alright, sorry, text message. Twitter redeem.
When Jason had to leave.
I like your favorite redeem, Jesse.
In the army.
Okay.
And John wanted
Alright, well, hold on. Diddy Kong Racing? No way. Diddy Kong Racing. What do we got? Diddy Kong Racing. Adventure calls in the galaxy of Jet Force Gemini. Coming to Nintendo Switch for Nintendo Switch Online, plus expansion pack members this December. The reason Diddy Kong Racing is trending is because Jet Force Gemini, a completely unrelated game published by Rare, is getting added to the Switch! Yes! That's right. I was just thinking about that today. It's like, well, I wonder when they're gonna reveal the next thing to get added. I'm like, Diddy Kong Racing is at the top of the list. But why would they randomly reveal this now, and with no trailer at that? Very odd. I'm trying to check Nintendo's Twitter account. I typed in Twitter, and it auto-filled for DSP's Twitter. I don't want to check DSP's Twitter. I want to check Nintendo's Twitter. 8,000 likes. 3 hours ago. How did I not see this? I must be blind. No one was fucking talking about it, man. I have Jet Force Gemini already through Rare Replay. I played it, but I've never finished it. I wonder if this will be... No, it can't be that version. Alright, that's good news. That's good news, because that was a Rare only published title, and Nintendo didn't publish that. Rare self-published that. So it's like a Banjo-Kazooie situation where that probably wasn't gonna happen, realistically, but now it is gonna happen, thanks to the power of Microsoft playing ball. So that's good. No wonder Dingus' Nintendo show his XP chills it to him. Well, no, it's more... It shills Nintendo to me because I already like Nintendo. I do not like Nintendo because Twitter shills Nintendo to me. My feed is tailored to what I already like. So that's why I see Nintendo stuff. But yeah, that's my Twitter take. It's pretty cool.
He bought wine and things, and I thought it would be okay to have some wine and just try to talk and try to understand what was going on. And then I got really, really, really drunk. And I was almost black out drunk, and I was throwing up. And he had me go upstairs when I started throwing up, and he took me upstairs.
There are only two here.
He put me in his bed, and I was throwing up. I just remember a lot of, I don't know.
I think there were 3 in that arena.
Fumbling and stuff. It was awful.
When you were in John's room, was the light on, light off?
It was off.
Now, when you say fumbling around, was it like someone on top of you, someone laying next to you, or you?
Hey, now this enemy isn't bad. He'll make all my Pikmin sprout if they have leaves on their heads. He can be kind of a nuisance if you don't have the Pluckaphone. Hey, but I have it, so I don't have to worry about that. He's like the little gardener.
When you felt this, what happened next?
It's really hard to remember because of how that it got.
Dude, I love the Pluckaphone.
I was too drunk and like things weren't, I don't know if things weren't working for him or something.
Oh, no other creeping chrysanthemum here?
I fell asleep.
Again, to be clear, this didn't happen, but in this dialogue with the officer, where he is being incredibly kind and considerate, she begins to add details to her story.
That wasn't very
told
laggy.
Jason that when she woke up the next morning, she didn't remember what had happened, but she knew something was wrong. Here in the
Likely
interview,
story,
she was saying
lady.
that John had tried to rape her, but because of the alcohol he consumed, he was unable to. She is comfortable enough in her deception that she is adding supplemental details.
Just didn't think it was right. It messed me up really bad.
Do you think or believe or know, was there any kind of sexual intercourse that happened that night?
I think so, but he's telling me.
Another one of these guys already. Thankfully, they're
To be clear, when John was
notoriously
confronted
weak.
about sleeping with Ezra by Jason, he lied and said he hadn't done it because sleeping with your best friend's
I
significant
never
other
did. I
is a shitty
never
thing to
did
do.
sleep with her.
He didn't
You
want to
said
be
that I did
outed as
that.
the kind of
Yeah,
person
I
who would betray
never
one of the
did.
closest people to him in that way. So he lied to save face. When Jason told John he had seen their text messages and he knew he had slept with Ezra, he admitted it. Then when the accusation morphed into "you had sex with my girlfriend" to "you raped my girlfriend," he once again denied wrongdoing, stating that he did nothing with Ezra that was unconsensual, and she was lying. The only time he had lied about having sex with her was when he tried to lie to Jason.
And that's why Josh is being very protective of it. And it hurts really bad because they just want somebody to believe me.
Knowing that she is lying, knowing that John hadn't assaulted her, and she is actively choosing to make a false police report, this line is haunting. Ezra is an incredibly skilled manipulator, because any person with a heart would hear something like this and see her, hunched over and crying, and want to protect her. It's human nature to want to protect someone like this, to provide them comfort and kindness, and to reply to this assertion with, "Of course we believe you." It's only with the knowledge that we have in hindsight, the direct evidence that shows what she is
Of course we
saying
believe
never
you, strange
happened,
lady.
that we can see
You
this
would
for
never
what it really
lie.
is. Manipulation.
Do you have any pain down there? Any soreness, any redness that you know of?
No.
Okay.
I used to morphine and use any protection.
No protection?
And that single little white Pikmin dug that much all on his own?
Did you...
Is that a potato? Is that Mama JF?
Scratch, kick, or
Squeeze potato.
Did you say try to get off? No. Or did you try to be, hold you down by force? Or do you remember anything like that? Sorry. After you fell asleep and you woke up, do you know where you were when you woke up? Where were you?
I was in John's bed.
Do you remember having any clothes on?
Oh my lord, we've acquired the child of the earth.
Tights on or my socks.
That's a good name.
Were you wearing underwear that night?
And who could possibly forget?
Oh, you didn't have any on either?
About the infernal vegetable! Because it's so spicy, right? Alright, that it? Ah yes, floor complete. Where are the other Pikmin at? Oh,
Were you able to
over
find
here.
those clothes that belong to you? Or were they located at?
They were on the floor. And just kind of scattered.
I'm missing one.
Where was John when you woke up?
He was in the bed.
Was he laying next to you on a different bed or?
He was laying next to me. He woke up and he told me to get out of his bed and go lay in the other bed so that his roommate wouldn't think anything.
Was the other bed in a separate room or same room?
Ah yes, the water floor! Dude, I was waiting for this one. Alright, let's have him work here. I will go
There's a
and
popular
set off
idiom
traps.
that goes, every lie has a kernel of truth. And I think
No,
this
it's
could be the
nugget of
kernel
truth,
in this particular
stupid.
fib. We already know that
Emperor
John and
Boblex?
Ezra had sex,
Yep.
and when turning their affair into a case of sexual assault, all Ezra had to do was adapt the true story of their hookup into a story of sexual exploitation. It's
Whoa.
likely that some of the night they
We have
slept together
acquired
was spent hanging
the
out with
milk
his roommate.
tub.
And it's also likely that at some point, she went and slept on the other bed in the home to make it appear as if they hadn't slept
Two?
together, which was
I see
witnessed
another one
by
down
John's
there.
roommate. Knowing this, she is making sure she can account for what the roommate could tell the police
Oh, I
that
could
might
just
make
trick
her
him into
look
eating
guilty
bombs.
if his roommate spoke to the police
Yeah, I don't even need
and
the
said
Pikmin.
when she slept over on this particular night, she spent the night in their guest room and he saw her sleeping there early in the morning. She
Let's see
would
if I can
already
lead
have
him
told
over.
them that fact,
Just make him eat
making his
all the
testimony
bombs.
ineffective.
Thanks to the power of RNG, we have went into a floor that is filled with massive amounts of bombs.
Did you go to the other bed, or where did you go after that?
I went to the other bed and I just laid there until the morning.
I could bring the blue Pikmin to get the attack on him once it gets stunned by the bomb, but it's kind of funnier to watch him flounder about after blowing up. Let's get the nectar.
Were you able to, do you remember what time you went to John's house?
I think it was after he got...
Alright, President, let's get to work.
So around 7
Eat.
PM? Okay.
No! I was throwing! I never threw them over there! I never did!
It's like at 5 or 6 in the morning.
Over here! Over here! Maybe we can get rid of this one. There we go. Successful strat. Just trick them into eating bombs, stupid. I much prefer when you were able to throw the bombs yourself, though. I know this is the only Pikmin, because I've played all the other ones. The other Pikmin games, you just toss the bombs yourself. But in this one, they're too big for you to toss. I don't know why they made that change. I prefer being able to throw them yourself, and it adds a little bit more strategy. I suppose you could argue there's strategy in tricking them into coming this way to eat a bomb. Maybe they thought being able to toss the bombs yourself made it too easy? Let's instead make it an escort mission where you gotta escort the boss to the fucking bomb. This way. A little bit more. I need him to come closer.
I got there and I thought Alex, our roommate, would be there, but he was at work.
Is he not gonna come this way?
I got there and he told me to go upstairs.
I need you to turn around.
Because...
Buddy!
Because he wanted...
You can't say I'm out of his patrol zone, because I saw that motherfucker go all the way over here. I'll past the shore.
Because that's what he wanted, because he told me that that's what gets him off.
He just refuses to go past this way. Did the Pikmin change his AI?
I thought I was a piece of garbage for going over to his house.
I think they do.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, it's Ann Lee 1337. Big ups, Ann. I'm going to react to the DSP apocalypse with this numbskull come Friday. I hope he has his alarm set, and I hope he buys all of his Black Friday stuff in advance on Thanksgiving, because all the sales don't even start on Black Friday anymore. They start on fucking Thanksgiving, when you're supposed to be spending time with your fucking family. I spent part of today getting the collab overlay ready. Ah, yes, the classic collab overlay. I'm very proud of it. Hello, Good Roberts. But Booba will be touching this collab? Possibly. Best deals are the one leading up to Black Friday now. Yeah, they started earlier and earlier with each and every year. What's the next collab? We're just gonna watch the apocalypse like we did last year. It's sure to be a hoot! But yes, and it's to return to Pikmin. Pikmin 2. I'm on one of the final caves. I've been turtling my way. It's like a Fire Emblem stream. I'm turtling my way through the cavern here. So I'm gonna put something together. I'm just gonna be half dead. Yeah. Yeah, I figured I'm always late when it comes to overlay prep. So I'm like, well, I really don't have much going on right now. today. I had everything I wanted to do. I finished it a bit early ahead of time. I was like, oh, I may as well work on the overlay because we're already only a couple of days away. And we're watching True Crime. The lady here is in an interrogation room because she lied about being sexually assaulted by her boyfriend's best friend who she had an affair with. So in order to hide the truth and keep him from getting mad at her about the affair, she claimed the affair was actually an assault. The best friend, like, overstepped his boundaries and did some naughty stuff. And would you believe it? That's not even the whole story. It's about to become a love trapezoid. So here we have the girlfriend in the interrogation room literally lying. Why? Everything she's saying is a fucking lie. How will she get out of this one? Will the police even believe her? The title of the video is Psychopath Manipulates the Cops. So I'm thinking she's gonna get away with it. Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Right now I'm trying to fight these Emperor Bulblaxes. A bit smaller than the ones from the first game. And the strategy of tossing bomb rocks at them doesn't work in this game. Instead, you gotta lead them to the bomb rocks. They can't pick them up here.
Jason Mangle, there were times when he would still question on the stand how much of what she said was true.
It's like he doesn't want to come this way.
He would be talking about situations where, from an outside perspective, it's very clear that she was lying to him, and he wouldn't be sure if that was the case. And this is why. Again, it's only with the knowledge that there is direct, concrete evidence that what she is saying is a lie that we can confidently say that she is acting in this moment. The sexual encounters she had with John were consensual, but in this moment, she is incredibly believable. Now imagine what Jason must have gone through in a relationship with her. She would tell him if he were to leave the apartment and go play D&D with his friends, if he were to do anything that she doesn't like, she would hurt herself. When he stated that he believed some of her friendships with men were inappropriately flirtatious and seemed romantic, she would convince him that he was being controlling and too demanding of her, and the argument would end in him apologizing.
Alright, we get it, just die already.
The damage that she was able to inflict on people through her words alone is not inconsequential.
Then trash can full of nuclear on my table.
Isn't there a gate over here? Yeah, I should probably work on that.
Are you okay with that?
Okay. Find out soon if Jason can come here.
Yeah, I can call my partner and see where they're at. I don't know if they're still talking or not, so I will call him shortly and see if he can come there, okay?
And we're only on sub-level 4. That's nuts. We're gonna be here in this cavern all night, boys.
Because he gets off of that.
Wait, there's a... Oh, I didn't even do the right gate.
I mean, he gets off on it. What do you mean by what happened?
How did I forget about this? I just completely didn't notice this magic flower. I don't even think I really need to use it.
And let him use me.
The mysterious remains. It's looking pretty crusty.
So wrong.
Okay, that was the last treasure. I could use more reds for sure. Do I want to sacrifice a purple when I need 100 purples to do what I need to do? Pick up some whites.
Again, I'm not trying to say this to make you relive what happened, but when you say use me, what do you mean by that?
Okay, back to 77.
Get me before
everyone's doing well. Yeah, we're just chilling with some true crime tonight. Nothing too serious. Just a lady lying about having an affair with her boyfriend's best friend. And apparently, the story gets even worse later on. Typical Dingus stream. Excuse me. Typical Dingus stream. Nothing too big. Nothing too off the wall here. Is the kind of stuff you listen to when you're spelunking in a game. Much better than Yakuza, at any rate. Oh, more, yeah, I could use more of these, for sure. Toss another yellow and get some blues in. I did not mean to toss more reds. Oh, reds are better than blues, like, honestly. Actually, no, I could use the extra reds to make more purples. I'm always gonna need some purples, man.
You mentioned earlier that you said you felt that you had to do this because of what happened prior to this, or? Do you know if he's mentioned that he didn't use protection?
Yeah, a little Thanksgiving dinner table set up for the overlay on Friday, where it's gonna look like we're having a feast.
Do you know if he ejaculated inside of you, or?
Of course, we have to get Garf and the turkey in there. We got Snoopy with the pumpkin pie. Is this a rest floor? You know what it is? Huh, why was I so scared?
Plan B the next day, but I couldn't afford it.
Hey, we got one of these guys.
I'm so upset.
Is he gone?
After this happened in Jason's room.
Oh, one more. I'm just fucking spamming him for all he's got. Give me your nectar! My God, Winston over here, I need the nectar!
Coffee at a store, or?
At Gracie's.
Where's that at?
That's on Water Street.
Anything in here?
Gracie's? You know how to spell that?
Wait, that's if I want to escape.
Is that?
Oh, I think we're good.
Okay.
The journey continues, Goob.
Viewing the river, correct? Okay, so you bring a coffee there. What happened? What did you do, or where did you go?
I don't really even remember. It's like I shut down. I went on autopilot.
Did he come back to Jason's place, or did he go somewhere else?
Looks like water and electrical hazards here.
Okay, so he went somewhere else.
I can remember now what he said the night at his house.
What did he say?
When he was on top of me, he just kept telling me to be quiet. He kept calling me little girl. That was so weird to me. And I told Jason about it, and I got really upset. And I really vividly remember it. I didn't like that.
Shit, we're gonna attract the attention of the water gerbil.
That's where the footage ends. As mentioned, the police began their investigation into the claims made against John Henson in earnest, but the vast majority of the evidence in the case pointed to the sexual relationship not only being consensual, but being established and spurred on by Ezra more so than John. Shortly thereafter, the case was closed after one of the people closest to Ezra came forward and informed the police that Ezra had stated she had consensually had sex with John and only came to regret it after Jason had found out. That person was Alex Woodworth, a man who was also engaging in a long-term affair with Ezra.
Yes, our next side character and the actual, I don't even know if I want to spoil it, but okay, this is our next side character, Alex. So believe it or not, this woman, on top of everything she's done up to this point, was not only having one affair, she was having two. Yes.
Shortly thereafter, she would murder him.
Did you also learn that?
Okay, I wanted to hide it. But dreading gave it away.
She had consensually had sex with John and only came to regret it after Jason had found out. That person was Alex Woodworth, a man who was also engaging in a long-term affair with Ezra. And shortly thereafter, she would murder him.
Did you also
done? This is the end of part 1 here.
Learn that there was a potential sexual assault investigation pertaining to the defendant and John Hansen?
Yes. No foundation. Overall, I think this sounds like a foundational question.
Were you aware that the defendant and John Hansen had some sort of relations?
Objection, no foundation. This witness does not have a foundation.
Yeah, from a simple affair to annihilation.
Well, her awareness is not based upon personal knowledge. It is based upon gossip or hearsay. All right, well, I guess let's start that way. Let's go back. Foundation, any person.
And I can move on. Did you ask Alex something about the defendant and her relationship with John Hansen?
Objection, hearsay, sustained.
That's her statement. So what did you say to Alex regarding a sexual assault investigation?
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant. Well, so you're saying it's what did this witness say to Alex?
What did you say to Alex? It's her statement to Alex.
Well,
am I supposed to, how do I tackle when he's in here?
I'm going to allow you to answer the question.
I was aware that there was an accusation between the defendant.
Move to strike, no foundation. Okay, well, I'm going to strike the beginning of that answer, but if you would just answer the question. What did you say to Alex without any background or explanation?
Big up Green Lobster, welcome in. The Pikmin 2 chills spelunking continues.
Of sexual assault?
With a little bit of true crime.
And how was Alex's demeanor when you made that statement?
He said he didn't know, but he wasn't worried about it because he had months worth of text messages to prove that it was a consensual relationship.
Wait, huh? I guess one got eaten, and I didn't notice it. Oh well. I don't want to reset. I've already reset floors twice. I feel bad about resetting that much already. I need to learn to accept. I need to learn to accept the hand dealt to me, the deck dealt to me, the hand dealt to me. I cannot keep relying on resets. Must accept what comes our way and stop crying so much. Okay, so that's the end of part 1. We have the next part. I can't recall if this or the third part goes into this Alex character.
Alex would...
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, this is the part that goes into him. This is, murderer pretends to be the victim! Ah!
Worth was described by those who knew him as an extremely caring, empathetic, and intelligent individual. The type of person who could spend all day pondering on complex ideas, philosophical questions, and who genuinely cared about someone's answer when he asked how their day was going. Multiple people who claimed to be loose acquaintances of his would state that on several occasions, Alex had spent hours with them after they cited they were struggling mentally, talking to them about their mental health crisis and making sure they left the conversation feeling safer in their headspace. Alex seemed to perceive people on a different level than most people his age, and was widely viewed as a kind-hearted, deeply compassionate person. According to Alex's close friends, he always seemed attracted to the people in society who needed help. He seemed to find value in helping those around him get better in whatever way that manifested. He had his own struggles and would become a non-judgmental sounding board for people in his life. If they were frustrated with their own relationship, if they had felt unheard or abandoned, he would be there with a coffee and a listening ear. Some professionals who have looked at this case have theorized that this was a manifestation of Alex's own insecurities, and that he felt that this was the only way he could add value into other people's lives. Alex was the oldest of 4 and was a deeply involved big brother. He enjoyed taking care of his siblings and doing everything he could to make sure that they were okay. If his siblings needed anything
just like
from
me,
him,
we just be
he was always
pondering.
right there,
He
ready to
also
aid
be
them
fucking
with
other
whatever
people's
they needed.
girlfriends.
He had a Bachelor of Science from the University of
Based on
Wisconsin
what?
with a major in philosophy and a minor in biology. When he was 23 years old, he had just begun to apply to graduate
Whoa,
schools
check it
to
out.
get his
It's a
PhD in
bread
philosophy,
mushroom.
where his ultimate dream was to
I mean a
become
grocery.
philosophy
It looks like
professor.
bread, doesn't
He
it?
wanted to engage with
Expired
people,
bread?
to ask them
Oh my
deep
God, it's bread.
questions that would change the course of their lives and provide them with knowledge that would inevitably make them more discerning individuals. Those who knew him were well aware of his love of philosophy, as it was nearly all he would talk about. If he had a moment to himself while at work,
Sounds like he
he'd be
doesn't have
reading
much of
new
a
book on the
personality.
subject, jotting down his own thoughts in his journal that he always carried on his person. When he was on break, he'd be scrolling through Amazon, looking up new literature on the subject, trying to gain every bit of knowledge that he could. If you engaged with him, even a little bit, undoubtedly the subject would come up, and he would attempt to get the other party interested in his musings. Most of the time, he
I heard
was
Seven
unsuccessful,
saying the
but people
Fire
often
Emblem
allowed him
Engage
to
theme
ramble
today
on.
was
Alex's
pretty
life
good.
was in a transitional period of time in late summer of 2017.
Told if he hits 3,000 on
He was
the
working at a
extra
coffee shop
life,
in Wisconsin,
he'll
while
do a
also working
duet with me
part-time as a substitute
on the
teacher,
same
longing to go back
theme
to school
song.
and beginning to think about what he
Guys, you
wanted
guys
to do
know
with
I
his
love
life.
Fire Emblem
And then
Engage,
he met
and I
Ezra.
love its theme
Welcome
song
back
that
to
much
another
more.
episode of Dreading. Or if this is your first time here,
That's why we had to
welcome.
delay the
Today,
stream, 'cause
we
I
will
had
be
to hear him
revisiting the
sing.
case of Ezra McCandless, this time focusing solely on the murder of Alex Woodworth. This video is the
pretty
second
good.
portion of our coverage on Ezra. We'll be briefly going over the story so far, but I do recommend you watch our first video before this. This video would also
I've
not
already
be
sung it
possible
how many
without the
times? I
help
pretty
of
much sang it
Rottweiler
every time we booted up the
Investigations, which is
game.
one of the best channels for uploading high-quality
I know this
trial
song like
and
the back of my
interrogation
hand,
footage.
baby.
I'll be leaving a link to their channel in the description box down below, along with their PayPal and Cash App links. I cannot recommend
Cash
their
App.
channel enough. If you like our content, you will probably love theirs.
Probably. I don't
Before
like their
we
Cash
properly
App
begin this
though.
video, we need to summarize the story that came before it. If you've already watched our first video, a timestamp will be left below to skip this review of the case details.
Ain't
Ezra
that serious?
McCandless was a 20-year-old woman who lived in a state of flux. She was an incredibly smart, outgoing, and enterprising person, and those who were close to her would comment that she would turn herself into
It's like
whatever
the
she
bigger
needed
whistle
to be for
upgrade
someone,
sometimes
as if
fucks
she
me
had the
over
ability
in
to
these
change on a
more
dime.
cramped
To some,
sub-levels.
she was a shot of adrenaline, pushing them
Of
to
course,
do
these
things
sub-levels
they'd
that are
never
really
done
cramped
before,
and all that
making
are
them feel
all the
alive
more
for the
common
first time in years.
later
To
in the
others,
game.
she was a deep thinker who enjoyed the quiet
Long after you
pleasures
get
of
the
life.
big whistle
And to others
upgrade.
still, she was an attention-hungry liar who didn't care who she hurt to get what she wanted. When Ezra was 20, she wanted to be known as a free-spirited, struggling artist. Though her parents offered her free housing and asked very little of her, she would portray them to her friends as being harsh, vindictive people who put way too much pressure on her. To escape their oppressive control, Ezra would spend the majority of her days at Racy's, a coffee shop in Eau Claire that catered to all walks of life. She would talk about the coffee shop wistfully, stating that it was a melting pot in the city, and that people go there to engage with other people, unlike chain shops like Starbucks. She was well known by the majority of people who frequented Racy's, as she would spend all day there and talk to whoever entered the door. And it was there that she met her boyfriend of 8 months, Jason Mangle. Jason was 13
the guy.
years her
There he
senior,
is.
a piece of information she kept from him when they initially began dating in the summer of
cock in the
2017.
flesh.
He worked as a medic in the National Guard, a job that would take him away from Wisconsin for weeks at a time. But from the moment the pair met, they claimed to only have eyes for each other. At the time,
We've
Ezra
acquired
didn't have
the
a working cell phone,
Princess
so they kept
Pearl.
in contact via Instagram, and she informed Jason that her life was anything but perfect. She indicated to him that she was struggling at
Okay,
home
that's the
with
last
parents
treasure,
she
but we still got
described
some
as
enemies up
controlling.
ahead.
Her mother was always on her case about getting a job and moving out, and her father was constantly telling her that it was unsafe to drive her car without insurance. She described feeling claustrophobic in the shared home, and opined
Sounds like
about
they
her
were just
lack of
giving her life
finances
advice.
to the older man. stating that though she had tried job hunting, there was no way she could afford to live on her own if she found employment. She purposely made it seem as if any
There's no
attempt
job
to
I can
improve
get
her
that
life
pays more
was
than
hopeless
streaming,
to her
Mom and
romantic
Dad.
partner, implying
So
that
I'm
he
just
was
gonna
the
have to
only one who could truly help her.
freeload off of you
Weeks after the pair had
forever.
met and begun dating, Jason would ask Ezra to move in with him and his roommate, with them agreeing that she wouldn't have to worry about paying for anything until she had a job. Ezra was seemingly over the moon with this turn of events, and the pair became even more inseparable than they had before. Jason would describe Ezra as being energizing, pushing him to do things he'd never thought he would.
Oh,
Nearly
for
every day
fuck's
with her
sake.
was an adventure, but there were some drawbacks as well. After Ezra had moved into the shared apartment, she had begun to display some troubling behavior. She became controlling over Jason, not wanting him to spend time with anyone outside of herself, although she wanted to spend time with others on her own. She would routinely tell him that she didn't approve of some of his friends, and if they were trying to hang out with them, she would accuse him of talking negatively about her, which she claimed was emotionally
I didn't know the
abusive.
Purples could do that
She
to
would
these
state
guys.
that he
That's
shouldn't
news to
want to hang
me.
out with other people without her, and the fact that he was
Said I probably
comfortable being
could've
away
tried
from her
earlier.
was a sign that he
Yeah,
didn't
it's
truly
fine.
love her, and if that didn't work, she would tell him if he left, she would hurt herself. These arguments would usually end with Jason apologizing
The upcoming
to
parts
his
has the
significant other
most
for trying to see his
enemies
friends.
in
Soon,
a
he was
single
isolated and only speaking with
sub-level.
people that Ezra
Oh
approved
boy,
of.
oh
But that
buddy,
was
oh
far from the
pal, I'm
only
so
issue between the
excited to hear
couple.
that news.
Jason would have a hard time dealing with how outgoing and flirty his partner was, especially with other men. On a number of occasions, Jason would bring up to Ezra that she was
Jason.
extremely physical with other men, and that it made him feel
Jason.
jealous. She was far from understanding about this. She would accuse Jason of trying to control her and being sexist towards her. She would argue that she engaged with men and women the same way, and that his assertions that her relationships with her male friends are anything but platonic are his own issues that he is projecting onto her. The end of these discussions
You're
we usually
projecting your
see
issues.
Jason apologizing
You're the
to
crazy
Ezra
one,
and
not
promising
me.
to do better, but unsurprisingly, Ezra was in fact cheating on Jason with multiple people.
Oh great,
Namely,
yeah.
two people that
Tell me
Jason
again
felt
why they had
close
to go this way.
The first
Tell me why
person
they had
was
to
his
go
best
this way.
friend,
Tell me,
John
tell me.
Hansen. John
Tell me
and
why they
Ezra
had to
begun
cut this
sleeping
way
together
when there was a
Jason
path over
away on
here.
military assignment for 2 weeks. Jason had asked his friend to check in on Ezra while he was away, just to make sure she was okay.
Smart-ass
And in that
fucking
time,
Pikmin.
the pair had begun a BDSM relationship and had sex on Jason's bed. Jason found out
Whoa,
about this
on the
affair
bed?
after seeing
I don't think
text
we heard that
messages
last
between the
video.
two, in which Ezra
On
sent
the
John
bed.
the following: "Are you going to pound this anytime soon? Just let me know when I get
Gonna
my
pound
next
this
in and
anytime
out.
soon,
Winky
baby."
face. Also, hanging and doing art agon would be nice because you're more than a good dick." When Jason discovered
You're
these
more
text
than a
messages,
good
he felt
dick.
as if he
You're a
was losing
dingus.
his mind. The two people closest to him had lied to him for weeks, and he didn't know what to believe.
It's 4
How
p.m.,
long had
honey.
they been
Time for
lying?
your daily
How much of
mating
what they
press.
told him was even true, and how
I
had they been able to so
guess.
easily conceal such a monumental betrayal. He immediately confronted his girlfriend, and she denied any wrongdoing. When she realized that he had indisputable evidence that they had had sex with another person, she claimed that it wasn't what it looked like. John had sexually assaulted her. John too denied that the pair had had sex initially, only admitting to it after Jason told him he had seen the texts. But when he was told that Ezra was claiming that the sex had not been consensual, he adamantly denied that, stating that it was Ezra who had come on to him multiple times and that the texts proved that. Jason, not knowing who to believe, would tell Ezra that if she was telling the truth, she needed to talk to the police, and Ezra, not knowing how to argue against this, would eventually file a police report. In our first video, we reviewed the interview between Ezra and Officer Vang, and reviewed how she lied throughout
Just
it.
admit
It was
you
honestly one
lied,
of the
lady.
most disturbing things we've had to watch for this channel, as she was able to lie so convincingly that if we had not seen direct evidence that proved she was not being honest, we probably would have believed her. The police opened an investigation into Ezra's claims, and were only able to find evidence that the relationship had been consensual between the two, and it had been spurred on by Ezra. The lead investigator asked Ezra for any communication, specifically texts, that were sent between Hansen and herself, and she claimed that she had deleted them. Meanwhile, Hansen readily sent them over. They would also speak to one of Ezra's closest friends, and he would acknowledge that Ezra admitted to sleeping with John consensually, but stated she regretted doing it. This person was Alex Woodworth. Alex was 23 when he met Ezra at Racy's. He was working at the coffee shop and knew Ezra tangentially because she spent the majority of her free time there. She had made friends with most of the people who frequented
Oh yeah, she was
Racy's,
absolutely
engaging
wicked,
with
Green
anyone who
Lobster.
walked in
You've not even
as if
heard the
she were
worst of it.
bouncer. So
It
both
gets
Jason
even
and
deeper.
her
We're now in a
loosely knew
love
Alex,
trapezoid.
But it wouldn't be until after her relationship with Jason had begun that she approached the barista on her own, and they became friends. According to Ezra, while she was at the shop with her boyfriend, she saw the 23-year-old sitting at a table while on his break. He was furiously writing into his
why
journal
is he allowed
and
to
appeared
attack through the
enthralled
gate?
with whatever he was working on, which
I know
sparked
there's
her
holes in
interest.
the
She
gate,
detached
but
herself from Jason and
we thought it
approached
just
the
would
barista
block the
and
wind for
inquired
some
about what
reason.
he was writing. When he explained the philosophical theory he was working on to her, she quickly expanded on the concepts in a way that interested him, and the two got to talking as if they were already close friends. Alex wasn't used to this kind of response, as most of the people he spoke about this with blew him off, but Ezra was different. She actively listened to him, nodding along as he went over
actually,
the
fuck
concepts
you,
and reacting
Miyamoto,
as
for
if
that.
his thoughts were deeply important to her. She was engaged, so much so the two
Engaged.
spoke for a significant
Emblem.
amount of time.
Engaged.
So significant that it of course made Jason feel uncomfortable. At some point during the pair's initial conversation, Jason made his way over to his girlfriend and the barista, making Alex aware that Ezra was taken, but the two carried
Like they
on
do this on
chatting.
purpose.
Ezra
So you
described
used
his
Mamuda
disturbance
earlier
as
to
being
give all your
somewhat
Pikmin
annoying and
flowers?
territorial of Jason,
How about
and
no?
because Jason couldn't keep up with their philosophical conversation, he retreated. Alex
Yeah,
quickly
Jason was just
became
too
friends
dumb for
with
the
the couple,
philosophy,
joining
dude.
them on various outings and coming to their shared apartment often. But it was obvious that the real friendship was between Alex and Ezra. Ezra would often come to Racy's on her own, and when Alex would go on break, the two would go on walks together. They both enjoyed waxing poetic about difficult philosophical ideals, with their discussions often turning into
Sound like
intense
the most
debates, and Alex
insufferable
found
couple.
Ezra
I'm sorry,
to be just as
guys.
compelling as Jason did. Whatever he said, she had an answer for, and they would spend hours going back and forth, debating anything and everything. Initially, Jason was
But
incredibly
I'm
supportive
not
of the
sorry
friendship
about the
between his girlfriend
raid
and
with the
Woodward.
party of 16 from the Shroom Dukim. Big ups to the Shroomy sisters like Assassin and Shroom Dukim himself. I'm doing great, Assassin. It is a sleepy Pikmin Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday.
Could be worse.
And it's Shroom Dukim himself. 8 tier 1. We're 1 month at 14 months. 14 months is almost a year. I mean, it's a year and some change. Thank you for the re-up. Yeah. Pikmin 2, the return, the comeback. Pikmin 2 on a Sleepy Tuesday. As we are going over true crime, this is the tale of Ezra McCandless, a trashy woman who had 2 affairs with her boyfriend, whom she gaslit constantly. Actual gaslighter. It's a very toxic story here. We are in part 2 of 3. 3 whole parts dedicated to this crazy lady. Had an affair, boyfriend finds out, the affair is with the boyfriend's best friend. She's like, how do I get out of this one? Tries to spin the affair into a sexual assault. The boyfriend, the cuck that he is, believes her and tells her to go to the police. She has no argument against this and just goes to the police. And by Joe, they actually believe her. At least for a little bit. This is the portion of the story where we introduce main character, side character number 3, the barista, who is another person she had an affair with. So we have the boyfriend, the girlfriend, Ezra McCandless, and the 2 affairs that she had. Both with best friends of the boyfriend. That's ridiculous. She's a classic example of a crazy lady. When they say don't stick your dick into crazy, they're talking about women like this. Very manipulative, a expert gaslighter, a very interesting tale to say the least. We're not even at the part where she murders yet. I know this story, haven't watched Redding do it yet. Yeah, it's part 2 of 3. They got the interrogation footage. Because she got interrogated once when she made up the allegation, and she's gonna get interrogated again later, and then I think they're gonna go over the court footage too.
And would state that he had pushed them together in a way. He was quoted by
Oh yeah, here. I wanted to talk about this. The boyfriend was quoted here.
Whatever he said, she had an answer for, and they would spend hours going back and forth, debating anything and everything. Initially, Jason was incredibly supportive of the friendship between his girlfriend and Woodward, and would state that he had pushed them together in a way.
Why would you push? Why would you push her together with him?
I pushed them together at one time because I knew they both had similar viewpoints. He had some things in his life that I figured she could.
He already knows she cheated on him once. Why is he like playing matchmaker? That's your girl. Imagine you're the boyfriend, you have a girlfriend, and she's already cheated on you. You have for some reason, you have not broken off the relationship. You're like, okay, I can still make this work. I'm into open relationships. Maybe we can make this work. So she meets another guy at the coffee shop where you originally met her, and you're like, wow, man, here's my game plan. Let me just like ship them. Yeah, let me ship them. Let me play Cupid. Let me match them together. Let me create circumstances in which they can be alone, so they can take walks in the park when he's on his break and shit. Like, what's the matter with this dude? We're supposed to root for the boyfriend. The boyfriend is not the one who gets killed, by the way. He is still alive. He went to court to get on the witness stand and whatnot, but he's supposed to be the MC. We're supposed to root for him. I'm not rooting for this. So I've seen most open relationships start with people that I know that are in them. Like someone cheats or it's desperation to save the relationship. I don't even know if it's straight. Look, I make the joke about open relationship. I don't know if that's actually what the setup here was. I don't think Dreading ever describes it as an open relationship, but still, like, you think he would like rein in your woman. I'm sorry, I hate to say it like that, but you know, if you're not gonna break up with her, if you're not gonna cut it off, and you think you can still make it work, like at least lay some ground, like lay down the law, as DSP would say. Lay the ground rules down. It's not, because anything he would try to do, she would say, oh, you're gaslighting me, you're triggered, you're projecting, there's nothing going on here, when in reality there was stuff going on the whole time. You have to work that balance between being too controlling and like telling this bitch to cut it out. Oh, and this bitch that he's 13 years her senior. He's 13 years older than her. It's like their relationship, they're already generations apart as is. And she lied about her age to get together. It's a classic case where a woman desires a man that's much older than her. Normally, it'd be like the other way around. You think he would go after her because she was much younger than him. It was not like that. Alright, you got this guy.
Help him with, and I thought that he could help her.
Yeah, we gotta
with
keep
things
him
in her
on a
life,
leash, dude.
like she had
Make
with
us
Jason.
assassin for his
Ezra
watch
would
streak.
tell Alex about her personal issues, telling him that he was a sort of confidant for her. When Jason's work would take him away for weeks at a time, Ezra would rely on Alex heavily. She would tell the substitute
classic scenario
teacher
here.
that she
The
felt
boyfriend also
lonely
having
and
a job that
rejected,
keeps
and
him
that she
away
needed
from
someone
her
who
for
could
weeks
be
at a
with her.
time.
She would also tell Alex that she found Jason to be uncompelling at times, as if he couldn't mentally keep up with her. She stated she wanted to be challenged intellectually and didn't really know if she could get that with Jason.
Yeah, and having her, like, why? She shit talks him. She shit talks him multiple times behind the scenes. Like, why would you stay with her? She's calling you an idiot to the barista who she's cheating on you with. It's like, why? And it's not like he doesn't know this. He finds out later, but it's like by the time they finally break it off later in the story, it's a bit, I hate to say this, it's a little too late, right? But she's over here calling you stupid, mocking your intelligence, says you can't keep up with her. You're like 13 years older than her, you objectively probably have more wisdom than her, and she's over here talking shit behind your back. A relationship is supposed to be like a partnership. Why are you hiding stuff from him?
But it seemed she could get that with him. 3 months into her relationship with Jason, Ezra would become pregnant and get an abortion. Jason would isolate himself immediately from
how could I have
Ezra,
forgotten the
choosing to sleep on
abortion that she
couch
did
of their
not
shared
consult
apartment.
him
She
on?
was struggling with the aftermath of the decision, but was still dedicated to the relationship. In turn, Ezra began to rely on Alex more, and the relationship went from an inappropriately close friendship to an incredibly intimate sexual relationship.
Confident.
Both Ezra and Alex
She just
would
needed
state that they were
confident,
dating
dude.
and
Someone to,
engaged in
you
a full
know,
relationship.
tell all
And
her
Alex
secrets
would tell
to.
Ezra she needed to break up with Jason, but she would refuse, stating that she didn't know what to do. She told Alex that she loved him, that her relationship with Jason had run its course, and they didn't even sleep in the same bed anymore. But when Alex told her how the sneaking around made him feel secondary secondary, like she was going to discard him at any moment, she stated he should simply not think about it as much. The following is the journal entry written by Alex
Yeah,
about his feelings
I just
on the
don't think
matter.
about it. I'm
I
not
know
gonna
that
break
I'm
up
not
with
your
you.
priority. I am secondary to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for another is what you place your
Okay,
faith.
so this is Alex. This is the new barista, the second person that she's having an affair with the boyfriend on, and this is a journal entry he wrote. He feels like he is secondary to Jason, which is surprising because Jason is the one getting cucked here. You think the cucker, the one doing the cucking, would feel proud and prideful, but sadly, as previously noted, Alex is one of those philosophical smarty pants types who talks too much. So basically, I can relate to that because I talk a lot too, but I'm not philosophical. So he's gonna wax poetic here about how he feels as a result of him having to sneak around behind the scenes, behind Jason's back, that he feels left behind and secondary to Jason. Alex!
The journal entry written by Alex about his feelings on the matter. I know that I am not your priority. I am secondary to you.
Right,
I
fuel
believe that you
reservoir.
love me, but your love for another is what you place your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize. That means that you believe you will abandon me
it's
someday.
Wisconsin,
I am in
based
so
shot.
much pain
We
because you
ain't-
love
we ain't
me,
in the mean
and
streets
still
of
you hope
Connecticut.
to abandon me to my loneliness again. Can you
Missing
see
a
that your
treasure.
desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can I show you this? Or is my only hope to be that your priority cease to be, so for the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from? While Ezra was in a relationship with Jason, Alex was also Jason.
Ooh, buddy, you're trying to cuck a dude and you feel bad about it. You feel like you're secondary, so you have to do like a in real life live journal entry. So many of these cases that we cover here often bring up diaries or journals, like physical diaries and journals. I'm shocked that people still do that. Apparently you have to, maybe you gotta be a certain disposition, of which I am not. Like, I think if I were to do that, I'd probably do it on like a phone, or do they even still do live journal? Isn't that what live journal was for? We're going back, we're like regressing. It used to be back in the 2000s, you do live journal. This guy had a physical diary with which he waxed poetic about how he's not, like, he's cucking a dude, but he feels bad about it. He's like, how do you cuck a dude, but you feel like you're not the person winning in that situation? We got the impenetrable cookie.
Jason's close friend, someone he relied on through hard times. During the holidays, Alex would cut his wrists with a knife he was given as a gift, and instead of going to the hospital, he called Jason. The National Guard medic patched the wound.
So he cuts his wrist. He cuts his wrist because he gets into like an emotional distress, and rather than call an ambulance, he calls the boyfriend. He calls the dude he's cucking. Is that a Chad move or is that a cucked move? Because maybe it's a power flex, but the fact that you cut your wrists at all for attention, I don't know.
And spoke to Alex for a considerable amount of time afterwards to make sure he was okay. Jason felt incredibly close to the philosophy buff.
The cuck to
all the
Chad.
while,
He
Alex
needs a
and
little
Ezra
bit of
were
column
having
A,
an
a little bit of
affair
column
under his
B.
nose. The following is an example of some of the text correspondence between Alex and Ezra to give a general idea
Yeah,
of
cuck
how
a
they
dude
would
and
talk
act
to
like a
one
hoe.
another.
That's
A
really
lot of
what it
these
is.
texts are out of order because of how they were archived, but I've done my best to make them make sense. Alex, I know what
shower.
you mean.
The shower
I'm always
sublevels.
anxious letting anyone read
Be a lot of
anything
water in here,
but a
I
highly
think.
polished essay. My personal writing is raw. It's a little like being naked, haha.
Raw.
Ezra, I know what you mean. I'm always anxious letting write. It does feel like exposing it all. Flaws and weird writing quirks out in the open. Alex, one of my favorite phrases is, come as you are, flaws and all. So writing is good for that.
I bet you were
have
doing
weird
some coming,
ideas
dude.
about the matter, but I quite like seeing people as they are, flaws and all. It is more real and more ideal. Ezra, flaws
I can only
can be
imagine
pretty
what their
interesting but hard to
fucking
show. Alex,
philosophical
they seem more
conversations were
intimate
like, just
than our
going off
strengths,
these text
I think.
messages.
When we are vulnerable, we seem more true
Thank you,
to
Frank.
ourselves than when we are invincible. I love seeing flaws, blemishes, scars, tattoos, etc. on bodies. Mistakes, regrets, marks, and guilts in our memories. They make people, well, people, rather than scary others. We have have to put up a front to, but I've had too much to drink, and I'm getting flowery. We should exchange notes at some point. Underscored smiley face thing.
Jesus
Ezra,
Christ.
I was a very sleepy Ez and fell asleep on you. I love what you had to say about flaws.
I would like
think
to
true
get together
strength
and
is
exchange
showing
notes
them
with you
fearlessly
sometime. Yes.
And embracing them. I'm trying myself to let some show. I'd love to read your notes sometime. In a later conversation,
Was he
the two
trying to
had started
slide in the
sleeping
DM? Like,
together.
you're already in
Alex
the
stated,
DMs.
I was a
Did
very
he
unhappy
genuinely want to
person
compare
when I lived with
notes?
my family, with a lot of guilt. Being here brings that back a little. Ezra responded, just think of happy, sweet things and cute date things. That's what I do when I'm sad. Alex, I'll try. My
A lot of
phone
enemies in this
also hates
room.
this house. Ezra, you are such a Jimmy.
Might be the
Alex,
rune golem's
shush.
talking about.
I'm just me, only that. People would be jealous, but I wouldn't
JV
even
was
know
making
how much
noises when you
better
started
your
up.
booty looks
Might be
without any
time. It's
clothes.
Black
Ezra,
Friday, Cyber
OMG,
Monday. It might
I'm
be
blushing.
time.
Nobody knows how nice your cock is. Alex, but
newegg.com.
you do. I love how much you love my cock inside you. Ezra, I do, let's be honest. Alex, you're simply divine without anything on yourself. Their relationship was incredibly sexual and incredibly intimate, with Alex stating he loved Ezra on multiple occasions, and her saying it back. However, she showed
Is how
no
they talk
signs
to
of
women
actually
over in
wanting to leave
Wisconsin?
Jason. It was only when Jason had found direct evidence of her cheating that their relationship would actually end. Jason found out that Ezra had cheated on him with John and Alex the same night, and Ezra claimed that while Alex didn't technically sexually assault her, he did take advantage of her and manipulate her. She stated that she had opened up to him about what John had done to her, and after she told him she'd been unable to deny John's
you have a
advances
boyfriend to
because he
confide
made her
all that
feel
to?
like garbage, he decided to pressure her into sex. Though she didn't outright say it, she implied to Jason that her relationship with Alex, the one he was worried about for months and noticed was uncomfortably close, was actually a case of sexual abuse. Jason confronted both Alex and John at the coffee shop, distraught that the two friends had lied to him. Alex apologized
Why did you
to Jason,
lie?
but stated
Why?
that he had real feelings for Ezra. Shortly after this confrontation, Ezra would file her police report against John, and the investigation into the assault would begin. Almost immediately, the police found the messages between Ezra and John, as well as Ezra and Alex. Alex would speak to the police and inform them
Every time you
what
hear
Ezra had
Alex,
told
you
him
go,
about
nice.
John, and the investigation would be dropped.
This is like
At
a
this
golden
time,
story.
friends of
You hear
began to
Alex,
worry for him.
Alex,
They knew
and then
that
you
he
hear
had a
Jason,
sexual
Jason.
relationship with Ezra, and seeing how quickly she had falsely accused John of wrongdoing made them feel
It's
as
like
if
there's so
she
much
would do the
going
same
on
to him.
here.
What they didn't know was that she already had, privately to Jason. In response to their concerns, Alex maintained that he wasn't worried about it because he had months of text messages that proved that their relationship was consensual. The relationship between Ezra and Jason was still technically intact, but his
Nothing this
trust
being
in
the third
her
or fourth
had
little B
obviously
streams
been
where he's
broken.
not reviewing
he attempted to
classic.
get more distance from the situation, needing to take time.
Oh, what
to
is he
himself
doing? You're
to
not
get
telling
his
me what he's
bearings
actually
without her
doing. If
interference.
he's playing a
But
modern
she
game, then
insisted that he
at
needed
least
to
he's
spend
stepping
more
outside
time
his
with her
comfort zone.
to hear her out, and that she needed him to help her through the immense trauma she had just gone through. Despite the betrayal, she painted herself as the victim in the situation, and that if
As if
Jason
she would
left
paint
her,
herself
he would
any
be
other way.
abandoning her in her darkest hour. She would text him constantly, asking him if she could see him, and attempting to run into him organically. She bought multiple journals and filled them with passages about how
That's some
theirs
Wile E.
was an
Coyote
ancient love
shit.
that could overcome all things.
Oh,
and
hey,
she would try to
yeah.
deliver
Oh,
these
wow.
writings
We just
to
keep
him
running
by
into each
hand.
other, huh?
Jason would reject the journals,
What are
asking
the
her once
odds?
more to give him space.
What are
so
the
he could
odds he would
figure
be
out
here
what
at
he
this
wanted,
time of
but she
day?
wouldn't. She would send him letters and emails, waxing poetic about how betraying him had broken her to the core, how she had been so foolish to be manipulated by both John and Alex. She wrote about how both men had preyed on her weakness, and not so subtly implied that her own actions in this situation were not her fault.
NBA
Jason had left
2K24?
her on her own,
Hey,
after all, and he knew
oh wait,
she
no,
was
I don't have that
fragile.
game.
Jason would tell CBS News, quote,
I have
"She
last year's
wove these
NBA.
tales about these manipulative, vindictive men who tried to take me away from you, Jason. It's not me, it's them. I spent 8 months constantly being toyed with. It was like, I can't trust you anymore. You think they're little white lies, but they build up, and they build up and build up. And before you know it, there's horrifying things happening." Her writing during this time clearly laid out how she hoped Jason would conceptualize what happened. He would view Ezra as the victim of the two men who wanted to use her for sex, and overlook how deeply inappropriate her actions had been. She wanted him to ignore the fact that he had asked her directly about Alex for months, and how she had manipulated him into believing that he had been seeing things that weren't there. She wanted to
Used to
wash her
buy
hands
every
of any fault in
$2K,
this
$200,
situation,
oh,
despite the
$200
fact
NBA
that the
2K until
fault had
21.
been entirely
They lost
hers.
their way.
While this was happening, she was still seeing Alex. It wouldn't be until February 24th,
$200 edition? What the
2018,
fuck did you
that
get with
technically
it?
broke up. Ezra
A
texted
million
Woodworth
VC?
to tell him she no longer wanted to speak to him.
gotta build
and to
my
not
team,
look at
baby.
her when she went into Racy's for coffee, but she was
I bet
still going
Blooper
to
still
go there,
buys the
even though
$200
there were plenty of
editions.
other coffee shops in the area. Alex was hurt, but he understood and didn't try to contact Ezra again. She told Jason that she had finally ended things with Alex and went further to claim that the story about the affair had spread to all of their friends and had led to her being publicly slut-shamed, with someone writing her phone number on the bathroom wall of Racy's.
No!
But we don't know who did this, given her constant attempts to
Her
victimize
docs on the
herself in
bathroom
order
wall?
to manipulate the people in her life. It's likely that she did this herself in an attempt to win favor with Jason and to look like a victim and get him to talk to her. And it worked.
Yeah,
At
that
some
tracks.
point, Jason went back to Racy's and covered up the phone number, choosing to write a statement on top of it that
Wait a second. To get attention from Jason, she wrote her phone number, her docs on the bathroom wall, and then cried about it and acted like it wasn't her who wrote it. And then, believing her after all of this, Jason went to the coffee shop and scrubbed the phone number off?
that he and Ezra had said to each other often. He had relented to Ezra's incessant messages, and they had begun
This
talking
dude's
again,
cracked, man.
although he maintained he didn't know if he wanted to be in a relationship with her anymore. She continued to message him, telling him that over the last month, she had journaled about the demise of their relationship and felt more than ever that she had been taken advantage of by both men. Ezra went further to say that John and Alex had seen how sad she was when he was away, how fragile she was, and had used that against her.
Fragile little flower who wouldn't hurt a
to see if he
fly.
really believed that she was the kind of person who would do this to him, because if that was the case, they shouldn't be together. On March 21st, 2018, Ezra and Jason exchanged 600 messages. The first few messages in their conversation were Ezra encouraging Jason to work through his negative feelings against her. She was coaching him on how to get the thoughts of her cheating on him out of his head, and how he needed to look towards the positives in their
600
relationship instead of
messages?
focusing
I
on
just
the negative.
fucking call
When he
him.
said he couldn't trust that there were any positives, as he wasn't sure she had been faithful to him their entire relationship, she told him that it would get easier with time, and that he just needed to trust her. She then told Jason that she wanted to see Alex
Why are people so
one
afraid
last
of phone
time,
calls?
just to get some closure.
It can't be a
This
generational
obviously
thing, because
greatly
DSP
upset the
fears phone calls
33-year-old.
too.
He asked her what exactly she felt like she needed to say to the man she had cheated
It's
on
more
him with.
easier to just
What about
text,
their
dude.
relationship, which she said
Not when
was
the
predicated
conversation
on
goes 600
manipulation and
text
abuse,
messages
felt
long in a
unfinished.
single
To which
night?
Ezra stated she wanted to have the last word, to tell him off properly. Ezra implored Jason to understand. It wasn't like she was attracted to Alex or even had been emotionally connected to him. She just wanted to, quote, take her power back. However, this assertion that she had
Girl
to see
power.
Alex had the opposite effect than she intended on Jason. That night, the medic had seen a mutual friend of theirs who had informed them of Ezra's relationship with Alex, and they said the relationship was deep and significant. Definitely not the one-sided, manipulative affair that Ezra had painted it out to be. This friend reminded Jason about how Ezra and Alex had been extremely close, to the point of stating that they were the other's best friend, and that
Why
Ezra's
would you give her
statements about
any
Alex
benefit
being
of the doubt after the
manipulative
first
and preying on
affair?
her didn't account for how she actively chose to lie about their relationship. This reminder shifted something in Jason, and he began to shut himself off from Ezra once more. And fearing that Jason was really done with her, Ezra began to spiral. On March 22nd, 2018, Ezra was acting strange. She never left the house without making sure she was perfectly together, but she hadn't put on any makeup and her clothes were disheveled. Those who knew her would state that appearances meant a lot to Ezra, and to go outside without any makeup was not like her. She drove into Eau Claire in the morning,
Yeah, she's one of
stopping
those,
into Racy's to get a coffee.
No,
There,
she isn't one of
she
those
ran
all
into
natural
Jason,
types.
who was shocked to see her. She told Jason that in their month apart, she had turned over a new leaf, and she was planning to move out of her father's house and come back to the small town. Jason would state that she was acting strangely during this conversation, and that there was
Yeah,
a
she was acting
fire
like
in
a
her
fucking
eyes.
adult.
And for the first time since he had known her, she paid for her own coffee.
What?
And do you recall working at Racy's on March 22nd, 2018? I do.
Oh, is this
And on that
fucking?
day, did you
Is it like
see
a
the
progressive
defendant
coffee
come
shop
to
where you
Racy's
just
coffee
pay?
shop?
You
I
pay
did.
whenever. Oh, pay
Can
what you
describe
feel
for
like it's
me,
worth.
what
I
the
hate
defendant
that
did when she
shit.
came into Racy's, what you observed her do?
She came up and
What's
she
the
ordered a
incentive to
mocha
pay then?
from me. She paid me, tipped me,
And then she talked to people that were seated at the counter.
So what made you think there was something off? Oh yeah, she actually paid for her fucking coffee.
A little bit unusual? Yeah. And why was that unusual? She rarely paid.
Rarely.
Never tipped.
Bit charitable. Never tipped?
Can you describe for me the defendant's
Never
appearance
tipped.
that day? She wasn't wearing makeup. She looked pretty solemn. Can you continue?
Yeah, I prefer emails, JC. Clearly.
Was wearing pretty plain clothes. So, fair to say she looked different than you remembered her usually looking? Yes.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor during your contact with her that morning?
Yeah, there are stores like that, Pim Pam. And extremely progressive places. Yes. They're never in business for too long.
So you were going back and forth between the dry cleaner and Racy's.
I figure it's one of those places if she can get free coffees like that. Or maybe she just gets free coffees because she's a woman.
Let me just, what time approximately was that, if you recall?
I honestly don't recall.
Morning time?
How did the baristas not hate her if she never tipped?
Do you remember where you were when you first saw the defendant?
I was sitting on the bench, I believe with Maxwell and a few of the other regulars.
The bench outside?
The bench outside Racy's, yes.
Did you have, without getting into the content, any conversation with the defendant?
Very brief. We might have passed a couple idle words, but not much. I was more confused than I was, like...
Did the defendant
yeah, maybe sweet talking the patrons to pay for her. Because according to the story, she was there all the time.
Did you
like that coffee shop was her place to meet up with all these guys and introduce herself.
She was a little fired up.
When Ezra left the coffee shop, Jason couldn't help but feel like something was deeply wrong. Knowing that she had said she wanted to see Alex to tell him off the night before, the person she claimed assaulted her, he felt like he was obligated to make sure she was all right. Jason hoped that she hadn't actually gone to see Alex, and decided that he would ride his bike past the barista's house just to check. If she was there, he would hang around to make sure she wasn't taken advantage of, but if she wasn't, he would forget the entire ordeal. He rode to Alex's house and quickly spotted Ezra's 2003 Chevy Impala. The car was still running, music was still playing, and the driver's side door was wide open. Jason didn't know what to do. His mind was racing, and he began to pace outside the house for nearly 45 minutes. He hoped that in that time, Ezra would come out, but the longer she stayed inside, the more sure he was that she was being hurt by Alex. Eventually, he resolved to go inside and see what was happening. He entered the home and found Ezra and Alex talking intently. When the former lovers spotted Jason, he claimed that they seemed emotionless, and they no longer looked like themselves. In hindsight, he would state that it was obvious that they were talking intimately, like they had throughout his relationship with Ezra, but his intrusion forced them to stop. The medic told the pair if they wanted to keep talking, they should talk in a public area. That way no one can be taken advantage of. They agreed, but right as all three of them
even continue the relationship at all if that's something to be concerned about?
Had seen Jason pacing outside of the home earlier, and thinking that he was up to no good, called the police. The following is the dash cam footage of that interaction, as provided by Rottweiler Investigations.
And said they saw you park your bike over here and then walk over there.
Ah, yes. Here we are, beautiful Wisconsin.
My girlfriend's car, or my ex-girlfriend, we're kind of in a situation. And
a situation, yeah, that's a way of putting it.
The guy that
certainly is a situation.
Is involved in an assault case that she's with.
And the first thing I will do is tell the police all about it.
And when she went to him for consolement, I was gone on military orders.
Okay.
She went to him to talk to him about stuff, and then he kind of took advantage of her too when she wanted to talk to him, I think today about some stuff, and I was paranoid.
Oh, yeah, no. Look at this.
Okay.
So,
I have to use blue Pikmin here.
Who's the girlfriend?
Wait, Olimar!
Okay.
He kidnapped Olimar!
Was the door standing open over there when you got there on the car?
I knocked like 3 times. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scuffle or anything. So, knocked, yelled, opened the door, and I heard her say, "Let him help you. Let him help you." So then I said, "Hey, is everything okay? Is everyone all right now?" I mean, I'm a medic in the military, so like, I was paranoid. I was paranoid that someone was going to do something irrational.
Okay. And they're in the
something
house
might
on the
happen.
corner here,
Let me pace
or-
around outside the house for 45 minutes looking suspicious.
I just saw the door to the car was standing open too.
Yeah, I wanted to turn her car off. Her car was running, so that's why I was like worried because it was running. And I was like, okay, what's going on? Like, what's going on? Is everything okay?
Okay. Do you have any ID with you?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, headquarters is 10-2.
Sorry.
Jason, you live in town?
Roger that.
Roger, roger.
Just worried. I don't think he's dangerous, but I don't know.
Do you know what his name is?
Alex Woodsworth. Okay. Woodsworth. I think it's Woodsworth or Woodsworth. 388.
6884.
Roger that. You mind if I grab my bike quick?
Just give me your address here and a phone number, and then we'll let you head out for now.
Oh, I'm not going to head out. I'm just...
You can head over there. Okay. I'll go and check on them. What's your address?
Why did he stick around? They gave him an owl. He didn't have to stay.
And a phone number?
715-225.
Just give him your social security while you're at it.
Okay. You can go over by your bike.
Oh, big up Sinza Croy. Thank you for the kitty.
Only 108 headquarters, 1029.
We're doing true crime plus Pikmin 2. I'm in one of the hardest caves in the game. The Cavern of Chaos.
Hi. Is everything okay here?
Hey everybody, everything okay in here?
Somebody called us kind of worried because they saw Jason come over here and he was going in the car and they weren't sure what was going on.
No, everything's fine.
Everything's fine? Okay. Do you guys have any idea?
So he can't be hurt by his own bombs, but if his buddy's bombs hit him, the damage counts.
They were just a little worried because they saw the car running over here and they weren't sure what was going on and all that jazz. You want to just slide it out of there? I don't want to take your wallet from you.
I have this, and I'll find my license. Okay? Sorry.
That's okay.
It's in here somewhere. I just always have trouble finding it. That's not it. Does that work for an ID?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. My license is somewhere in here.
That's okay.
You know, I just usually have it.
1194. That's
How
an
big is
easy
this
birthday
game?
to remember.
Oh, just a square.
It really is.
Alex, what's your phone number?
715-220-7685.
Yeah, I need the whites for the poison guard
here?
coming up.
What's the address, sir?
511 Cameron Street.
Sorry for all this, like...
It's okay. It's okay. I'd rather come here and check and it be nothing than have something bad happen. Ezra, where do you live?
I live 36794 25th Avenue.
She speaks kind of like Leanna. Doesn't it sound like she's putting on kind of like a baby voice? I don't know, the voice kind of sounds put upon. Oh, I'm just a cute little itty bitty girly whirly. Ooh woo.
And a birth date, Ezra?
October 6, 1997.
And a phone number for you.
Currently, it would be...
Hey y'all, it's another Panda playtime.
644.
Oh wait, these Mexicans outside are being way too loud.
5100.
Whoa, the maternal sculpture.
There you go. You guys are good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. We're good to go. Everything's good. They're okay. Everything's fine. I'll take care of it, too. No problem. All right. You have a good day.
I imagine maybe, hey troll channels, how you doing? Oh, I can actually hear Panda saying that.
After the officer
It sounds like
spoke to
something she
everyone
did
and
say,
confirmed
and
that
not something
everything was
Jordy
above board,
said.
Ezra drove away from the home with Alex sitting in the passenger seat of her car. This would be the last time anyone outside of Ezra ever saw him.
Dun, dun, dun. Ah, yes. So following this completely, you know, it was a neighbor that called the police. It wasn't Jason. Jason was just being suspicious, pacing outside of Alex's house, that it triggered the suspicion of a neighbor, and the cops were called. By complete chance, that is how that footage was obtained. That's why that footage exists. Immediately afterward, Alex and Ezra get into a car, and it's the last we see of Mr. Philosophical Barista. What happened to him? Well, I mean, he already spoiled what happened. But here's what Ezra claims happened.
A little over 3 hours later, a call was placed to emergency services.
Second. I'm County 911. What's the address of the emergency?
This is Don Sipple calling, and I have a young lady that just came to my house, and somebody attacked her, and she needs a doctor.
Very believable story here. Very cool.
And what is the address you're located at?
What?
What is the address you are at?
E7614, 430th Avenue.
Okay. And is she injured?
Yeah, she's injured. Her mouth is kind of got some blood around it, and her toes are all torn.
Oh, final floor.
Okay. And she's by herself?
She's by herself. She walked to my house here just recently.
See what we're gonna find.
Can you ask her what her name is?
Oh, I'm so scared, you guys.
Just hold on a second.
Okay.
What is that? What is that? It was like a tongue. Oh no! No!
You don't know?
He rage quit.
She's in kind of bad shape. She just says she don't know.
Okay, let me put you on hold. Do not hang up. I'm gonna start some help. Okay.
I didn't know their moveset. I didn't know what he was gonna do.
Right, Don,
I didn't have him downloaded yet.
Okay. What is your middle initial?
My middle initial?
Yep. I never fought that boss before.
Your date of birth?
11/29/28.
Okay.
This is why Miyamoto made it so the game always saves between floors. Because he knows this game is bullshit. He knows he designed the enemies in such a way that it would incite you to rage quit multiple times.
No, she said she was attacked, assaulted, and...
What?
Okay. And,
let's run that one back. I saw he created boulders too, so he's already my favorite boss.
I didn't discuss that.
Okay.
I see a pulsating thingamabob on his underbelly.
So the ambulance is on the way?
Yep, ambulance and officers are on their way. I'll stay on the phone with you as long as I can.
Okay, I'll hang on.
Okay.
I hit L, and I tell them to run away, and they decide to magically, with their magical, amazing African-American powers, run straight for the boss.
16, 19, 25 seconds.
Coming for help. You're coming for help.
So besides her bleeding from the mouth, do we know what other injuries she has? Does she look like she's injured anywhere else?
Yeah,
I hate having the reset, but I'm not gonna exit with 29 Pikmin. 50 Pikmin dying?
And her pants are all torn.
I know I said earlier I should accept the hand that's dealt to me, but I ain't dealing with that. No siree. He's gonna rage quit.
Okay.
I was fucking pressing buttons, dude. At least I know the strat now. I gotta trick him into rolling into a wall.
She just walked to my door.
Okay. Can you ask her who did this to her? Or are you not
Repeat that, please.
Can you ask her who did this to her?
Oh, just a second.
Dude, he's got so many moves.
Do you have any idea who did this to you? Just hold on. No, she can't. She's
pretty distraught.
Upset, and I can see why.
Okay. John, do you have some type of blanket or something that you could get her to?
Yeah, already down to 57?
Sure, I can.
Okay.
Just hold on. I'm going to lay the phone down here a second.
Okay.
All right. I gotta get back. I know the pattern. Trick him into hitting the wall. Don't throw yet. Get out of the way of the boulders. Use the spray first, and then toss on his underbelly.
16:21, 59 seconds.
DSP's record of what? He didn't play this game. He even played Pikmin 4 after shilling it.
16, 22,
I don't know if that's a game you
35
guys want me to
seconds.
want to see me play. I don't
You
know.
don't have any
Maybe we'll
shoes on?
see.
Okay. Hands are all muddy.
Kind of rage quits in a single stream.
I think
Why do
she's
you know
probably
the
walked quite a
how?
ways. I don't know
Okay,
without
what's
shoes
his
how far
record
she
then?
came, but
Right. Okay. And is she outside of your
Are we
residence,
counting
or
like
where is she?
Street Fighter when he
she's
just
in- I got her
quits?
inside.
What
She's
about
inside.
COD when he just exits the whole lobby?
she's shivering.
Like,
know,
what
she's
is a
cold,
rage
so
quit?
you
There
got
was
a
no
good
rage.
idea that I should have thought of getting a blanket around her to keep her warm, but I got her sitting on a chair.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh my god. I had no time. No time to toss.
This isn't Keith.
Nope, this isn't.
Or is he working there yet? Keith Sunby?
He was in the jail, I know, at one point.
Oh, he was at that end of it.
Yep.
He's got such an awkward body.
This is a strange situation.
Lost two
one
there.
I've never seen, and I've been around a long time.
Yeah. Well, good thing you called. It's glad she made it somewhere safe anyway.
No, when I got her, brought her into the house, she wanted me to drive her to the hospital, but I didn't think I should be doing that.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. We'll get her the help she needs. We have an ambulance out also.
That's just what she needs, and
Yep.
we'll get her taken care of.
Yep.
All right, halfway through.
I suppose the ambulance will probably take 10, 15 minutes to get here.
Yeah, they're coming from Menominee, unfortunately.
Are you
so it'll be a few
kidding?
minutes,
They got stalled from sipping nectar.
Well, which station are they coming from?
From Menominee, they'll come from the downtown station.
I did see that, Juzzy, but like I saw that I restreamed yesterday, but I didn't know. I saw it, but I didn't know he lost to the same guy 14 times over. So there was timing people out for a talking deal on Singapore today. I didn't know about that. Great fucking game, Nintendo.
And did you say the blood around her mouth looks like it was dry?
A lot of power.
Yeah, it's a little on the dry side, yeah. Okay. So it must have happened a little while ago. I think she's walked quite a ways, maybe.
Ow.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to, I know the pattern for the boss. Why? And like the nectar itself is a trap. It fucks with my timing.
Don, do you have any family pets or anything?
Alright, is everyone here?
They're here right now. It's a police officer.
Okay. All right, I'll let you guys speak with him, Don. Thank you.
You bet.
At
That better
4:15
not.
PM,
Okay, they survived.
88-year-old Don Sipple found Ezra McCandless standing on his front porch. The young woman was covered in mud and blood and appeared
I
to have
lost,
survived
down
a
to
horrific
52.
ordeal. She begged
'Cause I
him
held the
to
L
let her
button
come
down.
inside and use his phone to call emergency services, stating she had just been attacked. Don called 911 and tried to take care of the girl as best he could, but he was unsure how to start. She was so thoroughly covered in blood that it was difficult to assess if it was her own and if she was actively bleeding, or if it
We're
was
really gonna be here for a while.
Felt certain that whatever happened, she had survived.
It's just because
an entire
the second
ordeal.
he hits
When
the wall,
paramedics arrived
I
on the
get
scene,
ready for the
Ezra claimed
toss.
she
I
had
forget
no idea
about the
what had
boulder
happened,
in the
that everything
moment.
had been a
The
blur,
boulders
but
are
she
like
asked them to call
programmed
Jason
to
repeatedly.
hone
The
in on
doctors
where the
treating her
Pikmin
noted
are,
that she had the word
not where they're
boy
gonna
cut in
be,
her
where
arm,
they
but
are.
Most of the injuries were superficial at most.
So you gotta
She had some
sidestep out
cuts,
of the way,
scratches, and bruises,
but then by
but
that
nothing
point
that
you're moving
seemed
away
like
from
she had
the
been
enemy.
brutalized.
You gotta
Moreover,
move
they
back,
noted that
and
based
then by
on
that
all
point he's already
cuts,
flipped himself
they had been
over.
self-inflicted, including the word boy. While being treated, Ezra would claim that she had no idea what had happened, and all she could remember was being afraid of Alex. When pressed on any details, she would immediately retreat, stating that any time she tried to think about what she had just went through, her mind would go blank. But when asked about the cuts in her arm,
And then
she
he gets
stated
shit like
that it
this where
was
he can't even
Alex who
toss
did
him
it.
on.
The only issue was the police had no idea where Alex was and where the incident had taken
He's
place.
fucking dead!
The next day, she would be talked to by Detective Proc, who had been the lead investigator in her sexual assault claim.
Oh,
He was
bro, I love
familiar with
Nectar
both
so
Ezra
much.
and Alex, and was asked to work on the case because he had already built a rapport with both of them. When he had been
I got
handling
ready to
Ezra's
toss
case
again,
against
forgetting
John
about the
Hanson,
boulders.
Ezra admitted that while she
And
was
that's
with
all I get
Jason
for the
Mingle
Nectar. Cool.
and believed him to be her
Very cool.
soulmate, she had also been carrying out an affair with Alex. Proc asked her about the relationship, and Ezra confirmed that it was consensual, but all that would
I need to
change
zoom out
when
for
he
this.
interviewed her on March 23rd.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, interview part the second. No time. Already, he's already rolling back up.
Hi, Ezra. How are you doing? I'm tired. Tired, yeah? When we get done, how should I hit the store? I'm on the inside? Yeah. Should she just sit here and I can get someone, or how do you want me to do that?
She can go back to her room.
Okay, you know where you're going to go then?
I just fell asleep.
Oh, sorry to wake you, Ezra.
It's okay.
How are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sounds like you've been through the kind of having a mess going on, huh? Alright, well, I'm here on kind of twofold. I guess kind of try to figure out, like where Alex might be.
Yeah.
So right now we can't find him. Okay, we can't find your car either.
Okay.
So that's kind of.
Why can't I get a cycle like that all the time?
How you're feeling, how you're doing.
Not great, to be honest. I was a little better this morning, kind of a little bit.
Good.
And then I had a meeting with the doctor and stuff, and they're trying to figure out which medications I should be on.
Okay.
Like that for depression and anxiety and stuff.
Before we go any further, let's break down this particular moment. According to Ezra, she had just survived a horrific ordeal, where her ex-lover had, at some point, carved the word boy into her arm. She was covered in such large amounts of blood that the emergency room doctors believed that she'd been stabbed
his
or
blood,
brutally
probably.
injured, but she was fine. Her wounds were shallow and superficial, and she was so physically healthy after the attack that the only thing she mentioned the doctors helping her with is getting her a prescription for her depression and anxiety. Say you went into the emergency room due to a breathing issue.
do that better.
You feel like you can't get enough air into your lungs.
I don't want to
and
accept
something
that.
feels
I'm
deeply
sorry.
wrong. Their job is to
39?
assess you to
That's
the
more than
fullest
half
of their
my
abilities
squad.
and decipher what is physically wrong with you. They would likely give
Not
you
really.
an x-ray, run a few tests, and make sure that your lungs and heart are healthy.
I don't know
If
if
they
Anna's
find
still
that
here.
nothing's wrong,
He's probably
they're
like
going to
halfway
send you
asleep
away.
from this
They aren't
fucking
going to sit
gameplay.
down and
I'm
talk
resetting
to you
too
about your
much.
anxiety and stress, and then write you a prescription. For that to be the one takeaway that Ezra has from her stay in the hospital is telling.
Well, that's great that you're meeting with these guys and getting some help and getting you the stuff that you need.
He's basically asleep. I wish he had better gameplay to fall asleep to.
I'm trying so hard in my head trying to get things to come to me, but they just, it's like...
Alright, this is the run. This is the perfect run here.
It keeps getting blocked out and blocked out and blocked out. And I get really frustrated with this.
Yeah, well, just take our time, okay? So I kind of want to walk through yesterday, okay? I've got some of this stuff, but
Hit a wall!
why don't you tell me about
Hit a
yesterday,
wall!
what you remember?
Yesterday, I got up in the morning and I got done looking at, because I've been journaling a lot.
Okay.
And I got up and I looked at the journals I was journaling and studying the journal.
Where are those journals at?
My computer, if you guys want it.
But I mean, where are they located?
Google Docs.
I know, but where's your
My dad's.
Okay, and Stanley?
Yep.
What a smart ass. Ah, yes, it is on the Google Docs.
Okay. All right, continue. Sorry about that.
And then, so I was journaling and checking my email to see if I have any emails from the place I started working at.
Okay.
And I had nothing, and I was watching a little bit of TV and stuff, checking on the dog and the cat, and then I showered.
What happened there?
And then I thought to myself,
You
like,
can't
I'm
circle
feeling
around.
really good today and really confident, like I should go return.
If you
some
charge
stuff
it,
that
if you direct them with L
As a
and you run
reminder,
around,
everyone who came into
eventually they're
contact with
gonna
Ezra that day
try to
said
charge
her
at him.
appearance was incredibly off. She was known for being diligent about her appearance, making sure her outfits matched
Fair.
and her makeup was done in a very specific way. But that day, when she went into races, she was disheveled. Her clothes looked thrown on, and her makeup wasn't done, and she seemed agitated to everyone who saw her.
So I was like, I'll do that, and I was like, gonna text Jason about him, but I didn't because I thought I would see him at the coffee shop, be like, hey, you're here. But I knew he was busy doing laundry and stuff today too.
Gosh, like, no time. There's no fucking time at
realized
all.
that when Ezra came to Racy's, she had done that to try and run into him after their text-based argument the night before. And this interview shows that he was right. She also had texted
right.
Jason that she was going to return some of Alex's things, as we know, and it had led to their dispute.
I didn't want to worry how much, so I knew my dad would be mad about it because he didn't want me driving because I'm currently trying to get insurance.
Okay.
I was like, I felt like, you know, if I take a step for myself to be confident, you know?
Okay.
So I went and I made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend.
Okay.
Didn't get the right angle to toss there.
And I went to Racy's.
Dude, he's done. I had to like the best one cycle.
I said, Max, I got the painting for you.
Lost 10 there.
So me and Max
Back
went
to
to my
40.
car and then we went to his house quickly to go. He went and got me 2 paintings.
The phone is at 5% while I'm exhausted. Doesn't matter what's on.
Okay.
Alright, that makes me feel 2% better. 2% better while you're at 5%.
Since he's not there, I'll just go finish.
I had the perfect first cycle.
The rest of my day because before I want to be home before 5 because I had to watch Dane, my dad's, I think his fiance now.
Okay.
His son. He's a really good kid.
Okay.
I see him when I work at the school.
Okay.
And I went to town and I was just feeling really good and positive and stuff.
Okay.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor during your contact with her that morning?
She seemed
likable for once.
In my opinion,
very
understandably sad, or maybe
okay.
Low.
So you were going back and forth between the dry cleaner and Racy's. Did the defendant eventually show up at Racy's?
Yeah, I thought it was off because she wasn't supposed to be driving.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor that caused you concern?
She was a little fired up.
And I went to town and I got the stuff from the trunk and I waited for Alex to get dressed and like ready for the day so that he could come downstairs and grab his stuff. And then he suggested we talk for a little while and I said, okay, I can talk for a while because your roommate's home, you know. So then we weren't alone. Okay. I think it's
halfway through.
Ezra is priming the detective here. The day before, she implied that Alex had hurt her, even though she never directly said what happened. But in all of their previous discussions regarding the sexual assault, she never said that she was afraid of him, that he had taken advantage of her, or anything resembling that notion. But now, a month after she broke up with him via text, told him not to contact her again, and he respected her wishes. She is stating that she was too scared to meet up with him in private, even though to be clear,
bro, I
she met up
love
with him in
Nectar
private
so
by
much.
going to his house. Alex had never been violent with her, nor were there any examples of Alex being violent in general.
Okay.
Dave was there, so we talked about kind of like just life and like how I've been feeling and like the situation we went through and stuff like that. And we just kind of talked and he seemed kind of iffy about it. He seemed pretty upset still.
Welcome back, Golem. Yeah, you did tell me.
Jason and stuff.
I hate everything about it.
This is how I feel and stuff like that.
I hate the AI. I'm trying to lead him away. The AI decides, hey, let me go charge him.
How heartbroken he was.
I hate the boulders. I hate how the boulders, as a result of the boulders, you have no fucking time to toss. I hate how the claw gets in the way of you tossing. The angling's fucked. Everything's fucked.
He thought that they would be rekindling their romance.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't bring this bitch back in the fourth. Kind of picked him for. I'm glad for it.
Of course he's concerned with stuff and he's just...
Was this your first retry? Yeah, let's say it was. Chat, that was the first retry there.
Jason was not on edge because life was really hard on everybody. Jason was on edge because a month prior, he had found out his girlfriend, whom he loved, had cheated on him with 2 of his closest friends.
Look, why did they do that shit?
That same person had convinced him
I'm
into
trying
thinking
to lead
that
them
both of those
away,
closest
and then it's like, hey, you know
friends
what?
had
Let me just break
sexually assaulted
away
her
and then fucking run
manipulated
into
her
him.
cheating on him.
Why
Despite
did
the
they do
fact
that?
all the evidence that was available said that she had willingly
Why
participated
program
in
this?
the
Like, oh yeah,
relationships,
yeah, I know
not
I'm
knowing
trying to be
exactly
led
what
away
to
from the
believe.
whistle.
Jason
Yeah,
liked to
I want
please
to target
with the
him.
hopes they could sort out what had happened. Still not knowing what to believe, Jason spent the next couple of weeks trying to avoid Ezra, telling her directly to stop contacting him.
I beat him like twice, Golem, but I didn't.
All the while,
I had like
she
what,
repeatedly
fucking
shows
30
up where he
Pikmin, and I
is,
didn't want to
tries
accept
to
it.
send him portions of her journal and tries to tell him that she is really the victim in all of this. And right when he begins to trust her again, she tells him that she wants to see the man that had sexually exploited her.
What
Of
is
course he was on
the
edge.
And then we were talking, and then Alex suggested we go somewhere.
Control's not on this
And I said,
page?
okay, that seems okay.
This is patently false. Jason was the one who recommended they talk in public because he was the one who believed talking privately
the
was
button
dangerous
to-
for
to
Ezra.
reset
She is
the-
also
the
doubling
motion.
back on what she had said about being afraid to be alone with him, but she doesn't realize that.
Okay.
It's still why?
So, continue.
And then after that, we were talking
What's
and stuff,
not?
and I was like, I really want to go to like a park and stuff, and I just remember I keep saying that, and then after that, my brain just starts to like.
So
That's always Miyamoto's
his
fault.
house talking. He's decided to go someplace to talk.
Can they stop? Can they actually like fuck off? What is wrong with these
If we
Pikmin?
actually went there or not, because I remember going to Owen Park, but I don't know if I actually got to Owen Park or not. That's the scary thing, because I remember the frog, but I don't know if that's from the other day or from.
Okay. What time of day do
Fucking
you
tongue
think you were
motherfucker,
there?
get away.
I don't know when I was there. I remember leaving the house around. I think
It's like you can't hit his claw, you can't hit his leg.
My dad
You gotta have like the perfect toss angle. And how much time you get to toss? You get no time at all.
Okay. So, did you guys leave Alex's house shortly after the cops came and checked in on you guys?
Yep, because I talked to the officer and said I was feeling fine and stuff, and he said everything seemed fine.
Okay. So then you left, and what vehicle did you leave in?
It's my car.
Okay. And then who was driving?
I was driving.
Okay. And then Alex was in the passenger seat?
Yeah.
One more.
Okay, and then what happened?
Ezra has already stated that she doesn't remember anything more than this, but the officer wants to see if he can coax more out of her. He likely doesn't believe that she cannot remember anything about what had happened, because selective memory loss, like this, without a head injury, is incredibly uncommon, and he needs to find Alex. At this point, they know that the blood she was covered in was not her own, so it's unlikely that
Deathless.
Alex is still alive. But if he
There you
is,
go. That's
they
right.
need to get aid to him as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And then we were driving, and I was talking about stuff, and he seemed a little upset about some things, and then after that, it just kind of gets funky, like
You're
in my
fucking
brain.
lobster
Like,
soup now, buddy.
It's like there's a blank slate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I was talking about kind of like
Pretty much first try.
counseling and therapy and stuff me and Jason want to pursue and things like that, and like how I don't think I want
Thank you for the engagement
him to
today.
be writing, like if
You guys
he
are really
does
engaged.
know
What the
who's
fuck
writing
is
and
that?
and stuff on the walls of races.
We have these silencer.
I know I was like, I understand your hurt and stuff also in the situation, but I don't think it's appropriate.
There's 2 more caves where that came
Talking
from.
about stuff like that, trying to get things settled between us, you know, because I haven't talked to him since then.
I wish Anne's phone was a.
Right for me to, like, express
I
my
wish Anne's
feelings, but
phone was
also
still
even
alive
though
to see this,
it's
man.
like, I also think it's right for the other person in the party
Okay,
to
we got
have
everything.
to be able to express their feelings to no matter what.
Alright. So, as you're driving around, this is what you're talking about. Okay, so then what do you remember next?
I remember
Oh, there's 2 more caves to go.
Alex started getting pretty upset about some stuff.
Yeah, we earned that. We earned the banana. Cave complete. Speaking of complete, you're about to get complete nonsense.
I don't dye my hair.
And because everyone was so supportive during that segment and not trolling and not typing LOL every time I rage quit and reset, I will attempt to sing along. I need banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana, squeeze the peel, it comes in and out, put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Act, and talk a certain way. Certain mannerisms. Certain over the top. Screaming at the top of their lungs. Jumping, flailing, constantly on camera. I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth. Tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Squeeze the peel, it comes in and out. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Squeeze up, peel, it comes in venom. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. When we hit the 250 vest streak, I will do a new vest and blah blah blah. Celebratory blah 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 there.
Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere.
Very nice.
Bubbles all over
Very
my
nice.
front
Very
yard.
nice.
There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's out of control tonight.
Man, he was playing Wii U too, so that was like his gamepad getting all the bubble fluid.
I also think it's right for the other person in the party to have to be able to express their feelings to
Big ups Mr. Bubbles.
So,
Even at the perfect time. I finished a daunting Pikmin 2 cave. There are only 2 much harder caves where that one came from.
about some stuff.
What was he getting upset about?
He was upset because he was upset because of John's
I wonder how caked and bubble fluid that gamepad is, because he pretty much never used it after DK64.
Like, I'm sure you might get questioned at some point during the case and things, and he seemed upset about it.
Okay, so we're a third of the day, a third of the way through the day. We got 2 more caves, and I don't have enough purples yet to carry the dumbbell out. Big ups Aqua Saber. You may or may not have seen the banana segment.
Knows that this cannot be true because he had already spoken to Alex, and Alex
Just beat the
had
Cavern of
absolutely
Chaos,
no issue
and we're
talking
looking to
about his
do the
relationship
other
with
2
Ezra
caves.
and what she had said in regards to the John Hanson allegations. Why would Alex get upset
The
at Ezra
return of
over the
Pikmin
potential
2
that he would have to speak
with
to law
true
enforcement if he
crime.
already had done so without telling her? While prior to this moment, it's likely he had his own suspicions as to if Ezra was being honest. At this point, he would know that she was actively lying to him.
Cavern of Chaos. And next we do the Hole of Heroes over there,
And then I
and
just
then the
kinda
Dream Den
remember
last.
just trying to explain myself and stuff, and then it just kind of gets like fuzzy for me.
This is the last treasure I need here.
Like all I can feel
Get
is,
nectar
like,
for my homies.
anxiety and like pain and stuff.
Okay.
It almost feels like kind of like if somebody would have blindfolded you, kind of feeling.
Okay. So then...
What's over here?
You get found in Menominee. How do you get to Menominee?
I don't know. I just kind of felt like I woke up and I was scared, so I was just walking down the road.
Where, like, what do you remember about that? I mean...
I remember being cold.
Okay.
And that my feet hurt really bad.
Oh, just some more spicy nectar flowers.
How about your car? What do you remember about your car where it was left?
I don't remember much about that at all, actually. I just remember being really cold. And just kind of like... It's kind of like the feeling of like you don't know what's happening, and you're scared, and you just need to keep walking and walking and running, and I don't know. Kind of like, I felt kind of like a scared animal. I don't know how to describe it.
How long do you think you were walking before someone found you?
Forget about this guy.
I really don't know. It's very... I keep trying to think
Wait, I missed some
about it,
Pikmin. Where are they?
and it just, it
Where they
feels
at?
like it just doesn't happen. Like, I
Got
try to
stuck
think
over
about it, and
there?
all I can feel is just the feelings, not like seeing.
Okay. Did you, so you guys were, you were located in Menominee. Do you have friends, or does Alex have friends in that area? Dunn County,
I
Menominee?
recognize the guy's name, the last name of the gentleman that helped me. I don't remember his face, but I recognize his. I don't remember the last name either, but I remember thinking to myself when I was sitting there that his last name.
I left them over here.
Was this nighttime or daytime that this all happened?
I think it was daytime.
Daytime?
Nighttime. I think it was in the afternoon.
Okay, let's park him here. We'll take the purples to go get the caterpillar.
So about 6 o'clock at night, our officer came down to the ER. Okay. So it happened before then?
Yes.
Okay.
I just remember when I was sitting there, just really like scared and confused and stuff, and my feet hurt really bad. But
So between the time of, let's see, the officers leaving your place at 6 o'clock, you
Like
don't remember
the use of
where
the
y'all
bamboo
went?
here. Looks cute.
no, I just remember being really scared.
Okay.
Wait, those guys got nectar? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Whoa, whoa, dude! Holy moly!
How about your phone? Did you have a phone on you? Do you still have the iPod, or do you actually have a phone now?
I don't have a phone, I just
I
had
lost
my
2 there, but I kind of don't
Was
care.
that with you?
Yeah.
Were you texting or talking to anyone?
I'm rich! I'm rich!
I don't know.
Review Tech USA!
Okay. Did you have it when you were found by Dunn County?
I'm swimming in nectar!
Figure out where I was because I kept telling them that I kept saying my old name for some reason. Because I know I'm Ezra, but for some reason I kept telling them I was Monica Carlin because that was my old name before when I was adopted.
Okay. How old were you when you were adopted?
Glitch out the red and stone sprays by pushing your not-controlled captain into it and drinking it as your controlled
I
one?
changed my name to Ezra about 3 years ago.
Welcome.
It just felt right, you know, kind of.
Yeah, I'm taking a sip of the whale tail gin.
Identity and stuff.
Okay. So you get picked
Damn,
up.
I'm like, okay, this is enough to carry me through the rest of the game, I think.
By who?
In Menominee.
I just
Like the whole of Heroes, all
sitting in a
elements,
chair in
obviously.
man's house.
Okay.
And then he called the ambulance.
I'm
and
missing
stuff.
one Pikmin. Where is he?
And then they took me to the hospital, and I've been here since then. I had to get exams and stuff done. And all my clothes.
Okay.
Why is he over there?
So you have no friends in Menominee or Dunn County or that?
A boss
And does he
cave?
know about Alex?
Full of only
I don't really
bosses?
know much about him when I think about it.
Okay.
I told them a lot of stuff about me.
No way, they're fucking purples. These are a hot commodity. I need these guys if I want to beat the game.
About himself. In their texts, he would tell her about his family life, his fears, his dreams. He was an open book. But Ezra didn't commit any of that to memory for some reason, likely because she didn't find value in it.
Did Alex
Come on,
have his
Tubby,
phone
let's
with
get a
him
move
when you guys
on.
were together?
No,
The president's
maybe
just as
I
tubby
know
and he
that
runs
might be
faster than
his
you.
house because he uses it as an alarm.
Wait, what the hell did the grunt come from?
Did you guys go to someone's house?
Where did the grunt come from?
Did you guys crash a car?
Ew.
I don't think I crashed my car.
I mean, if you did, I would like to know just so we can go find it. No, you're not in trouble.
I don't remember crashing a car at all.
Okay.
I think I really
Yeah, let's give this guy some nectar. He is so slow. All my purples have flowers. It's been a while since I had a leafy purple.
In Ezra
They're
attempting
really
to play up how
slow.
sensitive she is, she has ruined her own
All right, let's
argument.
do this.
She's
13
in the hospital
treasures.
after being found covered in blood with the word boy cut into her arm. She's claiming to have gone through
Onward
something
ho.
so profoundly traumatizing that her mind is actively blocking the memory so she isn't re-traumatized. And when the officer asks her if she thinks she crashed her car, she says she doesn't think so, but believes she would remember because those kinds of things really stay with her. Her initial response of repeating that she doesn't think that happened, but can't be sure, was perfect. If she had continued to say
A lot
that
of
she
creeping
doesn't know, she
chrysanthemums
can't
to start out
definitely
with. I
say,
see
and that she
1,
still
2,
can't remember,
2.
her statements would have been a bit more believable. But having such a firm denial of
Bunch of
something
jousters.
while also claiming to have no memory, therefore no ability to confirm or deny anything, is telling. She wants
You
to
go
tell
for the
Proc
first creeping
that she
chrysanthemum.
absolutely did not crash the car, because she knows that she didn't. But even in her attempt to keep her lies consistent, she slips up.
Were you on anything? I mean, were you on any drugs or alcohol
I haven't drank or done anything since back in February before I reported to the police.
If you would have done something, what would you have been doing as far as drugs?
I can't even think of anything.
Marijuana, LSD, cocaine.
Okay, that could have gone better. These flies out on the way.
There's none of that stuff at my dad's house or anything like that.
Well, is that the stuff that you would use, or?
I don't, if I ever did, I would have only like smoked a little bit of marijuana because there was a friend that I used to smoke marijuana with.
Okay, mushrooms?
No, those are scary.
Okay.
Mushrooms are scary. Yeah, you hear that, shroom?
If there's anything
all right. Too many enemies. Too many.
How would I find Alex?
I don't know.
Did he talk about wanting to harm himself? Or did he talk about wanting to harm you? Did he?
He's in the past talked about harming himself a lot.
Okay. Like, what does he say?
He would talk about how
Baby step floor?
that
Oh, so bosses come
he
later.
would get upset because I didn't like him fully the way he liked me, and that it made him sad enough to want to hurt himself, and he actually did cut his response, and it really scared me. And so I had Jason help him out because he's a medic.
There's no evidence that Alex cut his wrists in response to anything that Ezra had said or done.
Well, he did cut his wrist, but there's no way to determine that she was the cause of that. I mean, likely, because that was the current drama going on, but she doesn't know
During
that.
the time when I told him that I don't really think I could be in a relationship with him.
Now, check that out. Enemy was hiding outside of the designated arena where I'm allowed to walk.
He drinks every night there.
Okay.
He drinks quite a bit when he's there every night, and I would get a lot of long text messages that I didn't really understand, and they would just give me anxiety.
Don't spoil it. It's better when this game surprises me naturally with its RNG procedurally generated chicanery. People like to big up No Man's Sky, but it was Nintendo over here procedurally generating levels on the GameCube in 2004. Wow!
And
it's the corpulent nut!
I mean, the part that's baffling me is how you end up in Menominee.
I don't know, maybe if I got like pushed out or something, because I was covered in a lot of mud. I don't know.
Did you drive into a swamp? Did you drive into
I'm
a
about
lake?
to bust a nut. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's on the whole time, huh?
Again, she gives a
Hello.
firm no, then says she would have
I didn't even
remembered
know.
if she drove into a lake. When no,
Oh,
she wouldn't
shit.
have. She's trying
Thank
to
God I
feign
had
as
purples
if
with me
she
right
has
here.
some trauma-related
Mamma
memory
mia.
loss akin to hysteria. She is actively going against it by trying to clarify that there are certain things she would and
Caught
would
me
not
off
remember.
guard.
Did he drive into a swamp or a lake?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's the part that we're
You're milking
humans.
humans. These aren't humans, they're little creatures, and they got lots of nectar for me.
I just remember being really
They may as
scared.
well be cows. Milking cows is a good thing.
Being hurt.
By who or what?
You're milking the Pikmin's labor. It's okay. They don't ask for wages.
By him, like,
Therefore, they can't unionize.
harming me.
The best workers you could ever ask for.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He's been upset at me a couple times when I would go over because I was kind of seeing Alex for a little while because I was very confused. And he would get kind of upset when I was too sensitive or in
Wait
pain
for
and
it.
stuff during
Ah.
Who was Jason was or Alex was?
Why does he hit himself after he misses? He's the reason that he gets stunned. The enemy stuns himself after misses. He feel bad? Is he hitting himself because he sucks? Oh, I missed! Oh, I feel so bad, you guys. I'm just gonna
so far
fuck
as to call
myself.
Jason verbally abusive because he told her her makeup made her
Talk
look
about
like a
a
clown.
self-fell.
Ezra was not the kind of person who would keep a problem to herself. She told all of her relationship issues with Jason to everyone at
another
Racy's.
one.
She then told everyone about how Hansen had allegedly assaulted her after she made the initial accusations, and she told everyone about how her parents were incredibly controlling and belittling towards her.
He can't
Based
see
solely
shit.
on this
Well, he's gonna
habit,
see
it makes
stars
no
after I'm
sense
done with
that she
them.
would keep this piece of information to herself. Mind you, she had spoken to Detective Proc mere weeks before and hadn't mentioned that Alex had manipulated her into sex,
Okay,
or
looks
that
like
she
that
was
it's-
scared of
that's
him
everything.
or anything of that sort. Instead, she stated
No,
that
one
she
more.
had a sexual relationship with him while she was in a relationship with Jason.
Okay. Did Jason do something to Alex?
No,
Did someone else do something to Alex that he's not around?
I don't think so. I wouldn't think someone would, because like we haven't seen each other in a long time.
What about Jason? Would Jason do something to Alex?
Jason could never do anything to Alex. Jason is just too like he's not that kind of person.
Okay.
And I know that
Well, maybe help him out.
Alex and John are really close. Like really, really close, and that kind of scared me when I found out.
Alright, let me go ahead and use the rest of the nectar. Some purples here that don't have any nectar.
At John's house?
Maybe. I don't know. I just know that they're close.
Aren't there?
How do you know they're close?
Because people tell me they are at the bar a lot together.
Yeah, wouldn't let me toss them.
Also because she would actively make the two men she was secretly seeing hang out with each other for some reason. Which
Oh
is
yeah, because I gotta
incredibly
toss the
strange and a
bloomed
bit
one
sinister
first.
when you
I gotta
spend
toss
any
the
time
bloomed
thinking
ones
about it.
first before I can toss the leafy ones.
A long time
Leafy ones
ago,
are
Alex told me that
deprioritized.
John and him kind of wanted to start experimenting and stuff like that.
Alright, that was too easy. Where are the bosses at? Give me the bosses! He said this was a boss rush!
But is there any parks in Menominee that you would go to?
I don't know anything in Menominee.
How about in Dunn County?
I'm not familiar.
I'm gonna regret saying that.
I'm only familiar
As
with,
long
like,
as the plasm
I don't know
doesn't show
where
up.
that
I
is,
mean the water wave.
what part that is near.
Think about the Pikmin 3 final boss.
Anything. I only know like places around here. And
Ah
then
yes,
Stanley
my
and
good
Chippewa
friend,
and, like,
Didgeridoo Bug.
Minnesota.
I think that's his name.
Like Stillwater.
One that tosses the
Did you
bombs.
travel over to Stillwater?
What's next? We gonna get
No.
falling boulders?
I wouldn't go there because
What's that
there's
cricket
not really
enemy?
much there this
That guy
time of
also
year.
didn't come back
Prior
to
to
4.
this firm no, Ezra had been good about saying that she doesn't know, she doesn't think she would, and not giving out rigid yes or no answers, but immediately tells Detective Proc that she didn't go to Minnesota. She also immediately realizes the mistake she's made and says that she wouldn't go there this time of year.
How about your car? Does it have like a GPS or anything in it? Anything that helps track it?
And he's only annoying if you get the timing wrong and your Pikmin fall for his whistling.
Garmin GPS is that you can type in.
Like this guy.
addresses.
That one white Pikmin right there. That fell for it.
Because I think I gave it back to my mom.
Okay, but at one time it did, but you don't think it does anymore? Okay.
It's just really fuzzy for me right now, and I want to try to figure it out. The doctor is really bad, because I don't like the feeling of just not knowing what's going on.
Again, Ezra knows what's going on, and there is nothing that the doctors can give her to help her figure it out. Anxiety and depression medication doesn't help with memory
Nah, just give her a
loss.
pill and leave her
Well,
there.
you're in a good place, so I hope you try to figure that out. Because I would like to know what went on too.
Me too.
Right now your car's missing and Alex is missing, and I have no idea if he took it and went someplace.
No!
Or if you crashed. Or if
I
he
didn't
dropped you
see
off
the
and went inside and
bomb!
took off your car. I don't know.
Rage quit.
And that's something that we kind of would like to know. Do you know how much gas was in your car?
I'm trying to multitask
filled
at
it up
Dantori.
recently.
How was I supposed to know they'd uncover a bomb?
And stuff in there.
Did he have his wallet with him, do you know?
I thought it was easy buys.
I just know I had quite a bit of cash in there because I usually try to keep my wallet like in my car and stuff. Because it's pretty safe in my car.
Yeah. You mentioned something about all your stuff's on Google Docs. Hold on 1 second.
I have a different layout this time.
So, no parks or anything in Menominee that you would go to?
No.
Okay, do you think maybe he'd go out to John's house?
I just know they're close, but I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of or anything else we need to talk about right now?
Oh, is that it? Is that the egg that's gonna have the bomb in it? I just wanted some fresh nectar, dude.
Yeah.
I wanted the Kino.
So just so I remember correctly, you guys were no arguments going on at the house. You guys mutually got into your car.
What a
You started to
dick!
drive
What an
someplace, and as soon as you
absolute dick
started
move,
driving,
Miyamoto.
as
Why
put
would
it,
you
everything
design
goes
it like
fuzzy at
that?
point.
Yeah.
And then you're found a couple hours later wandering around in Menominee, but you have no idea
Impossible
how you got
sub-level
there.
RNG? What does that even mean?
Is there a place that you
Do
would
I even
normally
want to
go there and
know?
get covered in mud? Like, I know because you're an artist and you do that type of, you know, is there a place that you prefer to go for that type of shoots or photographs or to paint?
That kind of stuff I usually do in Stanley.
Okay.
At my parents' house.
Okay.
I didn't. My clothes are pretty gross yesterday because I felt really bad because I think I irritated myself and stuff.
Okay. When you say, like, how, I don't have any photos, so how covered in mud were you?
I know it was just this part of my pants and my hands and then not that much.
Oh, so there's no bomb
So
rock
your
that
legs and
time.
hands?
They had to take pictures and stuff.
I was ready for nothing.
Okay, who took those photos?
The nurse, the same nurse.
Okay, why did they take?
Treasure with the chance that it's
Those photos,
impossible
you know.
to collect?
Because there's a lot
Did
of,
no one play
there's,
test this shit?
ratings and stuff. My general region.
Okay.
That's why I told you guys about procedural generation. It never fucking works.
And from the analysis, the injuries appeared self-inflicted.
Okay. Did Menominee take any photographs of your exterior clothes?
No, just the nurses.
Oh, the cricket messes with your treasure radar too. I didn't notice that. Oh, that's pretty neat. I mean, he's so weak it doesn't really matter, but that's a neat
Right now,
feature.
or anything else where you might be able to think of, this is where my car is, or this is how my car got there, or anything along those lines?
Not right now, but I think I really want to talk to whatever therapist they're gonna have come in and stuff to see if they can help me through it.
Okay. I will leave my card at the front desk. Or have them put in your property. If you think of something, give me a call and I'll come talk to you. Or if you think of, hey, this is where the car might be, give me a call and we can maybe try to find it that way.
Yeah.
Alright, is there anything else you can think of?
Not right now, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Like I said, no, the big thing is I want to find...
I didn't know that guy sought out captains. I typically kill those before they have a chance to grab anybody.
So, I mean, like I said, if you crash or if you're going to put the car in the ditch, we just need to know you're not in trouble.
Yeah. I wouldn't think I'd be.
What a fucking fucking cap officer. Officer, I plead cap.
Or if it's stolen or something like that.
You're not in trouble, lady. You just need to tell us what happened.
Correct. But you don't think you don't remember driving into the ditch or driving off the road?
No, I would have remembered that because I've been in accidents and every time that's happened, I can't forget it at all.
Okay. So you don't remember the time from getting into the...
So, from what I'm to understand, she gets into the car with Alex. Alex, they drive for a bit. She claims she blacked out, wakes up in the woods, all dizzy and confused, and getting a raid from Almighty Goki. The raid with the party of two. We're watching True Crime and chilling with Pikmin 2. Thank you for the raid. Let's give you a shout out here. This bitch is cheating on her boyfriend with 2 other dudes, and one of them's dead, and she's obviously the murderer, but she's claiming sexual assault, and it's not really working out for her. So as I was saying, she blacks out, wakes up in the woods, stumbles about till she goes to that old dude's house, claims she blacked out, and has amnesia. The doctors take a look at her. She has no head trauma, so it can't be amnesia. She's fucking faking it, making it up as she goes along. They find the car in the woods. The barista, not the boyfriend, the barista, Alex, is hanging out of the car. Apparently, the door is just swaying open, his legs dangling from the car seat. Now, he's dead, and that's kind of where we're at. The cops already know this, but she does not know that they know that. And thank you for the We Love Pikmin.
car until you're sitting in the old man's house.
Yeah, we got like a
You have no
love,
idea what
a
happened
love
in
diamond,
between then?
a love
And
trapezoid,
you have no idea how you got
love
to where you
square going on. Rectangular appreciation square, four-sided shape.
How long do you think you were walking?
Yeah, I love quartet.
Okay.
You got such a way with words.
Do you have any idea what direction you came from or you were walking from? Do you remember turning at all off of anything?
No, it was like a straight road.
You just remember walking straight.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember coming out of a ditch up there?
No.
You just
Remember, I remember my hand hurt because of the pavement and I fell down.
okay. So you remember falling down and then getting up, and then just walking straight.
Yeah.
You never came off the side of the road. You never turned off the road. Never climbed out of the ditch.
That's not so bad, as long as we don't get more bombs dropping on me. Doing the last bit of story content, Goki. Incredibly hard cave dungeons that I must spelunk with no one to help or guide me. Just me and my Pikmin searching for treasure there.
The interview gave the detectives no new information to work with, and after searching all the parks in the area, they attempted to retrace Ezra's steps. They started at Don Stipple's farm and worked backwards, and on the side of the road, they found footprints that led down a dirt road with an open gate. Believing the footprints to be Ezra's from the day before, they followed them through the gate and up a hill. In the distance, they were able to make out Ezra's silver car with her drawings on it. It appeared to be stuck in the mud.
She left her
and there was a
drawings
body
there?
hanging out of the back seat. The officers rushed to the scene and identified the body as being that of Alex Woodworth. It appeared that he had been brutally attacked, and when his body was examined, they found that he'd been stabbed 16 times in the head, neck, and groin. The following day, Detective Proc went back to the hospital to talk to Ezra. She'd been moved out of the emergency wing of the hospital and into the behavioral health
So much for
inpatient
philosophy,
program,
I
and she was
guess.
claiming that her memory was starting to return. But what she didn't know is that Alex had been found, and that the truth about what she had done was about to be revealed. We will be covering this in our next video. Again, this video has to be done in multiple parts, as I want to make sure that we cover all of the available information, while also making sure I have the ability to upload it on our current internet provider, Slow Internet. As we mentioned in part 1, we will be
It's
making
like, I'm
a
sorry, you
playlist for this
guys.
specific
I have
case,
the worst internet
and we will
ever.
be putting these videos in order of first to last.
You gotta
That way,
subscribe to the
watching it is as
Patreon,
easy
dude.
as
I can get the
possible.
business
We wrote
line.
this case as one long video, and hopefully, when I have better internet, we will be able to upload it as one big file. But as of right now, that doesn't seem possible. Our next video will be out soon, and again, I apologize for any annoyance or inconvenience this has caused. If there are any other video topics you would like to see us cover, or a case you simply want more attention brought to, email us at treading.official@gmail.com. And as always, have a great day and stay safe.
Well, wouldn't you guys know it? That video he was talking about in this video, the part 3, actually came out today, which is to say yesterday. We have cops realize that victim is the killer.
Journal number 2. My mind is deeply haunted by the action I've done.
Why is it
Waves of
always
guilt
with the
wash over me
journals?
each day. Memories cling to my
physical
mind. clearly.
journals.
Often I feel screams perched in my throat. How could I do that? Why did you go back? How could you hurt someone so much? Why did you say those hurtful things? How dare you? How can so many people do this to someone they love and survive themselves? How could I do this? The pain, regret, disgust, and shame I feel outweighed any feelings during the action. It started as a friendship, walking and sharing the deep feelings of confusion and pain, wanting to be deeply understood during a time of uncertainty. I thought to myself how nice it was to talk and cry, but shameful that I was distancing myself from the one person who should have been let in. Words were
As
often
DJ would
spoke to
say,
reinforce
we have the
negative aspects
essence
of my
of
situation,
true
only to
love.
cause more and more conflict internally. There was a time when I was supported for so long in my decisions and so sure of the future I wanted, but then the talk started and the doubt began. When the conversations started with,
She was
I
pressing
still
X.
love them, and I would talk for house, my thoughts festeered and would be fed with doubts and lies, fueled by a spiteful tongue that now inhabits my mouth. Sweet nothings rip away the hope I had for progress. Often told, people like him don't change. Trust me, I know all of the girls they hurt, and don't you see you're not wanted
give me the
or
boss
loved
rush.
after the
I'm ready
tragic
to
thing you've
lose.
done. You can't deny you were happier and safer as a man. I was confused but fed for the worse. I talked horribly and fed the words within conjugated groups of familiars that would all nod their heads and say they're part of doubt. I began to join and regret it deeply, and to now away from this person and realizing the image I've caused has opened my eyes to the constant parallels to my past with my abuser.
Oh, they cramped in
I
here.
never gave their
Oh,
number,
is this a
name,
fucking
and my
blowhog
contacts.
floor?
I would look at them,
Blow
not
it
see
up
beauty,
your
but a
ass.
red nose too big for a face,
bombs,
or
bombs,
eyes
bombs,
close
bombs,
dead,
bombs,
a
bombs,
brow
bombs.
jetting out of a
Bomb
large bulbous
spiders.
forehead, a smile that would make me cringe. Horror and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin all felt like
Wonder
bugs
if
under my
if the
skin.
explosion
A
can
scar
kill
on
you
the
through the
wrist,
gates.
red and deep. Who was I kidding?
Well,
when
look
I
at this.
lied
Look
and
at how
told
these
them
gates are
otherwise?
set up.
Why did I try to convince
Peak
myself
procedural
this is
generation
what I
here,
wanted for so
Miyamoto.
long? Was I fun prey? I didn't hide from the guilt or realization of my actions. I see them fully and only want to strive for something better. Getting to the point of
What's
loss
even
of
back
oneself
here?
is the most terrifying thing. Seeing what you are capable of when this happens is like looking at the worst parts of
Fucking
humanity.
nothing.
I
Thank you,
cheated on the one I
procedural
loved.
generation.
I did not
Thank you,
dismiss my
Miyamoto.
actions. I did
I'm
not
on my
discount
hands and
part
knees
in the
for you.
abuse. I
Wow,
do not
just
feel
put just
innocent.
they
I
just
know
put
what
two
I've
gates
done.
to a
I
dead
know I
end
can be
there.
human. I know I can be free.
Great
I know I
game
can
design,
love.
right?
I know I can only strive to never do this again. That was a journal entry that Ezra McCandless sent to her ex-boyfriend, Jason, following his discovery that she had cheated on him with two of his closest friends. But less than
Wait,
a
she
month
sent
after
him
the
a
journal
journal
was
entry
written,
after cheating
would
on
be
him?
the smallest of Ezra's sins. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we will be revisiting the case of Ezra McCandless and how she destroyed the life of Alex Woodworth in her attempt to recover her relationship.
Yeah, sorry for
with
cheating
Jason
on you, but
Ringgold.
I wrote
This
like a
video
live
is the
journal
third part
explaining
of our
why I
Ezra
did it.
McCandless series, and the other prior videos on the subject will be linked in the description box down below. I highly encourage you to watch those videos before this one, as there are
Hey,
details
you know what?
in
I
those
bet you
videos
read all
that
of it, too.
demonstrate the kind of person Ezra was, more than we could ever do. However, we are fully aware that making this case an entire series will be viewed as troublesome by some viewers. So here's a brief rundown
Calling out
of
the
what has occurred
whiners.
so far in this case.
I never had this message before.
There are a few key players in
Pikmin
the
are
story.
suffering.
The first
You blow
being
your whistle
Ezra
would be.
McCandless.
You may be able to
Ezra
help
was a
them.
20-year-old woman who wanted those around her
Look
to
at
view
this
her
picture.
as a free-spirited
Nah,
artist.
hold
She
up.
was incredibly outgoing and engaging, and had the propensity
Chat,
to change
here's our
herself
murderer.
depending on who she was talking to.
Here's
Those
our
closest to
murderer
her
lady right
proclaimed
here.
That she had the
She's one of
ability to become
those.
exactly who she assumed a person wanted her to be, and would fit herself perfectly into someone's life. To some, she was an energetic bohemian who just wanted to explore all life had to offer. To others, she was an intellectual who loved
yes,
to
I feel
ponder
like
the
I am
meaning of
Scott
life.
Pilgrim,
And to others
falling
still,
in love,
she was a
worthy
deeply
manic
manipulative
pixie dream
individual
girl.
who would do or say anything if it meant she didn't have to face the consequences of her actions. From summer of 2017 to March of 2018, Ezra was in a committed, monogamous relationship with National Guard medic Jason
See,
Ringgold.
monogamous, so it
Jason
wasn't an
was
open
13 years
relationship.
Ezra's
They didn't
senior,
have that
a
going
fact that
on.
she maintains she purposely
Makes
kept
it
from
even
him
weirder
until
that
later on in
Jason
the
tried to pair
relationship.
her up with
Jason will
Alex.
state that he fell in love with Ezra immediately, as she challenged him on his previously held beliefs and brought a new sense of
Pilgrim's
energy
who I
into
wanna
his
be when I
world.
grow up.
The two met at a
Hopefully
local
not the new
coffee
one. I
shop
hear,
at
I
Gracie's,
hear
and
story
within a
doesn't
month
end
of
well.
them first meeting, Ezra had moved into Jason's apartment. But their relationship was anything but perfect. Ezra was extremely controlling over the older man, and would often lash out at him for hanging out with his friends and not doing the things that she wanted. On multiple occasions, she would tell him that as her boyfriend, he should want to spend the majority of his time with her, and if he was willingly spending it away from her, that was a sign he didn't actually love her. Moreover, if he spent time
Why
with
aren't you
friends that
spending
she
time
didn't like,
with me?
or she felt like they didn't like her for whatever reason, she would accuse him of talking badly about her to them, and claim that that was abusive. If those arguments didn't work,
On
she
episodes
would
so
directly
far,
state that if he
shit,
left to
shit,
hang
shit,
out with
bomb
them,
spider.
she would injure herself. Ezra was also cheating on
Episode
Jason
4 of it
with
so
two
far,
his
like the
closest
fights. I've
friends.
heard
One of these
nothing good
friends
about
was
it.
John Hanson. John
But I
had
didn't
been
even
tasked
like
with
or
checking
care
in
about
on
Scott
Ezra
Pilgrim,
while
the
Jason was
movie.
away on National Guard training for 2 weeks in February of 2018, and they slept
I'm just
together
not the target
multiple
audience,
times.
man.
Ezra had talked about the experience with
I see
multiple
stuff
of
like
her
the video
friends,
game
stating that
references,
she
and
loved hanging out
you
with
would
John,
assume,
and even
I
mentioned
suppose,
she
that
had
I would be
already
all
hung out
over
with his
that, but
son,
I'm kind of
though John
annoyed by it. It's like it's trying too hard, in my opinion, to go for that angle, and it's not really appealing to
She
me.
was cheating on Jason with, Alex Woodworth. Alex Woodworth was a barista at the coffee shop that Ezra and Jason had met at.
Look at
And the
how
three of them
quirky,
were
guys.
incredibly close.
Remember Street
Behind
Fighter
closed
2?
doors, though, Alex and Ezra had been carrying out an incredibly intimate affair nearly as long as she
I
had
wouldn't
been with
say
Jason.
insulting.
They would go on dates,
It's
Ezra
like
would sleep over and shower at
patronizing a
Alex's,
little
and
bit.
he
Like,
repeatedly
hey,
told the people
it's
in
like
his
member
life that he
berries.
was in love
Remember
with her.
this
In
from other
February
thing?
2018, Jason would find out that his girlfriend had been cheating on him with two of his closest friends when he found intimate sexual text messages on her phone.
It's like
The
it's
messages
asking me to
showed
soy
Ezra
jack.
starting
I
sexual
don't want to soy
conversations
jack.
with both men, as well as willingly
I'm
participating
ostensibly a
in explicit
grown-ass
discussions.
man.
Initially, Ezra denied wrongdoing and stated that Jason was being paranoid about her relationships with men because he was jealous. But when confronted about the text messages, she changed her story and claimed that John Hansen had sexually assaulted her when she had been too drunk.
And these guys
to
should have
give
just went on
consent,
Steve
and
Wilkos
then
or
used
something.
that
Like,
initial
have him
assault to
hash
continue
this
to
shit out.
manipulate her. As for her relationship with Alex, she claimed that he had taken advantage of her when she came to him for comfort after the initial assault. Jason had no idea what to believe and felt like his world had been turned upside down. He had loved and trusted all three of these people who had just betrayed him, and he didn't know what to do. So he sought guidance from another friend, and they decided that if what Ezra was saying was true, they needed to tell the police. Ezra, not wanting to lose her relationship with Jason, would go on to file a false police report against John
Here's what you
Hansen,
do, Jason.
claiming that he had
Talk to
sexually
poli-
assaulted her multiple times.
Talk to the police.
Jason informed the detectives investigating the claims that
No,
Ezra
no,
and John
no.
had discussed their sexual escapades over text. But when
I'm
they
sorry,
asked her to see
Bomb
them,
Spider.
she claimed that she had deleted the messages
See you later,
before
idiot.
and decided to talk to the police because they had been too triggering for her to see. However, when the detectives asked Hansen
She
for the
had to
same
make a
text
false
messages,
police
he
report.
willingly provided them. These messages showcased that the
He went ahead and
relationship
told them it was
not only
sexual
consensual,
assault.
but had been spurred on
She had
by
no way
Ezra
out of it.
more so than
She had
John.
to lie.
Ezra had also stated that she
To
told
protect her
multiple
family.
parties about the sexual encounter,
Ah, dead
and how
end.
John had taken advantage of her. But when the detectives spoke with these other parties, they claimed that the opposite was true. Ezra hadn't mentioned anything about feeling used, pressured, or abused. Instead, she stated repeatedly she couldn't wait to hang out with Hansen again and wanted to spend more time with his son. One of the people
What?
who detectives spoke to was Alex, and he informed them that while Ezra stated she regretted sleeping with John and it made her feel guilty, the sex that they had was consensual. With that, the investigation was quietly closed without informing Ezra or Jason. For
Whoa,
nearly a
he
month
loves
afterwards,
fear.
Jason tried to reestablish his life. He attempted to separate himself from Ezra, telling her
There's
that he
sympathies
didn't
for the
want
next
to see her
sub-level?
and needed space,
Oh, God.
but she
What is
refused
it?
to
What
give
am I
it to
running
him.
into here?
Instead, she showed up at various places she knew he was going to be and would hand deliver him
President,
her
give me
journals,
strength.
which she stated showed how deeply she cared for him. She would send him countless messages via text and Instagram, telling him that theirs was an ancient love that couldn't be broken, and she would go on to claim
Reminds you of JoJo,
that she
bunch of
was
crazy
really
stuff
the
happening,
victim
they
in
don't
all of
necessarily
this.
explain
She
it. That's why
repeatedly
people can
told
jump
Jason
30 feet
that
in
she
the
would
air,
never
nobody's
ever hurt him,
phased.
but she had been
I do love shit
manipulated
like
by
that.
both John and Alex.
I haven't seen every
and her
JoJo part,
constant
though.
badgering would pay off, with Jason eventually
Once they moved them to
reestablishing
Netflix,
contact
I
with
kinda
his
fell
ex.
off of it. Is
seemed
this a
as if
boss?
they were going to get back together.
What is
but on
this, the
March
Snagrit?
21st, they would get
What
into
am
a
I
fight
doing?
over Alex and whether she
No
should
way.
see him one last time. She
No
told
way.
Jason that she
Is
wanted
this-
to get some
No!
things off of her
Yeah,
chest
it's the guy!
and tell him off for exploiting her in her time of need.
No.
But Jason told her that if he had done what she claimed, she couldn't see him again. He felt it would be dangerous, and the fight eventually escalated until it seemed as if Jason was breaking up with her for good. The next day, Ezra would show up at Racy's and purposely run into her ex-boyfriend. She was disheveled, and everyone who engaged with her that day would note that she was acting strangely. She then went to Alex's house, where the two spoke alone in his room for almost an hour. They were interrupted by Jason, who had suspected Ezra had gone to Alex's house and wanted to make sure she was okay. He suggested that if the two were going to keep
yellows.
talking, they should do it in public. Ezra and Alex would take Jason's suggestion and go on a drive together, and that would be the last time Alex was seen alive. Less than 4 hours later, Ezra would appear on a farm in the next town over, covered in blood and mud. She begged the 88-year-old farmer who lived at the residence to call 911 and clearly survived the horrific
88,
ordeal.
man.
But Ezra claimed to have
Farmer
no
didn't
memory of what
sound-
happened.
he didn't sound that
Ezra was
old on the
taken to
phone. Good
emergency
for him.
room, where they found that the majority of her wounds were strictly superficial.
Or your
All
hell.
the blood that stained her body and clothes belonged to Alex.
Anything
And
over
the
here?
only significant wound she had was a carving of the word boy into her arm, but even that was clearly self-inflicted. Detectives asked Ezra if she knew what happened to her, or if she had any idea what happened to Alex, but she
He
claimed
mocked
she
my
couldn't
gender
remember
identity
anything
and then,
besides
like,
feeling
threw himself
afraid of
on
the
me. I had
22-year-old.
to.
The next day,
What?
without her
Why
help,
is there-
the police were able to
You
locate
never said there
Alex.
were-
He was found
why
hanging
is there this
halfway out
many
her
of the
car,
guys?
And he'd been brutally stabbed 16 times in the face, neck, and groin. In our last video, we went over the interview footage between Ezra and Detective Prague, which was taken the day after she was found. Today, we will be covering the interview that was done the day after his body was located.
Ezra's
Following is the
accidental
audio from the
confession.
interview, which again is provided graciously by Rottweiler Investigations. When going into this interview, the detectives know two things that Ezra doesn't. The first is that all of her wounds are superficial and inflicted, including the carving in her arm. The second is that they found Alex's body, and the brutality of the attack defies
Okay,
logic.
maybe if I
Throughout the
use the stiff
interrogation,
spray.
the detectives will be attempting to gain as much information from Ezra as possible, all without letting her know they have found Alex. In Ezra's mind, everything given during this interview will be priming. She'll claim that she still doesn't remember fully what happened, but she will be focusing on breadcrumbing the officers to coming to the conclusion that Alex had assaulted her, and she had killed him in self-defense. She's not ready to say
Falling
it
into the
outright,
sand, though.
but
I
she
gotta call him
believes
back.
she has plenty of time before his body is found, and she has to account for the 16 stab wounds.
He's from Dunn County. At the inpatient behavioral health, you're in a locked facility for safety, for to get you the help that we both think you need. But that door, it's not locked. We'll end it.
It feels cheap, I know. It feels. I agree, it does. I'm not denying that.
He's from Dunn County. He's here as well to try to figure out what in the world happened. I mean, how you ended up at Don. I met Don.
What's his last name?
Spiggle.
Alright, he's still 8'3". It's not like a. Oh god! I thought he wouldn't go over here.
Yeah. So
Ubisoft confirmed they're still working on the Prince of Persia remake. Are you gonna make Fraga play that?
So
that's not the same as that other Prince of Persia game that's coming out, is it?
Everything that happened.
They should just cancel the remake. No, they probably can't because they probably took foreign government money to make it.
See if we can figure out. Okay, so let's start.
The only
with
explanation for that
Thursday
game, why that game still exists.
about what happened.
Because if it was anything else, if it wasn't the case,
Yep, let's start with the
Ubisoft would have
morning
canceled it
and,
by now.
Let's just go right as chronological as possible, right up until.
I don't think they can cancel it. It might be a skull and bones situation.
And then we can go from there until you basically get to the hospital. Does that sound? Think we can do that? Okay.
So Thursday, I was at my dad's house in the morning, and I got up, and I remember that Dad called me to take care of the cat, so I had to do that day. I kind of wanted to take care of the mail at the post office to transfer it.
Got him.
So I texted Jason about that.
Lost a couple, but not too much.
And then I went and I took a shower to get ready for the day, and then I got dressed and stuff. And then after that, I went and I took care of the cat.
Just don't want the purples to fall into the quicksand.
And after that,
They're the
I
slowest.
went to go grab my
They
keys. So I got
never
my
took
keys
government
and stuff I
money.
wanted to
They
get back.
never
And then I
did.
drove real quick.
Yeah.
I need this guy to come up the other way. He's got to come up about over here, and then I'll toss.
Staying there for a little bit.
Okay, is that where
Go to the Ubisoft India version because it looked and played like shit. One of the main studios works on it now. As long as that version isn't the one that comes out.
It's
I can see it being allowed to restart development, but canceling is out of the question.
Let the clerk know when to put the screen back up.
Got him. I like how in 3 and 4 you pick up their whole body. You can see what they look like underneath the sand. They got one giant talon. They don't even have two. They have one big giant talon.
What kind of stuff?
Oh, I thought this was a death trap.
Heating pad.
Okay.
Womp womp.
And I had like a few just like small things like a bookmark and stuff like that.
Okay. Who was the heating pad for?
For Alex, because he gave it to me a while ago. I just didn't want it anymore.
Wow, it's the lustrous element.
And a bookmark?
1,000,
It
damn.
was like a book, because he gave me a lot of like small like bookmarks and stuff like that.
Hello, guy with two names. Guy with two names, you might be interested in this.
Ezra had stated to Jason.
Girlfriend lies about sexual assault because she cheated on her boyfriend with 2 different men. The boyfriend believes it and then tells her to go to the police. She has no way out of this, so she goes to the police, cooks up a cockamamie story, and then kills one of the 2 men that she's cheating on the boyfriend with. And now she's in hot water. How is she gonna get out of this one?
That she was scared of Alex, that he had manipulated and
No,
taken
ding is I
advantage
can't
of
save her, not
in
I didn't
her
ask you
journals,
to.
which she had sent
I
to
just
Jason.
thought you'd find
She
the story
claimed that
interesting.
While Alex hadn't technically raped her, what he did felt like sexual assault. She later would
She's
state
one of
that she
those
was
trademark
terrified of
manic
Alex,
pixie
that
dream
he had
girls,
gotten angry with her
straight out of
when she
Scott
expressed
Pilgrim.
that he had accidentally hurt her, and that
Except
she was
has
genuinely
a
afraid of him.
propensity for
And after
stabbing
1
people
month
16
of not
times
seeing
over.
him, telling him not to speak to her ever again, in order he
Very
obeyed,
manipulative
she
and
decided
controlling.
She needed to see him
Basically
in order to give him back a
invented
heating pad
gaslighting
and
as
a
we know it
bookmark.
today.
2 things that he hadn't
rest
asked
floor.
for and didn't express that he needed back.
I'm gonna need it after the puffy blowhogs got all my Pikmin. Took all my flowers away, dude.
So is there anything else that you brought with you or gathered to bring to Eau Claire?
No, not really, because I already gave back one of the books.
Okay.
And it was The Little Prince, but that's all, really.
Okay. So
Still sounds like you want me to save her.
Yep.
I mean, you don't have to.
And then I drove
I think she's in prison. Like, is there any other way this story ends?
There and Max, one of my close friends.
Okay.
I haven't seen this part yet, but I can only assume she gets exposed. Otherwise, how would this video exist? He obviously goes to prison.
I had told him I have the painting for him that I painted.
Okay.
And he got really excited, so we went to his house to go exchange paintings because he gave me 2 paintings.
Okay. Do you know Max's last
Probably
name?
gonna toss another boss on me afterward.
Do you know where Max lives?
Give you the rest floor with all the nectar.
And town is in
Next floor, another boss.
Yeah, kind of by the ice rink. At the part of town.
Okay. Do you know his phone number off the top of the head, or his Instagram account name, or
Yeah.
what's his Instagram account name?
Biggity?
Giggity?
Biggity?
Biggity?
It's like Biggty or something. I don't know how to spell Biggity,
Bigot?
but it's Biggity, so it's that twice.
Base? Question mark?
He's commented on a few of my things.
Okay. And what is your Instagram name?
Dirt.
Dirt?
D-I-R-T, and then there's an underscore.
Does she smell like dirt?
And then F-I-N-D.
She don't shower?
No, F-I-E-N-D.
Dirt Fiend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What?
Something that nobody else would probably have.
Her Instagram name is dirt_fiend? Alright, there's like 10 different ways you can interpret that name. 10 different ways you can interpret that name. And I can't venture to guess. With a lady like this, I don't know what could she possibly mean by that?
Yeah.
Probably not.
It's really hard because Instagram's so big right now, you can't really pick anything, so you gotta pick something really strange and random.
Oh, that's the
That would be
code.
strange and random. Okay, so we meet.
Yeah, guys, there's so many users on fucking Twitch. There's every good name I could think of was taken, so I just had to name myself swollen__dingus. I bet it's the same with Instagram. Oh, there's just so many idiots on Instagram. All the good names were taken. I had no choice but to call myself dirt_fiend. She likes putting men in the dirt. Oh, I didn't even think of it like that. Wait a minute. Oh. The next chapter, the next page opens. What a twist!
Max, you give him the painting, you go to his house.
Yep. And then after his house, we go back to Racy's to drop him off and stuff, and I looked for Jason a little bit, but he already left.
Okay.
To go, he had to do laundry that day.
Okay.
So we
I
probably
gotta
went to
do
go finish
laundry,
his
baby.
Okay.
And then after that, I went directly over to Alex's house.
Okay, went to Alex's house. What time do you think you went to Alex's house?
Probably, I'm not really sure because I left my dad's house around 10, so it probably takes like 45 minutes to get to Eau Claire and stuff, so it might be around 11 or something.
What color do I need?
So about 11.
What happened to my blues?
His house then?
Yeah.
Did all my blues
Was he the one
die?
you got there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have 64 right now.
Walk me through it. So how did you get over there?
I drove my car and I parked it, and I left it running because I didn't think I'd be in there long.
Okay.
And I just got the stuff from the back of my car and I knocked on the door, but his roommate Dave answered.
Okay, so Dave answered the door? Okay. What happened then?
And then Alex came down and I gave him this stuff and he wanted to talk about things.
Okay. So where did the exchange of property take place in the house?
I handed him his
Yes,
stuff
the exchange of property.
and then he wanted to talk and I wanted to talk a little bit too, so we went upstairs to go talk because that's where Dave is. His room's right next door.
What do you mean where Dave is?
Dave's bedroom.
Dave's bedroom is upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
Yeah, Dave's bedroom is upstairs, right across the hall from his office.
Alex's room?
Yep, because that's where my stuff was supposed to be.
Okay. So you go there to talk to him and you go up to his room? And
rocks my mind that this story has characters named Alex and Jason and Dave.
And then, so you're talking in his room, you mentioned something about your stuff was supposed to be there?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I had a yellow cup and like a blue hat and stuff that he had there.
Okay.
And he was just
Right, the
looking
journey
around
continues.
for it
Let's see what we got
and
next.
stuff while I was talking.
Okay. So you're in Alex's room talking. What were you guys talking about?
I was talking about like I wanted to tell
Jason
him, like,
as
you
in
probably might have been
Heavy Rain.
questioned or gonna get
Jason.
questioned a heads up
Jason.
about the stuff between the
A
happy
DSP
machine
classic
and John and
playthrough?
Dad.
Oh shit.
We were talking about that.
Look, it was a good idea for me to take the blue Pikmin. Look, now they want to throw a water floor at me.
Talking kind of about it too.
I'm not going to pause and notate every time her story changes from the first interview to this one, because
Oh,
we will
look
be
at-
here for
look
much
at what I
longer
gotta
than I
deal
think you
with.
would like to be. But this is markedly different than how she characterized this interaction the day prior.
BGM
She
though.
claimed that Alex got upset with her
Very
when she
soothing.
mentioned that he would likely be questioned in regards to her sexual assault allegation against John Hansen. Though she didn't go into detail about why he would be upset over this, the implication was that this was brand new information to him and something he wasn't already aware of. But he had already spoken to detectives about Hansen, and the case had been dropped. At the time of the initial interview, Ezra didn't know that, but it's likely that she found out that Alex had been spoken with already, so that particular angle has already been dropped.
Just get the treasure and get the hell out. Did you not have any blue Pikmin when you came here?
Like, how were you feeling?
I see all the
How was he
frogs.
feeling?
I was just feeling kind of like
If this was Pikmin
just a
4,
little
this floor
sad
would be
just talking
easy.
about it makes me kind of sad.
Talking about the incident with John.
Just bring out the pupper and go to
just kinda
town.
Talking about it and stuff like that, and talking about kind of like
This
asking,
shit.
like, if
The
he would know who's
tadpoles
writing,
were
like,
attracting
numbers
my
on the walls at
Pikmin.
races and crude things. And I was like, do you have any idea or anything? I'm just like wondering like what's going on there, because I was just confused. Like, would you know who was doing it, or like what's going on with that?
What do you mean they're writing your number and crude things?
People have been taking pictures of, because someone, I guess there's been a lot of talk about me at the coffee shop there.
Yeah, you're such a hot commodity over there at the coffee shop. Not paying for your coffee and not even tipping the baristas. And somehow managing to date one of them.
Me underneath.
Pick up that soon. My winning, I'm losing a lot of Pikmin, so you're gonna have to press F in a second. But we're spelunking in caves, and the true crime still isn't over. It's a three-parter.
Talked about kind of like my feelings and stuff about like when we kind of had relations together and stuff, like how did you feel about it, how I felt about it and stuff.
How did that go?
It would see, for me it seemed like it was going pretty well, but he was mostly kind of quiet. He seemed really
Tadpole
quiet,
is
but I was
bait
just
to
kinda
lure
trying
out
to
this
say, like,
cropster.
this is how I felt and stuff, and I just want to know like how you felt and things like that.
How did you feel about?
I just kind of was
Oh no,
like,
Alex is
expressing, like,
dead.
how
Jason
I
is the
felt.
alive boyfriend.
Like,
You're
it
gonna hear a
wasn't
name like
all
Jason.
that
Jason
right,
is
and how
alive.
they're
Alex is
writing about,
dead.
like, the guilt of,
Jason is the
like,
main
and
character.
stuff like that, and how things fell out between me and Jason a couple times and stuff like that.
You'll hear John too. John is the person who she had the first affair
And
with.
Alex, we've been friends for a while, but also it escalated a few times to like it was more sexual.
Yeah, basically what Carl says. It gets a little confusing.
And anxious.
Was it? But were those times consensual between the two of you?
Yeah, it just.
They're all generic guys too. They barely have a personality. They're all from this progressive Wisconsin
That should
town.
go without saying, but it's important to know
They all
here,
went to the
she's
same
directly
coffee
stating
shop.
that
They
the
like
sex they had
D&D.
was consensual. This will come back up, unfortunately.
I felt really anxious, and it made me feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that. And I just was like wondering, like, did you feel anxious and stuff like that? Asking things, and he said he didn't.
Okay. He said he didn't feel anxious. He didn't feel guilty, or
No.
how did that make you feel when he said that?
Just kind of confused. Like, I said, didn't you feel like a little anxious when Jason helped you with your cut on your arm when you cut yourself and stuff like that? And he's like,
Yeah, this is a
"Not really,
Wisconsin
no."
case.
So I just kept trying to talk about it, and he was just sitting there, just kind of like listening.
Again, this was likely because he viewed them spending time together, going on dates, and sleeping with each other as them starting their relationship. She had stayed over at his apartment, she had showered there, and they had conversations about her meeting his family. He believed that this was the start of something real, and he didn't care that he was betraying Jason because of that. Moreover, as much as she was saying she felt anxious in this interview, you have to wonder how truthful she's being when she would actively plan hangouts with both Jason and Alex. They were all friends. After Alex and Ezra began sleeping with each other, Alex had hung out with them both at their apartment during get-togethers that Ezra had planned. She wasn't trying to keep the two apart, she was pushing them together. When Jason did get suspicious of their relationship and vocalized that he believed that they were inappropriately close, she then gaslit him into believing that he was being controlling and oppressive towards her. But none of that
No,
sounds
you're
good.
controlling
The
and you're
facts of this
schizo.
situation
There's
do not
nothing
paint
going
Ezra
on.
in a sympathetic light. She was cheating on her boyfriend with his two
Thank you,
close
Tetsu.
friends,
I'll take it
and
easy.
encouraging them
It's,
all to hang
Mimi
out as a
time.
group. She knows saying it like that will make her look extremely callous and calculating, so instead, she says that she was overcome with anxiety and was easily manipulated because of that.
And stuff like that.
And then
Yeah, let's see if I can beat
you
these
mentioned
frogs
him
with
cutting
14
himself.
blues.
What happened there?
It was a while ago when he did it, but he was out drinking because he drinks a lot at night, and then he went home and he cut his wrist
drinking
and stuff,
gin?
and then he texted me about it, how he feels about it and stuff like that. He's talked about kind of like
Lost one from that.
being overwhelmed a lot, and he talks about kind of like his kind of he didn't talk much about his past, but he said a few things about like he used to do like self-harm and that he's been kind of violent towards some people, some kids and stuff. When he
Alright,
was
that's
younger,
one.
and things like
Once
that.
you get the rhythm
His
down,
parents-
it ain't
Did
too
that kinda
bad.
surprise you?
It's fucking lemon-looking motherfuckers.
When I talked to him, he seemed like a very mellow, laid-back kind of guy.
Yeah, it really surprised me when he talked about it.
Pausing here for a moment, this part is incredibly telling for multiple reasons. First off, she completely recontextualizes the night he cut his wrists. In her earlier interview, she claimed that he cut himself because she told him she didn't want to be in a relationship with him. Ezra implied that him cutting himself was his attempt to manipulate her and hold her responsible for his emotions. To quote her directly, she said, "He would talk about how that he would get upset because I didn't like him fully, the way he liked me, and then it made him sad enough to want to hurt himself. And he did actually cut his wrist once, and it really scared me." This is entirely different than him
can I
self-harming
just-
when he feels
I should just wail
overwhelmed
on
in
a
a way that's
tadpoles with the
entirely
captains.
unrelated to her.
'Cause now I got
And
the
given
rocket
that she had
punch.
told him that she struggled with the same thing, it's likely he
Get back
felt
here.
safe enough to open up to her about that. She then claims that he had been violent in his
You
past,
ever just
which to be
get
clear,
so
there's
angry you wanna
absolutely no
punch a
evidence of.
tadpole to
The
death?
defense in this case wasn't able to find
Dominated.
anyone who would testify to that fact, meaning whatever she is talking about here likely didn't happen. Proc
Golem,
then
why
asks
didn't you
her
try
the
the
question,
punching
"Did
strategy?"
that surprise you?" And she says kind of, with an upward
The
tilt
punching
to her
strategy
voice at the
works.
end, as if to say, not really. But then Proc mentions that when he spoke to Alex, he seemed like a very mellow, laid-back guy. She immediately changes her answer and says that yes, it did surprise her. She is changing her story in real time with the officers.
You
and we
do?
are hearing it
Well, it
play
didn't
out.
help you here.
About a lot of like, I remember the night when, or the day after he cut himself, and I asked Jason if he could help him and stuff because I was so concerned. Then I remember he talked about how his parents and stuff had him like exercised as a child and just stuff like that really surprised me. So it's just been kind of like, I don't know much about him. But I
probably
know
should
a
not
few
have went for that.
things about him, stuff like that.
So, okay, so you guys are up talking in your room. What happens next? Or up in Alex's room. What happens next?
Jason got there. Well, we were talking about like how I was like, remember when he helped you and stuff like that? Like, how did that make you feel? And just kind of
Yeah, I don't think we're beating the frog with just punches. Maybe if we stall it.
So we went downstairs and stuff.
But he does too much damage.
And then I was just like, do you want to keep talking?
Weak spot is his bag, but you're not getting on the back with the captain.
Go to a park or something and talk.
Okay.
And
Ezra was attempting to state that she was teaching Alex basic empathy in this situation, but that is not the case.
Is there a way to make your own clips so if you get a shout out, you'll see new ones? You mean, if we do the shout out command,
but stated
like if you shout out someone, it only pulls up a recent clip?
He felt bad for hurting Jason, but sincerely believed that he was going to start a relationship.
As far as I know,
with the
it's
person
always
he
random.
loved, so he couldn't bring himself to regret his actions. Moreover, it was Jason's idea for the two to go somewhere public.
You have
Ezra was
to
attempting
manually
convey
do a
that throughout
clip
this
audit
series of
and make
events,
sure
she's
only
been
recent
nothing but
clips pop
reasonable,
up.
when the reality is
recent good
she's been
shit.
anything but.
And so the cops were there. I remember that, but I don't remember what the cops look like.
Sorry.
Or anything like that. But we were there, and then I talked to the officers and said, I feel fine.
You know how to make clips from your VODs? Just click when you're on the VOD, just click the clapperboard.
So we went and talked and stuff, and Jason gave me a hug and everything. And then
once you click the clapperboard, it'll take you to a new tab, and it'll show you the last 30 seconds of what you clipped, or last minute and some change of what you clipped, and then you can edit it from there on the fly within the browser.
You're heading over to Alex's house?
I told him headed over there.
You don't see an option? You might have it disabled for your channel.
Jason shows up.
I don't know.
Whose phone does he call her?
Should be in your settings if you can allow clips or
You
not.
said you heard his phone ring.
Yeah.
Whose phone ring?
Oh, you see it? Okay, yeah. Hey, if you click that in the VOD, it'll take you to a new tab, and it will be the last minute or so of footage from the point that you clicked on the clapperboard in the VOD, and then you can just edit it from there.
And then you said you went downstairs and talked to him? Did both you and Alex go down?
No, actually, Jason walked upstairs to talk to us, so the door must have been open or something.
Okay. So how...
What does he have that kind of range?
Not so bad. Like, Jason came upstairs and he's like, is everybody okay and stuff? Because he gets really concerned about Alex because of when he treated him for his, like, wound and stuff. So he thought when I was talking about, like, he helped you and stuff, that he thought I was saying, let him help you. But he didn't hear it right. So he came upstairs, like, everybody okay and stuff, just want to check in and all that. How's it going?
Okay.
And then we both talked to him for a little bit, and then all he seemed was like kind of like cautious, like he thought Alex might be harming himself or something.
But Alex wasn't harming himself?
No.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
And so after that, do you walk downstairs and see the cops, or where do the cops come into this house?
I walked downstairs and I was in my car, just kind of sitting in my car, talking to Jason a little bit and stuff, and the cops were there.
Okay.
Already.
What were you talking to Jason about in the car?
No, he was standing outside of the car. I was telling him that I'm just gonna talk about stuff, kind of like my personal things and feelings about the journals I've been writing and things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make more
And
blues
then
to
he's
carry
like,
this
okay.
guy
He
off.
said I have a lot to talk about, probably, and that it was a good idea.
That floor wasn't
Things
too
out and
bad.
stuff.
Yeah, I need at least 7.
So then Alex comes down.
Yep.
And all three of you sit and talk with the cops.
Yep.
And
I think I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
In order to make more blues. Yeah. Okay.
And then what happens next?
After that,
15?
I remember, like,
Oh
getting
no, I'm
in
not
the
gonna have
car
enough to move that.
And then saying that we should go to the park in town or one of the parks in town and stuff like that. And then I started, for some reason,
I see what you mean.
Who got in the car with you?
Alex did.
Where did he get in?
I had it. I just got cut by the frog.
So Alex was in the front passenger seat. You were driving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your car.
Yep.
I think you told me yesterday, like silver Impala.
So imagine if I hadn't picked the blue Pikmin from the multi-flower on the floor before this one. I would have been fucked up.
In the car.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I have 15. Like going in, I don't think I go in with 15.
Yeah, like I wanted to go to either Phoenix Park or Owen Park or something, and then
What other parks would you go to?
I don't really know all the names of the parks here, but
Where are they by the ones that you like to go to?
Oh, you know what?
Like where are they
1,
by
2,
the ones that you like to go
3.
to?
I probably have just enough with a little bit over in order to get that peanut butter.
Okay.
So I gotta be careful.
And then I kind of want to be in a public place because I'm still kind of uneasy about things that have happened in the past.
Let me keep the
between
frog
Alex
over
and
there.
stuff.
I don't want to attract the frog.
Happened in the past. What do you
Bring
mean?
Olimar in, and we'll start
In the
punching.
past, I've felt kind of uneasy about certain things he's talked about and stuff like that.
Like, what
Yeah,
he
this
talk
is tricky, but I like it.
Just kind
I
of
like the
his,
challenge presented here.
Way of thinking
Okay.
and stuff. Because he likes to talk about philosophy a lot.
Okay.
It's tricky. Ah, yes,
I don't
but it is
really
not
agree with the
unfair.
philosophies that much because they're just they're very negative philosophies. It's kind of like take any, like,
And the
take
music's
as
chill,
much
too.
as you want kind of philosophies and stuff like that.
Okay. But he's never harmed you physically.
No.
Like never punched you, kicked you, hit you, or done anything physical along those lines.
Now go back and run up against the wall so I can punch you.
He held me once when I was uncomfortable.
What do you mean? How held you?
Kind of like what, like this, kind of like if this was his arm, kind of like right here.
Okay. Why was he doing that?
No, they didn't lose their way. I see what they're going for with this.
Is that the best way to?
Gotta be careful, careful.
If that statement sounds familiar, it's because she also accused John Hansen
Like,
of
even
putting
this
his
little
hand
stump
and arm
isn't
around her
safe.
neck and making her
think it would be, but it's
uncomfortable
not.
when she spoke to the police. Mind you, according to the texts exchanged by Hansen, Alex, and Ezra, she gave consent to be choked during sex.
Standing up and he's behind you and his arm is around.
It was kind of during a time of when things were like getting like intimate.
Okay, so it was during a sexual act.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it made me quite uncomfortable.
Alright, there's
I
one.
didn't really like to feel that way because I said that I was too sensitive.
A couple
and
more
stuff,
here.
but He
Let me get
kinda
the
got
focus on the
upset a few
dimple.
times because he didn't get to like. It's very crude sounding, but he didn't get to like finish or something.
Okay.
And he kind of a couple times that has happened, and I just went along with it mostly.
Okay. But other than him putting his arm around you during intimate times, there was never any physical harm done to you.
No.
He's never punched you, like I said, or kicked you, slapped you, bit you.
Well, he has bit me once.
The cropsters in this one go out way further than they do in 3 and 4.
Okay.
I guess to compensate in 3 and 4, they're much bigger.
Other than during sexual acts,
yeah,
there was nothing that
It all works out in the end.
constitutes like a physical fight or anything along those lines.
No.
Okay. So you get in the car and you start driving.
Yeah.
Okay, walk me through which direction you drove.
I remember.
Those frogs can see far. Much farther than the yellow ones, I think.
You back up and then you drive out of the driveway. Like you back up because that way is where trucks come from. I don't know, I think it's the right.
Okay.
That's where trucks come from.
Trucks. I think it's the plumbing store?
I think so.
Okay.
And then, so I drove out of the driveway.
Alright, so I pretty much cleaned the area of
And I remember
tadpoles and
driving a
durples, so
little
now we
bit
just got the bigger
down
enemy
the
slip.
road, but then things
The
started to get
cropsters
really,
I can punch
like,
to
I started
death,
feeling more and more
not
anxious being
so
alone.
much the
And
wally
then it starts
hops.
getting really fuzzy from there.
Well, let's try to talk through that fuzzy.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but...
So you're driving towards, I believe it's going to be the west.
Alright, there you go.
So you're driving west towards, and you come up to a stop sign.
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
Why do they have to
From
hit
the
on the
stop
jump
sign,
up? I get the jump down, but on the jump up, it hurts.
I think I was gonna make a loop around, because it's...
And then you got Olimar there not helping at all. Any day now. Hello?
Well, if you go right, you end up going up a hill.
Yeah.
Did you go up a hill?
I don't really remember any hill.
Okay, if you go left, it kind of takes you down towards the river, past the front of the hospital.
Yeah. I don't really remember going up a
I
hill.
want him to turn around or he's gonna go for the
I just remember
Pikmin.
turning and then driving.
Did you go over by Half Moon?
I think so. I don't really remember, like, where I was going.
Okay. So then you're driving and So now we don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
Because of...
All right, there. Wally Hop was just punching.
I just started feeling really,
this guy?
really anxious for some reason.
Come on, Crops. Is that what you got?
Anxious and uncomfortable, you were saying?
Yeah.
How come you just didn't stop and park and get out?
I thought I would just kind of work through it, because sometimes I can work through, like, when I start feeling anxious, and then I can just breathe and try to work through it.
Okay.
But it just started getting worse
He's
and worse
dashing
and
on
worse.
the wall. What's wrong with you?
What
Calm
were
down.
you guys talking about during this drive?
I was mostly talking about kind of my feelings.
He's excited to die, baby.
And asking questions also about their feelings and stuff like that.
You said their feelings?
Alex's feelings.
So, okay, so you're driving, talking about Alex's feelings and your feelings and about your journal entries.
Yeah.
About this
They're really
one.
important to me.
Okay.
I've already aggroed
So
him.
then, where do you, so...
I could call in the blues, but the whole point is making sure the blues survive so I can carry back the peanut butter. This guy cleared out my whole army last time.
I'm not sure.
Just have to punch him to death.
It's just like, I think I got out of the car.
Okay.
And whenever I get anxious, I don't like to drive or anything. So I feel like I remember just sitting there and just being anxious and being like, I don't really want to drive. Like, usually I try to have my friends drive me when I'm anxious. I've had my ex-boyfriend kind of drove me around for almost a whole year because I couldn't do it.
Okay. So then, you think you park and you get out and you sit down?
Yeah.
Does Alex come sit by you?
I don't think so.
Where was Alex at this time?
He wanted to help me out with, like, driving and stuff.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused there.
Yeah. Trying to breathe through, like...
But the detective's been
anxiety.
confused this whole interrogation.
So, is Alex driving you around at this time?
When I got out of the car, the first, like, I got in the car...
It's the last Wally
and then I
Hop.
got out of the
Just
car,
got
and then
the,
I got back
well,
in.
the last
I was still
yellow
feeling
Wally
really,
Hop.
really
We got
anxious
one
and
more of the
wanted to
regular
talk.
variation over there.
So, I asked...
But
like, I
honestly,
don't really want to drive
I think I
anymore.
hate these
Can
more than the
you
yellow
drive me?
ones. They're
So I
quicker
asked him
and
about
more
this,
annoying.
like, I remember, like, being like, I know that you know how to drive and stuff, so I had him, like, get in the I'm in the passenger, and I had him get in the driver's seat, so I could be like, can we still talk and go somewhere?
Okay.
But I don't think I should drive, because sometimes I really can't drive.
Yeah, the white ones are more aggressive than the yellow ones. The yellow ones just, I don't know, they got more health? But I kind of don't, it doesn't, health don't matter to me. You all die in the same amount of time anyway.
Like, I didn't really... I started getting...
Aggro matters more.
For some reason, my anxiety just kept
Yeah, but you get no time to wail on them.
And then I just started... I don't know, I got really, like, tired and anxious. And I just remember just kind of being...
Boring daily rap. We can take a look at it.
Like, for me.
Okay. And then what happens?
I remember walking.
Can you tell me about that?
Oh, I thought I was near death, but it's actually Olimar.
And walking and trying to look for some...
The president's got a meaty spacesuit there.
And looking to see if there's any cars at any houses.
You said it was, what do you mean?
And
Well,
then
you
I
did say it was
walked up to the
boring.
old man's house, and I remember
It sounds,
sitting down
by
in the chair
the
and
sound
stuff.
of it, that you've already seen it.
I got here.
4 minutes? Yeah, that don't sound like nothing. It ain't like nothing happened today either.
Something was carved in your
It's the
arm.
calm before the storm.
I remember, like,
The day off
being
storm.
really nervous or something, and Alex kept talking, using pronouns that weren't...
Yeah, it's like a rhythm having game. Alright, back away. Punch, 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 back away.
I used to go by more neutral pronouns in high
Punch, punch,
school
punch,
and
back
more
away.
masculine pronouns. I talked to him
Punch, punch,
about it,
punch.
how I was kind of
There we
going
go.
through identity things.
Okay.
But
Now I can fucking get to work,
pronouns,
right?
That's how I feel comfortable.
But
he kept using my he pronouns because he preferred it.
It's a puzzle here. I gotta toss the Pikmin over here.
He used to call me like boy a lot and stuff like that. And
Oh no, he called you boy. The
I
horror.
can't really identify that way
No.
anymore.
Ah.
Because, like, I identify kind of feminine and stuff because in the past I just
don't
kind of
identify like that anymore, you
was more
guys.
masculine for kind of self-protection.
Okay. And so this injury, so what happened? How did this get, or where, I guess the way it described it is
She's
like on
gender fluid or something.
your arm? arms?
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I remember, like, that's when my anxiety got really bad, is because I remember just kind of being really uncomfortable because I don't like it when people grab me.
Okay.
And I remember just kind of like being grabbed, and then it just kind of, like, the anxiety went crazy. Like,
Anxiety went crazy, you guys.
The anxiety went up.
It seems that Ezra is playing the long game here. She is being directly asked what happened to her arm, more specifically, how did the word boy get cut into her forearm? And instead of saying she doesn't know or that she is unsure, she says that her anxiety, which was already extremely high, began to spike even more because Alex had called her by the wrong pronouns during their drive, and she felt like he was doing it to disrespect her. She is breadcrumbing the detectives and trying to subtly lay the groundwork for saying that Alex had carved the word into her arm, even though by this time they are already aware that the wound was self-inflicted, given the direction it was going in.
Okay.
And then sometimes when that happens, it's just like everything goes black for a while.
Alright, so where were you when
Everything
you
goes
were
code black for a
I
while.
was in the car.
Okay, and how did he grab you?
Grabbed me by the arm, like right there.
Okay, where was he?
He was in the passenger. He was in the driver's seat. I was in the passenger. I don't know if, I think we probably were parked.
Okay.
I think it was before we started driving again.
Okay.
Like when the cops obviously just know a story's bullshit. They can't say anything because they got an agenda of leading the crook on. So you just let them talk and hang themselves from the gallows. They're like, okay,
So how does your arm
okay,
get cut up?
okay,
Alex, like,
okay,
he
okay,
grabbed it.
Make him Pim Pam on alert. Eventually, I will complete this cave. Hopefully, it'll be sometime this century.
He, like, threatened me.
What do you mean he threatened you?
He didn't say he was gonna do something, but he grabbed me and started doing something.
Why didn't they arrest her when she lied about the grate?
He started, like, carving something into my arm.
If someone starts carving something into your arm, that is not a threat. That is the attack. That really shouldn't need to be said. Through her texts, emails, and these interviews, it's clear that
trying to think
Ezra
about it
has a way of
myself.
telling stories.
So she lied about it, submitted the false police report, which is a crime, but Dreading said they quietly closed the case without informing either party that it was closed. Even though she did commit a crime there by lying, they found out quite immediately because they interviewed everyone close to them, see if the assault was true or not. Everyone said it wasn't. So they quietly closed the case, even though they had something there because she did submit a false police report. Maybe they were trying to give her a break. But I think the timeline is pretty short. It's not even a year. All the events here, it's like a couple of months, if that. And I can't even recall the time between her lying and Alex getting murdered. I don't think it was too long. So maybe it was like one thing led to another, and maybe by this point they just kind of wanted to build a case against her.
Is that if she were talking about a small disagreement between friends, she would be extremely compelling. For example, let's say she was annoyed with her boyfriend and wanted to tell a friend about it. Instead of simply saying that he annoyed her the other day when he said something rude to her, she would state that she's feeling kind of bad because of something someone said to her the other day. When asked what that person said, she would say something along the lines of, "I don't know if I should talk about it. I don't think they meant it the way I took it, but maybe, oh, I don't know." There would be a significant lead up to whatever it was that the other person had said to her, with her going from downplaying whatever they did to overemphasizing it. Even if
least one more
objectively
into
what
that
the
blue
person said
flower
was
over
mean
there.
or not true or malicious, as her reaction made it seem, by the time she would tell the other party what happened, her delivery would make the offense seem a lot worse than it was. She did this when complaining about Jason to some of her friends repeatedly, and on one occasion went from stating that Jason was insensitive because he said her makeup made her look like a clown to saying he was verbally abusive for the same comment. But in this instance, it makes no sense. No one, especially not someone who is
God
currently
damn it.
recovering in a hospital,
I'm trying to
would state
save
that a
you
person
guys.
threatened them by carving a word into their arm. That makes no sense.
Where is this on your arm?
This arm.
Can I see it by chance?
Yeah.
If you can pull your sleeve up far enough. Oh, is it all bandaged up or no?
Yeah, but I can move it.
Well, if it's bandaged up.
It's on this part of my arm.
Okay.
And I just remember.
How deep is it?
Alright, there we go, that was close.
Just a little, it's not too deep, but it's like, it just didn't do my arm.
Hey, I gotta get 5 more over here.
It just made me really anxious, and it hurt really bad.
How do I cut through?
And then after that,
Yellows,
it's just like,
maybe?
I just remember feeling like I was moving, like I was dizzy and moving, and then I remember the car was moving again, and I was just panicked.
What do you mean you panicked?
Like, I just felt panicked, like, kind of like a small animal. I was kind of scared.
Okay.
And then it's just kind of like everything
Alright, there we go.
went away.
Okay.
Got dark and scary.
What did he use to carve that on you?
I think he grabbed what was in my middle console.
What was that?
I have, it's called Tiger Claws. It's a protectant thing. I keep a couple like protection, self-defense protection things in my middle console of my car.
Tiger Claw. Well, like, what exactly is a tiger? I've never heard of that.
Okay, I thought that was a bomb. This ain't a real brand.
You squeeze it and then little like claws come out. First, like when you're running, it has a wristband on it.
Okay.
And it's just a self-protection kind of like thing.
So, if I'm picturing this, it's almost like a
Yeah, so much for impossible treasure.
Multiple claws come out?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them sticks out a little farther than the other, but it's for like my mom always has me carry a bunch of self-protection items and stuff in my car.
Okay. If it wasn't a tiger claw, what might it have been?
I always keep one of my dad's like hunting knives in there too, just in case, because I either
Why are they ignoring the
have, like, a
lollipop?
tent in my trunk and stuff like that, so I always keep like my tiger claws. I always try to make sure one of my dad's hunting knives are in there, just in case I ever need it, or just
It's
in case I
the
ever need
nutrient silo.
Well, that makes total sense. And what kind of knife was this?
Just kind of your typical hunting knife. I don't know if you're familiar.
Fixed blade? So
That ain't no
basically like a
Skippy.
fillet knife type of, or is
It probably
one that
was in the
folds?
GameCube
It's
version.
like a utility one. So like you fold it up so it can be multi-purpose, so it closes and it opens.
Okay. So is it like a utility knife where it has like pliers and
No.
it's just a straight knife? So for me, I refer to those as a buck knife.
Yeah.
Where it's probably about 4 to 5 inches long, or the one that I'm used to is like 4 to 5 inches long, that the blade folds open and then it locks in.
Yeah.
And then the blade's anywhere from 3 to 5 inches long.
Mhm.
And then you have to like push on the back of it a little button to release the blade.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're describing?
My dad always gets us kids like a couple of them, or he always has a couple of them because we're all hunters and stuff like that.
And what did this
Alright, that
knife
should be the
look
last thing. No more
I think
treasures. Oh,
it
the
was
dimples.
Black, mostly.
like? Okay. And
That should be the
how
last
big a
thing.
blade on it?
Not too big. Maybe like that big.
How big? So you're holding your fingers
About that big.
about 3 inches?
Yeah.
3.5, 4 inches? So that's how big a blade it had on it?
Yeah, it wasn't very big though.
Okay, short. Did you sharpen it?
No.
Did your dad sharpen it beforehand?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't really know how to sharpen.
Fair enough. So what else did you have in your car for protection?
I always, in the back of my car, well, not really for protection, but I have a safety kit in there.
Okay, what's in a safety kit?
Like a bottle of water and like, fire
What are they
starting
doing?
stuff. And like bandages and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I always have a tent in my car and
Silly little
your typical
Pikmin, what are you
kind
doing?
of stuff. In my glove box, I kind of have like my work gloves because I work with my dad and stuff sometimes.
What does your dad do that you work with him?
He cuts trees down.
Okay, I think you told me that before. So
Trying to move the corpse over here when they,
safety protection.
you know, they can move it over here. There's a whole empty area over here you can move it through.
Hunting one.
Whatever.
I seen him looking around at my console.
Okay.
Fucking dumbass Pikmin man.
I heard something pop.
My shoulder's really sore.
Okay. Why is your shoulder sore?
What I have in my safety kit? I don't know what you mean by
I've
that.
been sleeping fine, I think.
Okay. How long has it been sore?
Since like yesterday, it's been kind of sore. This one's a little more sore though for some reason.
Okay. So you think you now used the hunting knife?
Oh no, this guy again?
Okay, and where was was he sitted when he was carving your arm up?
Well, because I was in the
I literally took one step. I took one step and the boulder dropped.
That would have been because he's in this seat and I'm in this seat. So he grabbed this.
You know Miyamoto's getting desperate. Endgame. Alright, we must have extremely difficult challenge for player. Let's just drop boulders everywhere. That's totally fair, right?
Like this, and just holds it so basically your arm is just straight. He doesn't bend your shoulder or your arm back at all.
Only slightly, but
I feel cheated and robbed at my fucking time.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of curious on how it looks.
Thank you, Jesse.
Because
No, that's some straight bullshit, though. You have the boss coming up, the boss inspires you to obviously move out of the way. Then you want to toss in the bombs. And then you have these guys that also create even more boulders. Look at this. Boulder Rama over here.
He wrote it with the D is closest to your elbow joint, then the O, and then the Y with some scratches. Okay.
There's scratches down
there we go. There they are. There they are. There they are.
There's a lot more.
I want to trigger all of them.
Okay. You don't need to
Alright, that was close.
But we can talk about those. So you have scratches on
And
your
the
leg, you're
boulders
saying?
hurt the boss? Is that something that can happen, maybe?
Where are those from?
I don't know. I just remember.
This was a cool game. That's how that would work.
I was at the Mr. Sipple's house.
Okay.
And
now this guy's boulders subtly hone in on you, Rue.
Right there, and that there's blood up. There's blood on this leg, but there's more blood right here.
The blood she is talking about is Alex's blood, not her own.
And so, which hand was Alex
Okay, I think it hit the boss, but it didn't attack him. Nope, it doesn't. That doesn't do damage on him. They're spinning whole ass boulders at him, and it doesn't count as damage. Now wait a minute.
Do you know if he's right-handed or left-handed?
I'm not gonna say bullshit, you guys, but that's fucking bullshit.
Are you right-handed?
Yeah.
You're right-handed. That's what I thought. I thought I asked you that before, but
I'm right-handed for when I write, but when I go to when I go to play sports and everything, my left hand is my
dominant hand.
That's what I use for sports and other things.
Hunting and fishing, or hunting.
I thought that was just gonna exist, hit the wall, and then blow up, and then not kill half my army.
With this hand. It's kind of like my strong hand.
So earlier you were mentioning your journaling.
Yeah.
And you do that through Google Docs, I believe, right? What is your Gmail account?
It's a long one. I made it a long time ago. It's the Adventures of Timothy J @gmail.com.
The Adventures of Timothy J @gmail.com.
Time ago to write long stories about.
Okay, I was wondering how we came up with Timothy J.
Just kind of like a character. I used to write a lot of nonfiction stuff. I mean fiction.
Okay.
Okay,
so
lady.
Google Docs are all tied to that.
Big ups, Gondola. I'm losing a lot of Pikmin. We've been resetting floors all night because I am seething and coping about how bad I am in the game.
I don't know how you guys have the access.
I don't either. Well, no. We'll deal with that when you get out. When you sit down and go over your diary stuff. So, at some point, he carves the boy into your arm. And then, when did that take place?
That took place when we got in the car to go drive some more.
Okay. And then, so then...
Red ones I hate the most. They hone in on you. My purples! Leave me alone.
And I just started feeling really anxious, and sometimes when I'm really anxious, everything goes dark for a long time.
In the initial interview, she'd claimed that she had never lost time like this before. She went so far as to say she'd gone through quasi-traumatic events in the past,
I
like
lost too
crashing
many.
her car, but
Lost too many.
at no point in her
Run back.
life did she ever black out from stress or anxiety. That was notable, because she stated she really wanted to figure out what was going on inside of her head. But now she is claiming the opposite. Now anxiety blackouts are a continuing problem in her life, and this is just the latest example of it. Meanwhile,
This is
she is still
amazing.
downplaying
I
the
think
fact that
not.
Alex allegedly carved the word boy into her arm.
and I've had an accident because of that in my car.
Okay. And where was the knife now after he carved that into your
LTG style ran if I need the dashboard again.
In his pocket, or he kept
It's
it
not a multiplayer
exactly
game. How would I don't think I'd be able to convey the same amount of.
I don't know.
Fuck this fucking game. Give him the 80 thou.
Okay. So then
You can go lick the peanut butter off your mom's crispy butthole. Alright, I kind of mixed it in there with a bit of the DSP scat fetish.
House, or Don, as I've met him, he told me his name's Don, and he described you as covered in mud.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get covered in mud?
I don't know.
And where were your shoes?
I was wearing my boots.
What kind of, well, yeah, let's talk about that. What were you wearing?
Are you telling me he said that, or are you asking? Because I'm saying that sounds like something he would say.
Use paracord.
Okay.
Because of one of my jobs.
Okay. So you're wearing brown boots. What else were you wearing?
I don't know.
Asking. Okay, then no, I don't know. I made that up.
I had my leggings on that day.
Okay, so you're wearing brown boots, leggings.
They're kind of, I think they're more called stockings.
Okay, stockings.
And then I was wearing my pants that I made myself. And then I can't remember what.
Oh, bro, I just love all these rocks.
But I was wearing
These rocks really rock. Wait, look, dominated, killed and felted by his own rocks.
I don't really like to not wear that much clothes.
Yeah. And then, do you remember what Alex was wearing?
Oh, see, that was kind of cool, and then the whole army died because they started working on the gates, and then the rocks honed in on the Pikmin, and then it wasn't that cool anymore.
And he just wears kind of raggedy, like, tennis shoes and just normal pants.
Okay.
Almost had it.
Was he
but not quite.
wearing anything else that you can think of?
I think, no.
Okay.
Just kind of like khakis.
Khaki pants?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think when I spoke to him.
She's losing the plot. Yeah, she's spending way too much time telling them what she was
He
wearing.
didn't wear a scarf.
No. Okay. Did you have a scarf on that day?
Yeah, I did.
What did your scarf look like?
My scarf is, it's kind of like yellow and blue and white and red.
So
That's the first caterpillar.
Were you wearing that, or was it just in your
Another
car?
one over
I was
here.
wearing it around me because I was kind of cold.
No.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, when you went to Don's house, you didn't have that on you anymore?
No.
No? Okay.
Alright, that's the next one.
Obviously, the reason I'm asking you this is I wasn't there, you know, and I just want to make sure I have an idea of what you're wearing and what he was wearing. So you get to Don's house, and, you know...
Or this game is the hardest in the trilogy? You mean the quadrilogy? And actually, honestly, yes. Pikmin 1 is kind of hard in some aspects, but only because of the jank. The jank is gone in this one. Almost all the jank is gone. But this one takes no prisoners. This one assumes you've mastered the first game. Because the first game's pretty short, like 5 hours.
Yeah, I had this, my head hurt really bad right here for some reason. I don't know
This
why.
one is like the first game, but just with massive amounts of new content and all that.
And
so on the back of your head, below the ponytail, well, you got a ponytail, and so basically, right in the back of your head, lower part of the back of your
Pikmin to start with.
At this point, Ezra has been made aware of how odd it
Honestly,
is
I like
she's lost
reds.
her memory
Blues are
without
too
a head
middling.
injury. The
They
doctors
only
would have been
succeed
looking
in
for some
water,
form of head
and they
trauma
have no
to
special
explain her
attributes that
amnesia.
make them
But when she was admitted,
desirable
there was
on
absolutely
land.
no injury there. And because Ezra
And yellows are a
claimed
bit
she
too
couldn't
weak,
remember anything,
even if they
there
have
was no
additional height.
evidence that she had been struck. In her initial paperwork, Ezra had also
Oh, the
not
best Pikmin
claimed
to start
to have
with?
any pain in her
My
head.
bad.
But now, days later,
3
she's
is good.
claiming
3 is
that there was a
beginner
head
friendly.
injury. It just took 3 days to present itself.
And then I remember getting to the hospital. And
4 reboots the series, so you can honestly start with 4 and not be
the
lost.
same nurse.
Like this alternate timeline
Took
shenanigans.
pictures of my face and my neck because there was marks on my neck. And then she took pictures of my hands and stuff, and then she had to take pictures of this area.
And when you say this area, it's where your cuts are down by your thighs and legs and
like the
vaginal region.
Again, to be clear, there were no signs of trauma on her genitals. She had a number of superficial scrapes on her legs and thighs, but nothing that indicated that she'd been attacked.
I need the boss to turn around and the caterpillars to turn around, then I can go in.
Not last night, but the day I got to hospital, I just remember throwing up a lot.
Why were you throwing up?
I don't know. I just kept throwing up.
Did you?
Alright, that's one.
Did you end up taking something?
But yeah, I would start with 3 or 4. And then if you like those, you can go back in time and try the ports of 1 and 2.
Okay. So you get here, you're puking, they do a sink. Do you remember if they scraped your nails and all that?
I think 1 and 2 is normally $49.99.
And they did photographs.
It ain't the full 60. Right.
Your head or that, do you remember?
No.
Okay. And then it went to you getting brought up here. Okay. So part of the reason I'm here is you're saying that you're...
Can I angle it back to hit the worm? I cannot. Hit the boss at least.
I think maybe that's what happened.
Oh my god, how did it steered clear of the boss?
No, but I think it might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know.
Oh my lord!
Cut my pants or anything.
How is it still going?
When you say cut, and I haven't seen your pants, like were there multiple cuts, like a few cuts?
There's cuts in my pants right here. There's a lot of cuts in my pants, and then there's some right here. It was cut. This part was like cut.
Okay, so which part was cut?
The boulders just exist forever.
This area of my...
Okay, so your right leg or left leg, do you remember?
This is my... both legs have it.
Okay, so both legs, the inner thighs were cut. Was it less one cut or multiple cuts?
The right leg was cut, one big cut, and then my tights were ripped quite a bit, and then there was multiple cuts on the outer side of my...
I was waiting for that guy to attack. I was like, damn, why isn't he attacking me?
Down here.
What's taking so long?
Is it more by your knee?
Yeah, it was lower than this one.
Okay, so right leg was up by your upper inner thigh.
All of them are friendly to beginners. I would say at minimum 2 assumes you've played 1.
And the other one was on the outside of the leg. There was multiple cuts.
Yeah.
Through the pants.
See, I had to take the L there.
Okay, and then on your left leg, there's just a cut in your pants on your knee.
Yeah, and then my sweater was ripped and cut, and then I have a small cut right here on my stomach.
Okay, your sweater was cut, and you got a cut on your stomach. Were you bleeding from those at all?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot? Like
I was
gushing, like...
No, it was mostly...
Alright, turn around.
None of her injuries were large enough to bleed significantly.
Also, your right leg inner thigh area was bleeding.
Yep.
But it wasn't a steady running, it was more...
No, it was just smaller, kind of, not smaller, like, it was small bleeding, I don't know how to describe it. Not a lot of gushing blood, but it was bleeding.
It was bleeding, but it wasn't something where...
I told you to turn around, I didn't say keep turning around.
So you didn't have to have stitches, it wasn't deep enough cut that you need stitches, but it was, you cut through the skin enough to bleed. Okay. Excuse me for 1 second, I apologize. So, we obviously went out and found Don. Okay, and we started with Don. And it was myself and a couple other detectives.
You want to attack? You want to attack again?
Attack
Attack. Any minute now.
Where could she have come from? Because he described to me that yesterday you walked straight down a road and there was mud on you, and not too far from Don's house we found a mud road.
Okay.
What do you think we found at the end of the mud road?
I don't know.
Well, we followed the mud road and we saw your footprints.
Okay.
Okay. Why would we find
Okay.
your footprints
You got
on
anything
the
else to
mud?
say to that? They found your footprints, lady. He's gonna play dumb. That's all she
What
can
do you
do.
think we found at the end of the road?
Ezra is being purposely obtuse here in a way that does not benefit her. Again, one of the number one things her friends and family would say is that she was exceedingly clever. So clever, in fact, that she could convince you to apologize when she had done you wrong. But in this instance, she feigns naivety to an unbelievable degree. There are only two things missing in this case: her car, which the police do not care about, and Alex, the person who she claims carved the word boy into her arm. She was also just asked how she came to be covered in mud, to which she replied she has no idea. Now she is being told that they found a mud road by following her footprints. It would be more believable if she asked if they found Alex in her car, and if that's where she had come from. Anything other than pretending to be unaware of what they could possibly mean. At this point, Ezra's mind would be racing. She knows that they have found Alex in the crime scene, and her plans of slowly easing the detectives to the conclusion that Alex had sexually assaulted her
It
and
gets
she had
out
been forced
back.
to defend herself are crashing down around her. Let's see how she proceeds.
Ezra.
Was it me? I mean, my stuff?
What stuff?
Was it my, like, car or anything?
Alright.
We did find your car.
We need to try that one again.
My car?
Was losing too much near the
What
end.
do you remember?
He's got the most telegraphed attack in the world. I still let him chew me up.
Okay.
Chew me up and spit me
people
out
make
like
mistakes,
yesterday's
Ezra.
lunch.
You know, the best way for us to help you is try to figure out what happened in that car.
Ezra at this point is not taking the bait. She is not showing, from what they can hear, any emotion. She is not caving to their pressures, and instead, she is extremely measured and calm, which, to be clear, is odd in this situation. Usually, in an interrogation like this, where the victim of a heinous assault is being questioned as to their guilt, they would be upset. They would counter the detectives' confrontation with anger, and state that they take issue with what the detectives are implying. But instead, Ezra accepts their questions and their not so subtle accusations as being just a part of the
It's because she's a
process.
normal human-style creature with nothing to hide,
And I think you know
idiot.
what happened. I really do. I think it did. And I think you know something happened in there. All right? I know. And I think something happened to Alex, and you know that too. All right?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to Alex?
I got him off of me.
Okay, walk me through this. What happened?
Pausing once more, Ezra had just calmly, openly admitted that she knows what happened, and she has known what happened the whole time. Although she doesn't say the words, "I have known what happened the whole time," and purposely kept the truth away from you. When the detectives tell her they found Alex, and they believe she knows what really happened, she simply agrees with them. She doesn't pretend that their words unlocked a previously forgotten memory, or that she suddenly remembers what happened.
Has that
she
blue-
just agrees
that
she
blue
knows
Pikmin's
what
just been
happened,
wailing
and
on
she
the
is
red
now
one over
willing to
there
tell
for a
them
minute.
because they have found a damning piece
By the
of
way,
evidence
that
against her.
boulder's
Though the
honing in on
circumstances
me,
are
even
vastly
though I'm
different,
across the
this
fucking
is
room.
somewhat similar to how she treated Jason when he found out about her cheating. Before he had evidence against her, she would state that nothing was happening. He was seeing things. And in fact, he was the one attacking her by even suggesting that she would cheat. When he finally got evidence that showed that she was in fact cheating, she simply agreed, then tried to manipulate the circumstances around the cheating to make it appear as if she had been the victim the whole time. The amount of practice she had manipulating people in this
She's
one
a dime a
occurrence is
dozen
profound,
dog-eat,
but the fact that she
dog-world
believes she would
scapegoat,
be able
dude.
to manipulate the entire justice system is incredible.
This was really painful.
Well, we kind of need to know what happened, okay? We need to know the truth. We need to know what truly happened, okay? Okay, I know it's going to be painful, and I know it's going to
Oh,
be
hit him, hit him,
hard,
hit him, hit him. Got him.
But we got to know, okay? We got to know. So can you please tell us? All right,
Got the
walk me
green ones
through it.
left.
So
They're
what
easy to
happened?
deal with.
With the truth, please.
When I got to the road, Alex wanted to keep going down
There we
the
go.
road to have some privacy to talk. And I said, well, there's a lot of nature. I'm sure it'll be fine to talk because I really like to talk in nature. And when he grabbed me again, and he put me in the back of the car. And he seemed really upset about
What's wrong with this dude?
stuff. And he kept he kept grabbing me, and I didn't know what to do, and
Alright,
started
there, that's all the caterpillars.
Alex.
It's got the boss
Started
left.
cutting my pants open and stuff, and I didn't know what to do, and it was really scary. And then he started cutting my shirt off of me, and I didn't know what to do, and I went to go make him stop, because he had this arm, and I cut my hand because I kept trying to grab him, and so he kept grabbing me and stuff, and then I finally got free, and I finally got the knife away from him.
Are these supposed to be
and then
hiding
he
spots?
kept
There's
trying to
nothing
grab me in
over
the back of the
here.
car. So I just started to defend myself as fast as I could, and then just...
They're gates that are gates for no reason, man.
And then everything, when I woke up, and he just kept trying to attack me, and I didn't know what to do.
This did not happen. What she is saying didn't happen, and we know it didn't happen because the crime scene evidence doesn't line up with her version of events. Ezra claimed this attack happened in the back of her car, and that's where she stabbed
co-captain
Alex.
bait
However,
strategy.
the majority of the blood evidence at the scene was found outside of the car, indicating that the attack started outside of the car. If the attack started outside of the car, why would Ezra lie about that? Alex was taller and stronger than she was. He could be just as imposing of a threat to her standing up as he was crouched over, but her story only works if she tells it this particular way. But more importantly, if this is what happened, why wouldn't she tell the detectives this the moment she remembered?
There we go.
already established that she has known what occurred the entire time,
And I lost
she told
only
the
poor
detectives as
Pikmin.
much the moment they made her aware that they found the body.
You had to
Even
use
if
a
we give
few
Ezra the
sprays,
benefit
but
of the
better
doubt
than
and say that she didn't
better than
remember
going
this
down
in
the
her first
39
interview,
Pikmin.
but remembered it before the second interview, there was no reason for her to hide this series of events from the police. There was no reason for her to
It
lie
is the
and claim she didn't know
joyless
where the car was,
jewel.
but she did. Because she didn't want them to find the car, she didn't want them to find Alex's body, and she wanted the crime scene to be eroded by nature so she could make the remaining evidence fit with her narrative. Ezra is objectively gifted when it comes to manipulation, because the moment she begins to recount her fictional version of events, she begins to cry. This entire interview, even when discussing how Alex reached over her car's center console and carved the word boy into her arm, she's been calm and measured. At first, this was attributed to the fact that she was likely on some form of drug for her mental well-being, but the very second she begins to recount what happened, her voice starts to shake and she is now in tears, the same way she'd been when she talked to Officer Vang.
You'd think that would have been the last floor. You fucking wish, right? Oh, like fucking 10 more floors where that came from.
So, where you said you had the knife. Where were you cutting him?
I just was going anywhere and everywhere I could, just to get him off of me and get away from me.
And did the knife actually make contact with him?
Yes.
Okay.
And even then, he just kept grabbing me and grabbing me and grabbing me.
Okay. So he kept grabbing you after you were stabbing him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then after that, he left the car, and he was laying there, and I didn't know what to do.
Okay, so then what happened?
And then so I just waited, and I was confused and scared, and I was just like coming in and out of it, like it would get dark for a little bit, and then I would come out of it, and I would panic again and hyperventilate, and then it would get dark again.
Okay.
And then I just started running.
Okay. Now, where did this stabbing take place?
It took place in my car and then outside when I was on the ground.
Okay. All of it. Do you know how you know where your car was then? Pardon?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know you
Lost 4 Pikmin to that stink bug.
No, who drove you?
But 2 stiff sprays came out of it.
To Ezra talking about what happened there.
Almost an even exchange if you think about it too much.
You were saying that your car, where we found it, how did it get to that dirt road?
Alex drove it up the hill a little bit, and then it started getting stuck. So I was like, I can fix it. I can get it out of here. I just need to drive up the road a little farther.
The rest floor?
Like the frost hadn't
Got the
given
bulb
out.
in though.
And so I drove up the road a little bit, and then I got out of the car to try to see what was going on, because it was stuck again, and I was like, I don't know what to do about this car being stuck.
Okay.
So I'm looking in my car for like maybe a board or anything to put underneath the tire to get traction.
Okay.
And that's when everything started happening.
Alright, what do I need more of right now?
And walk me through again what happened there, Ezra.
after I was in the back of my car looking for stuff.
Okay, so the car gets stuck.
I
Do you
got
remember what's
no
around
clue,
you?
man.
No. I just remember there's a lot of trees.
Okay. So you're in the back seat, or you're looking for something, you said, right? What happens then?
Alex came after me.
Okay, walk me through that, please. Like, how it happened.
I was in the back seat and I was looking for stuff and I was moving things out of the way, trying to find anything to get my car out of there. Because I was already anxious as it is. And then Alex came up from behind me and then he just started grabbing me.
Okay, how was he grabbing you?
He grabbed me by the throat.
Okay.
And then he pushed me down.
Well, how ruthless of them.
He pushed you down. Where did he push you down?
In the car.
Okay.
And then he was on top of me and he started cutting things.
Let's go ahead and get some yellows.
It was really scary.
Okay, so he was cutting things on you. What was he cutting again?
My pants.
Okay. And
Alright, so the Boltman mixed with that Queen Candy Pop. We're back to 84 Pikmin.
Grab it.
That was a rest war too, but I lost Pikmin. Huh. Interesting.
Okay.
And then I was moving a lot and he cut my leg right here.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then after that,
I'm fine. I was like, do I want to make more reds? But I have the Boltman, so I feel like I don't need
do
to.
whatever I could, but I got the knife and then I just started.
How did you get the knife from it?
I grabbed it. I grabbed it from him and I pulled.
What did you grab? The blade or?
I grabbed the blade the one time and that hurt a lot.
Okay.
So I tried grabbing the base of it.
Okay.
And then I just, I don't know.
Let's discuss this. So Alex was on top of her with a knife, cutting her clothing off of her. She
Oh,
attempted
man,
to grab
this
the
looks
knife
like
away
a-
from him, and she
Nah,
grabbed
this
the
looks
blade.
like such a
Instead of
joyous
this
floor
causing
here.
any serious injury to her, like it has in other cases where a similar attack has been placed, it left her with a negligible wound that didn't even require stitches. Nevertheless, she let go of the blade, and then she grabbed the knife by the handle, which Alex would have been gripping tightly. In order to get a hold of the knife, she would have had to pry Alex's hand off of it, and that would have been a struggle unto
Well, you had a
itself.
worse layout
She
than
didn't
this?
grab the knife blade by
I feel like I
accident.
got
She
fucked.
grabbed
Look at
it
this
because
shit.
there would have been
Look at
no
now.
other part of the
Actually,
knife for her to
actually
grab
look at
onto
this.
as she
Actually
was
look at
fighting for
this.
her life. In real instances of
This
knife
shit is
crime,
so
if the
bad.
victim survives,
This
they
shit
will
is
usually
so
have
bad. They're
large traumatic
attacking
wounds
me,
to their hands
even though
from
there's
grabbing a
no
hold of the
way
blade
for
in
them
order
to be
protect
able to reach
themselves.
me.
They know
They
that
are
this will hurt
fiending
them,
that
but in the midst of
much.
fighting for their life, they know if they let go, they will probably die. Her saying she let go of the
Hello,
blade and
sweet
just simply
bean,
grabbed the handle
96.
implies
You
that
fell
either
asleep.
Alex had put the knife down,
Oh, well, you're here at the
which she
perfect
didn't
time.
say, or that he,
I'm
for
chilling
some
with
reason,
true
handed the
crime
knife
and
over to her.
Pikmin.
If neither of these things are
Oh
true,
god, oh god,
which
they're
they
coming, they're
aren't,
coming.
there is
They're
no
coming,
way
they're coming.
that she would have forgotten
They can probably eat
how
through
she
the
got
gate
a hold
too.
of the knife handle.
Okay. So once you have the knife in your hand, what happens?
I just, he kept grabbing me.
Okay, how is he grabbing you?
Grabbing me by the arm.
But, hello,
and
sweet bean.
by, like, just anywhere. He just kept grabbing me.
Okay.
This lady lied about sexual assault and killed someone to cover it
I was
up.
just freaking
Because she
out.
didn't want to confess to her boyfriend that she cheated on him.
And which
Twice!
hand do you have the knife
Twice!
This one.
in? Okay. And how are you holding it?
I was just holding it like this.
Okay, so you're holding, now you have your fist pointing towards me. Was the blade pointed up or blade pointed down? Do you remember?
I think it was pointed down.
Okay. So then
It doesn't
do you
try to
remember- do you
bite
remember
from
where
the
you ended up
gate,
stabbing him?
but I'm gonna be in trouble once the gate's
I don't really
finished.
fully know because it was just anything and everywhere.
Okay, anything and everywhere is where you're stabbing him. So was he on top of you? So you have it here. Do you know if you stabbed him in the back or any place?
I don't know if I had it facing up or down, but I just
Okay.
everywhere.
Did all this stabbing take place in the car or outside?
More of it took place outside the car because he
Man, it's patrols. Look at
top of you again
me.
outside.
I moved all the way
So
over
most of the
here,
stabbing
and he
you
was
said took
still
place
trying to
outside.
follow me.
It was inside the car. A lot took place, and then not that much else took place outside the car after he tried. He was on top
Probably
of me.
tried to
again.
bite through the wall too, and it'll probably let him get away with
You
it.
kind of lost me on that part, Ezra. So some of the stabbing took place in the car. A lot of it took place outside.
Not a lot. a lot of it took place in the car, and then outside the car he came after me again.
Okay, so when that happened, the car he was on top of you. How did you end up?
Oh, you got a time limit for these, or they'll respawn.
Just kicking and
How could I have forgotten?
Everywhere. Just kicking as hard as I could.
Okay. So then once you get out, he still comes at you? Mm-hmm. What happens then?
He started grabbing me again, and I just did it again. I just started anything and everywhere, like my dad told me to do.
Okay. So your dad told you if someone attacks you, you stab and slice and cut and do whatever you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
they never brought the stone sprays back, did they?
You got outside.
I guess you could say the ice Pikmin kind of replaced it.
And I started freaking out, and I couldn't breathe. And then it just kind of...
They're kind of busted. I haven't really been using stone sprays up to this session, because I don't remember using them earlier in the playthrough, which is why I kind of have them stockpiled here.
When you say he's laying there on his coat, what do you mean?
He was laying
I'm starting to dislike this woman.
Okay.
Well, you don't think you can save her?
I didn't know what was going on, or what happened, or what was happening.
Like, oh, women, it eventually reaches a point where she talks just way too fucking much, man.
And then I just...
Why is she still talking?
I got really scared and
Stalker child.
When you woke up again this time, where was he laying?
No, stalker child, I will not allow you to cuck me. No, stalker child. Oh shit, I lost one.
And I didn't know what to do or what I was supposed to do, so I just started running as fast as I can, and then it just started getting dark again for me, and confusing and scary, and
no, stalker child, I refuse to allow myself to be secondary to the man I'm cucking.
Forgetting segments of time.
I will wax poetic about how I refuse to be left behind.
And that was a falsehood.
Okay. Well, we found him. He wasn't outside the car. He was inside the car. How did he get back inside the car, Ezra?
I don't know. When I left and I ran,
don't know, you guys.
Okay. When he was stabbed, where do you think you stabbed him?
I think I stabbed him in the legs and in the head and then the chest and stuff.
Okay. Did you cut his throat, slice across his throat?
They really ought to bring Bulbman back.
So. I think I went to stab him.
They're probably too broken. I mean, you can still make them situational. I like him. I like ordering little Bulbman around.
But I think I got him in the leg, too.
Okay. What about in, so, just so we can walk through this.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you stabbed him in the back?
I think so.
Okay, and where else again?
In the legs.
Where in the legs? So...
I think I stabbed him in the right leg.
Right leg?
Or I don't know.
Okay,
so... I think it might have been the right leg.
The upper part of the leg, lower part, are we talking in the privates? Are we talking...
Part of the leg.
So...
Might have been in the private, though.
Okay, it might have been... How about stomach?
I think so.
Okay, we'll just go... I think this might be the easiest. We'll start at his feet. Did you stab him in his feet?
No.
How about in between his feet and his knee?
No.
Okay, so on either leg. Okay, then we'll go from
I'm annoyed with the amount of Bulbman I lost.
To his hips. To include his pelvic triangle, that's what we refer to it, or his genitalia area.
I think I stabbed him in the genitalia area by the leg and then in the stomach too.
Okay, when did that happen?
When he was on top of me in the car.
Okay.
I've never beat him while they were stoned before. Get it? Stoned? They just explode with the treasure?
Once each, or once total, or...
I think I stabbed him twice in this area.
Which?
The genital area and the stomach.
Okay, so you think you stabbed him twice in the penis and testicle area and the stomach area?
I think she might be lying here, guys. Hold on.
Okay, so now we'll get from the stomach to the chest. Basically, let's go up to his, nipple line.
Mm-hmm.
What about stabbing him there?
I think I got him in the stomach once.
Okay. How about in the chest, where his heart, lungs, and ribcage?
I think I stabbed him in the chest.
Okay. So let's go up to the neck.
Well, she's being
I
honest
think I
now,
stabbed him in the neck a couple times.
albeit under false pretenses.
And did you end up slicing it, do you know? Like, or,
Whoa.
sounds bad to say it that way, but like cutting
It's
across
the
it at all?
dimensional slicer.
I cut across it because I came down really hard trying to get the face away and stuff.
Big ups in the
So I
V8.
think it might have
I had a boost earlier.
sliced bad or something. I remember just seeing a lot of blood and being scared and confused. That's what to do.
Okay. So there, and then
I drink them more often, but they cost way too much, you guys.
I think I stabbed him in the head.
In the head? Do you know where in the head?
Again, they don't get a lawyer because it would make her look bad, even though that wouldn't be the optimal option for her.
My right hand.
She's supposed to be the victim here.
How about the back of the head?
No.
And now this has changed into a self-defense story about how he jumped her while they were alone in the woods.
But I think whatever.
While she had amnesia and doesn't remember this. But she does remember this now. Her memory came back.
This all happened
Out of
while
the
he
blue.
was on top of you?
And she didn't want to admit that he was attacking her? Even though there'd be no downside to her being honest about that?
But all of this took place where your car got stuck. Yeah, none of this took place at any parks. None of this took place in the city of Eau Claire, in the county of Eau Claire. Everything took place in Dunn County.
I'm calling Dingus to be my lawyer. Hopefully you get high energy Dingus instead of low energy chill Dingus. I need ducks in a row, went to legal school Dingus.
Okay.
Rest floor?
Do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat?
No. I don't. I just remember it happening. But I don't remember the time or when.
You don't know, do you remember which order the stabbing took place?
No. It's just a bunch.
A bunch? Oh, what side of the car were you guys on? Do you remember?
The driver's side of the car.
Okay. So everything took place on the driver's side?
Hello, Zypher.
Okay. Did you ever try to move his body into the car?
Doing some endgame Pikmin 2 caves over here. This one is going on and on and on and on, baby.
I didn't
Emperor Bullblax is coming up. No bombs in sight, though.
I left because I...
This is a problem, you guys.
I looked over and he was on the ground and I just started running.
When you started...
Nice tactic. Nice tactic.
When you
Very, very cool to have him stick out his tongue right after the stone spray wears off.
Not really.
Nice strategy. I have to applaud that.
Conversation or anything as far as that goes, if he was directing it towards something.
Yes, the whole stream has been rage quitting.
Trying to understand.
The game's too hard, man. We're only 30 treasures away. No.
Like just physically assault you or something sexual at that point in time.
Oh, look, now it's over here.
I think it was physical, but I didn't know.
Thank you, RNG.
Do you know what led to that?
Just talking and talking.
Okay, so was everything up to that point that you were in the back seat and he started attacking you? Was it just were you guys having generalized conversation at that point in time?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this all the while of trying to figure out how to get the car out to? Okay. So, maybe you had mentioned this, I missed it. Can you kind of describe to me, when you were in the back seat prior to him attacking you, how were you positioned?
I was facing down, moving things out of the car to look in my seats and stuff, and then...
Kind of like crawling around?
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed out on those guys.
When...
The other one's over
So
there.
it started in the car, then ended up outside of it. When you ran, was he moving? Was he laying on the ground at that point in time? Was he moving?
Or anything.
So, I think the point that my partner's trying to get at here is when we found him, he was half in the car and half out. How would he get like that if he wasn't?
I didn't check to see if he was, I thought he was dead or something when I seen him on the ground, so that's why I started running, and I was scared what was going on, but he wasn't moving or talking or anything when I seen him.
Was anyone else there with you too? Did you see anybody else around?
No.
So,
stick out your tongue.
Backing up to driving out there. So who drove you guys out there?
Alex was driving up the hill.
But who drove to that area first?
Alex was driving for the most part.
Okay. And then you drove there, and Alex drove up the hill, then you got in the driver's seat and drove it up over the hill.
Try to get it out, because I didn't want to get stuck.
There's Ivan Zyper, the 3-stream watch streak, and they say, hello sir, easy boss. And I say to you, hello sir.
I didn't throw anything out. I was just moving things around and stuff.
Lick?
Okay.
He's got the lick going?
To the front seat.
Okay. So you move your paintings to the front seat. And where was
No!
Alex
The squash!
He was behind
48. No,
outside.
it's over.
Okay.
It's over.
And
No,
did he still
it's
have the
done.
knife? Okay. And then, maybe this was like you asked, but how did the first contact take place? The first time he came, how were you positioned?
I was facing forward in the car, but then I heard him coming near me, so I turned around and then I was laying down.
Did he say anything to you?
Isn't supposed to be a rest level.
He just came in.
Every 5 levels of rest level. What are you doing, game?
And his first cut was where?
This was when it started happening, but the first cuts were here.
Okay. And then so you're laying in the car.
All right, there you
with
go.
your head by
Got
the
those.
passenger side door. So you're laying
There's
on your back.
another
Are you
wave
doing
to
this?
look out for.
I'm laying, yes, on my back.
So you're laying on your back with your head towards the passenger side door, and he's now cutting.
Is it a
you
sub
in
level?
different
It's a
spots.
dom level? Clearly.
If I'm not mistaken. So then, walk me through then. So you get a hold of the knife.
After it cuts my hand.
Yeah. So and then you get it from him. Is he still on top of you at this point? Okay. And then what? Walk me through.
Where's
that.
the other source of
I
nectar?
just started stabbing anything I could.
Okay.
Everywhere.
There. Now, right near the boss. Right near the boss. Can we talk about this?
I rolled over to see what he was doing.
So that was prior to him grabbing onto you? Oh, okay.
Doing great, sweetie.
So then
Thank you for
he stabs.
asking.
So then you get the knife away from him.
All
you're
it
kicking
takes
him.
is one
Where's the first
person
place you think
asking,
you
how
stabbed
are
him?
you doing,
I think the
to
first
make
place I
your
stabbed
day,
him was in the head.
or something.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a
Okay,
saying
and
like
then
that
walk
somewhere.
me through
Someone said that once.
the order you think you stabbed him.
Alright, that spray did
I
nothing.
stabbed him in the head, and then he just kept grabbing me and grabbing me.
Okay.
So I think I stabbed him in like this leg by the genital region, and then the stomach and the sides and stuff like that. Because I remember being pushed against, because I was moving in the back
I may as well just throw them and toss them all into a death trap.
And just going. And then I remember
I don't want to abuse stone
stabbing
sprays, but I'm gonna
in
have
this
to.
region inside the chest and neck region, and then
Was that outside the car?
that was inside the car. And then
I'm sure you didn't hear,
my
Sweet
shoes
Bean,
fell
but I
off.
got the Thanksgiving
kicking everything and he
collab
got out
of
of
the
the car.
century with
And then he
Ann
went
Lee
to grab me again
Overlay
and
prepared
on the
today.
side of
I had some free time
ribs and
after
stuff.
doing everything I need to do.
And then
The overlay
like after
is
that, I
good
just
to
couldn't
go
breathe, and I just started
for
breathing
Black
and
Friday
breathing,
with
and
me
it
and
just kept
Ann.
getting dark and
React to
scary.
DSP's Adpocalypse
I
for the
woke up
whole
and I peed my
day.
pants and everything. I didn't know what was going on, and he was just laying there, so I started running.
It's sure to be like an 8-hour
Did you try to move the
ordeal.
body at all? Did you try
I'm gonna
to
love every second of it, mine.
move it from, did you drive the body out there to dump it? Did this take place someplace else?
No.
And you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra?
Because I didn't, it's too scary.
I know it's scary, but we needed the truth, right?
We need
It's
the
better to come and tell us the
truth.
truth so we know what happened.
Because it's just so scary and I can't get it out of my head.
And we're sorry that you went through this.
And it just keeps replaying.
You obviously went through this. Is he sneak dissing?
This response makes no sense. Again, in her narrative, she has done nothing wrong. If we take her version of events as the gospel truth, she was completely justified in stabbing him in the head and then stabbing him another 15 times. There was no reason for her not to tell Detective Proc what had happened, especially if she knew the crime scene evidence would line up with what she's saying, but that's not why she wanted to wait. She wanted nature to clear away the majority of the evidence at the crime scene, and she wanted to slowly provide the detectives with her version of events. She wanted to make the investigation take as long as possible, depriving the Woodworth family of knowing what happened to Alex, and giving
This is
them
such an
hope that he
awkward
was still
setup for
alive.
what I wanna do.
She also wanted to slowly breadcrumb the detectives into believing that Alex had sexually assaulted her, and in this very interview, she stated that she believes that might have been what happened. But why would she state that when she knew that that had been the truth? Why would she drag out the investigation and force herself to constantly be talking to the detectives and reliving what she claims to be the most traumatic moment of her life? If she could just say it immediately and be done.
Alright, that's the first
Ezra
one.
was prolonging this investigation for her own self-serving reasons, not because she was scared.
This guy's
Have you talked
shit.
to any of the doctors about this? What happened?
This one sucks because it's near poison.
That's probably going to be a good place to talk. When you were stabbing him, were you trying to kill him?
I didn't want him to go away.
Okay.
He wouldn't go away.
What happened to the knife afterwards?
I think I dropped it when I was running
When you say dropped it, where do you think you dropped it?
in the grass.
Okay, we only lost 6.
Like, okay.
Sure, they were all purples,
So,
but
you know how it's a big mud, and you drove up there, like, in the grass along the mud trail?
I think so.
Or, like, along the highway?
I think along the highway when I was running, because I remember falling
alright,
down.
fair enough. I'll take 6
My legs
deaths.
were really weak.
Okay. Did you throw it, like, into the field, like, a long ways away?
No, I think it just dropped.
Okay, so someplace between the car and Don's house, you dropped the knife. Okay.
I just wanted it to go away.
When you were going
Wow,
up the road,
hey, hello!
you were outside the
It's
road,
a treasured gyro block.
so you would, like, would have been walking
The thing
or
that
walking around
Rob
against
the robot
traffic.
carries.
And that's when you were going to Don's house with the knife. Was the knife in your right hand or left hand, do you think, at that point?
I think it was in my left hand.
Okay, so you're going up there, and as you're going, you just drop it in that ditch line.
All the nectar fiends should be over here. Haven't encountered them yet.
What led you guys out there in the first place?
Just to find somewhere to talk. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to talk.
So was it this just a random place that neither one of you ever been there before?
Were you giving him directions as he was driving, or was he just kind of...
Just kind of going wherever we go.
Yeah. But everything happened there, and most of it took place outside the car. And you don't know how he got back in the car.
No,
Where's his cell phone at?
I don't know, because I think I grabbed it with my phone when I was running.
Dude, that purple Pikmin needs nectar yesterday. I was
When
talking
she
about.
left the crime scene, she also took
Let's help
Alex's phone with
that
her.
dude
Although
out.
she had stabbed him 16 times, she wanted to be sure that he was dead and wouldn't be able to get up.
Watch
so
there
she
be
took
like
his
10
phone
more
and
floors.
destroyed it
We're
outside
gonna
of
be
Dawn's
here
home.
all evening.
Detectives later found the phone and were able to recover a lot of
Well,
the
you don't seem
information
hype.
from
You
it.
don't seem
Experts
hyped
who
for
have looked
that.
at this case have speculated that Ezra took the phone in order to properly erase any evidence of their sexual communication. That way, there would be no evidence that could be used against her. Her text communications between John Hansen had ruined her case against him, but it seems that she had tried to learn from that mistake.
Oh
I
boy.
fell a couple times. So I know that
Is it just gonna be
my phone
boss
broke,
after
but I
boss
don't
after
know
boss now?
if his phone broke or not.
Why'd you grab his cell phone?
Because I needed to bring it to somebody.
Why?
So that I could call.
So you took his cell phone to call? But you don't know where it is? So did you throw that in the ditch too with the knife?
I think I dropped it with my phone.
But I think you guys got her phone, right?
Yeah, because you just had an iPod, correct?
So
It might be in the ditch. I don't know if I dropped it in Don's yard or anything.
did you rummage through his wallet at all?
No. My wallet's in the car and I know that all my money's in it. It's like a brown one.
Okay.
And why would you even fight her from the other side when with all the boulders raining down? It's not worth it, dude.
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay. So I know you said you had some photos, or some injuries. We do have a female deputy here. Would it be okay if she took some of the pictures of your photos? I know you have some in your private area, and they have a special room where they can take you in.
I got too cocky trying to get extra damage while he was shaking about.
Okay.
I was like, okay, I can do it in one more cycle if I spam the purples. Nope.
So, one of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Did you harm yourself in any way?
No, I didn't want to.
You said, well, what happened?
I didn't harm myself.
You didn't?
No, when I fell, I hurt my hand and I bit my tongue.
Okay. And then the boy carved in your arm. Okay. The part that throws me off on that is, if I'm sitting here and he's going to be carving it in, it's written perfect with a right-hand person like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if he would write it in, it would have been reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
How
Let's get her shaking early on.
He didn't do that to you, did he? You carved the boy into your own arm. Is that right?
Once again, Ezra is just blatantly admitting that she's been lying to the detectives, and she does it so nonchalantly that it almost seems like what she is admitting is unimportant. But this is the crux of her whole narrative. When the interview began, she was clearly going to tell the detectives that she remembered Alex carving the word boy into her arm, and she believes that he had tried to sexually assault her. She went into vivid detail about how he carved the word, how he grabbed her arm and held it down on the car's center console, how this was an almost derogatory thing, that he called her to make fun of her gender identity and disrespect her, and how scared she was of him when he did it. And now, when the detectives tell her that they know that she did it herself, that all of the explicit details she shared were false, she just agrees and says he's right. It's like when she admitted that she's been able to remember what happened the entire time. There was no reason for her to lie.
Even when I
about the
whistled
origin
back,
of
they
this
still
wound,
went. They
except
still
to
went
make
for her.
Alex look like a
I got
monster.
again,
And the only
and I
reason
thought
she
I
was
could
unsuccessful
do it in
is
one more
because the
cycle.
detectives in the case happened to find the scene of the crime on their own.
I was like, oh my god, a sliver of health left. Apparently she got iframes while she was rolling.
In the car.
You think I would have noticed that?
In the car with him? Or when
I was in the car after I woke up the second time.
So after you stabbed him and you came back and you
Hello, Pancake Mix. Hello, Pancake Mix. Welcome back to Pikmin Chill.
So, let's play out this version of events. You were attacked by a former lover, and you kill them. Stab them 16 times in the head, throat, torso, and genitals.
Plus true crime.
Then you pass out in the back of your car. You wake up, see the dead body, see the cuts and scrapes on your body, and instead of immediately running to get help, and using his phone to call emergency services,
We are
or trying
fighting
to get
the
away from
Empress
man
Bull
who you thought
Blast
was
in
going
a
to assault
boss
you grab
rush
the knife
cave.
that you used to defend yourself, and then you start carving words into your arm to insult yourself, and then you just stand there. Why? Why would anyone do that? It's as if she woke up in the back of the car, assessed the situation, and realized that she wasn't quite wounded enough to make her story make sense. She didn't want to stab herself too badly, as she could actually bleed out and die. But if she carved a word into her arm, a word that she can claim was an insult he threw at her often,
16 times is a lot, and she really didn't have anything against the guy. He wasn't actually abusive. He had no reason to kill him.
And who did those?
She just didn't want to admit the truth.
So he cut you here.
And here.
And he cut you on the legs, you're saying?
This boss looks a little sus. Yeah, just shits out grub dog babies.
Because I felt really bad. Because I didn't want it to happen, and I felt really bad.
You didn't want what to happen? That's her?
I didn't want any of it to happen.
Okay.
So I wrote it so that I have to remember.
Murder on the Oriental Express. I've heard of that movie.
That makes no sense.
But I have
this
not
was a
seen
traumatic
it.
situation. Someone attacking you with a knife and you having to kill them in self-defense is traumatizing. Victims of assault do not need to have large scars and visible wounds to feel the effects of what they went through. This is not something she was going to easily forget, although she did pretend that it was for the first few days. But she immediately starts crying in order to sell her unbelievable story.
What didn't you want to happen, Ezra?
I didn't want the attack to happen. I didn't want him to get hurt. I feel really bad about what happened. I just did it so that I don't ever happen, so that I don't forget.
Remember, she feels really bad about what had happened. She didn't want him to get hurt, but she did lie about not knowing where his body was and leaving the corpse outside, leaving it to be harshly affected by the elements, so the police wouldn't be able to find him.
Why did it
But
start?
She also deeply cares about the victim, sure.
Takes them to the right, then rolls to the right. It's supposed to start rolling to the left.
No.
I need to know, Ezra, if you did. Okay.
Up on the Nile in some other movie I can't remember. Now that one I haven't heard of.
Okay. What else happened that you told me a different story to, Ezra?
I didn't cut myself here at all.
Okay.
And when I fell, I scraped my hand, and then I covered this on my arm so I wouldn't forget it. And this happened when I was grabbing it. And
Thank you,
this
Jesse.
happened when I was grabbing it too.
Okay. And what you're saying when you're grabbing it, it's when he had the knife.
But I did this because I wanted to not forget what happened.
Was it any time during
Oh yeah,
your
they just run in. I have issued no commands. They just run in by default against the boss and they just belt themselves. Real smart, right?
I didn't want to have sex at all.
Did he?
I don't think so.
Why did he?
Yeah, they're doing the Leroy thing. I didn't ask them to.
I think he just wanted to
Look, I hate that. What? Why does she throw him to the right? That's right. I mean, wrong.
It's been a really long time since I've seen him.
Okay.
And I think I don't know what he wanted. He was acting so strange and nonchalant, and he kept talking about things that didn't make sense. Yeah. It was just so scary. Everything is just so scary, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't. It's just so scary, and I can't get anything out of my mind.
This is the run. This one right here. This is the run. Surely this is a run. You're probably wondering, Dingus, why aren't you wasting more stone spray? Perhaps stone spray is the answer. I only have so much stone spray, dude.
The way he was cut, there wasn't a lot of blood found there. And he was soaking wet. How did he get wet?
I think the ground was wet.
Did he fall on the ground at some point?
Yeah, when I left the car, he was on the ground.
Okay, was he alive at that point, do you know?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, did he
Use
have
the
anything
nectar.
around his neck? How
Get the
far away
purples
from the
out.
car was he?
Go.
Not that far. He was by, there's like, I think there was a green
Whistle
thing.
back, whistle back.
A dumpster, like a truck or something, it was green, and that's where he was by.
Okay. And then, You don't know how he got back in the car?
No.
Where was your scarf?
My scarf
Whistle back,
was
whistle back, whistle
in
back.
the car. The yellow and the blue and the scarf was in the car.
Okay.
I think it was on the ground of the car.
Did you put that on him? Did you try to move him at all?
No more nectar.
No. I
There.
didn't want to touch him.
Oh, man. Why was I making that out to be harder than it actually was? I had nothing to be afraid of, you guys. Look at it. Look at it. This is the front of that beast. It's all shriveled up and dead.
Would you be willing to let this female officer take
We have
these
acquired
photos?
the favorite gyro block.
Yeah. Okay. That'll be fine. What we'll
Organized
do
my
is
pantry
we'll-
today, threw out a bunch of boxes, folded a bunch of laundry, and ordered my Thanksgiving sides and ingredients. Big ups. I got a big family get-together this Thursday. I say Hispanic, I have one of the biggest families ever. Ah yes, all the tios and tias and all of their families, all the cousin dinkers gathering together in a very small house to eat together in a very small, very crowded dining room.
And they're good people up here. Does that sound good to
My
you?
cousin's should be coming down from Alaska. He's in the culinary arts and will be cooking the turkey for us. It's gonna be a down-home cooking, American-style Thanksgiving.
Ezra's version of events makes no sense, but the case was far
I
from
agree,
over.
Dreading.
On April 6, 2019, Ezra was arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of Alex Woodworth. Originally,
What?
Ezra pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. However, her legal team later changed this plea, stating that they would not be able to meet the burden of proof necessary for an insanity defense. It was also clear by her behavior after the crime had taken place and the lengths that she had gone through to hide the crime scene that she understood what she had done was wrong. Nearly a year after she was arrested.
You know, this specific shot here, this shot of her face, kind of looks like one of my exes. The crazy one. I bring her up from time to time. But the crazy one, she had a face just like Ezra here. They even kind of had similar dispositions now that I think about it. Did I have a thing for manic pixie dream girls? Not really. Did she have a thing for me and types like me? Apparently so. Maybe she had plans for me beyond just a simple relationship. I dodged a bullet. I could have ended up just like Alex in this scenario. Or maybe I'm overthinking it.
The trial would begin, and like Nancy Brophy, Tony Todd, and Richard Merritt before her, Ezra would take the stand, believing that she could make all of her lies make sense if she was just given the chance. If you are watching at the time of
This is
upload,
the actual
that video
rest
will be
floor.
out soon. If not, that video will be linked in the description box down below, and can be found in our Ezra McCandless playlist. As always, we appreciate the time you have taken to watch our channel. And if there is a case you would like to see from us, feel free to let us know by emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com. Thanks for watching, and remember to stay safe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we somehow did it. We made it through all 3 parts currently existing in the Ezra story. I thought we'd reached a conclusion, but no, we didn't even get to the courtroom segment. Alas, here we are, waiting for the next part to release. In the meantime, be able to load up YouTube? Hello, YouTube? I love YouTube. What up, YouTube? It's me money, me now. Me Cobra, me now.
What is going on, everyone? Phil here. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Monday,
yes,
20th
it's
of
the
November,
thing you
2023.
probably already watched.
Let's get right into it. Today's podcast was way more chill, no drama, fun gaming news. Went through some viewer suggestions, Q&A, a good one, a good
Thought he
chill
said he didn't have
session.
time for suggestions.
Very, very different from
I didn't see
yesterday's
the whole
podcast.
pre-stream
What was
anyway.
funny is the attendance
At any
went way
rate,
up. Reason being, I think a lot of people thought, oh, there'll be more drama today, and there was none. So it was actually a great podcast. I really enjoyed it.
Non-existent.
And then we jumped back to Super
Trolls.
Mario RPG.
Lost.
However, there was a distinct difference between today's Mario RPG remake stream and Friday's premiere. On Friday, we had high attendance.
Wait, this is the 20th. Why? Wait. This is the 20th. I'm in my sub box. Why is the 20th in my... Did he re-upload it? Oh, here's the real one. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I back in time? Going back in time? No one said anything either. No one noticed he was wearing not the same shirt he was wearing today.
Good evening, everyone. Phil
yes.
here. Welcome to
Here's the real Daily Wrap. 4 minutes.
Daily Wrap for what was Tuesday, the 21st of November, 2023. It was a good end to the week, for sure. A good way to end a shorter
yes,
stream
a
week
good
because the
end to
holiday
the week.
coming up on Thursday. And let's just talk, shall we? So
No,
the podcast
I hate
today was
you.
a way laid-back, chill podcast. No major topics to really discuss. Just a tiny bit of news. You know, we discussed my updated thoughts on all the games that I'm currently playing, and a little bit about my confusion as to why Super Mario RPG Remake was so popular on Friday and then somehow completely dropped off with any kind of interest on Monday. It's very weird to me that people seem to be gung-ho for this game, and all of a sudden, you know, everything, attendance, engagement, support, all had kind of died.
Yes.
So I'm looking for feedback for that. But then I talked about all the other playthroughs and how they're going, which is pretty well. And also my plans for this week in the holiday.
We'll go ahead and do
then we jumped into
Reds.
Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, which once again proved to do very well on the daytime stream. People really seem to like me playing this game on the day stream.
Popularity faded after
right
what
into the
stream,
challenges, got those
huh? What
done, which was
happened?
actually easy. It was assault rifle stuff. Then went back to sniping for a bit, but honestly got a little bit bored of it and a little bit frustrated with the connections. So I had unlocked a bullet pup, assault rifle, and I wanted to give it a shot.
Wow,
Let's give it a
hello.
shot. So I gave it a
It's
shot.
the lost
And I
gyro
kicked butt. I
block.
was getting juggernaut kill streaks and everything. It was wild again. It was just like it usually is when I start doing going on a tear in this game. So it was very fun and entertaining, and everyone loved it, and the engagement was great, and the support was great, and it was a really great stream. Late stream tonight was Like a Dragon, Gaiden, late night chill stream. Wasn't expecting much in the realm of attendance, engagement, or support. Didn't get much, but that's fine. That's not the purpose of that stream. It's for me to mostly interact and chill and have a relaxing night, which I absolutely did with my audience. It was
Nobody
great.
cares, Phil.
So, overall this week, pretty
just
darn
go to
good.
bed?
I know there were a couple slower days there. For the most part, an overall great week. And I really enjoyed
You don't get to
myself.
tell me what to
Now,
do.
I'm not here tomorrow.
But I probably
because
will
it's my
after
day
this
off for
cave.
the week. I know that's weird because usually my day
Golem
off
was
is
right. I wasn't gonna do all
Thursday,
3 caves
after the
tonight,
holiday,
but
one is
I'm
Thursday,
fine with just
Wednesday.
2 caves.
Hope you have a safe and fun day tomorrow.
Probably come back in next session, do the final
I'll be running
cave.
around doing a few
The final
last-minute
cave will
things
probably
before
be
the
a whole
holiday.
stream of its
When I come
own.
back on Thursday,
And
which is
then
the
any
23rd,
sessions after
it's
that will be
Thanksgiving
challenge
here in the
mode.
United States. I will be doing one stream. I'll be doing the podcast, and I'll be doing a stream here on DSP Gaming. That's going to be a specialty hangout session. First, what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about what I'm most thankful for this year.
Oh boy, the
and many other
man-at
details and
legs.
things
I
like
love
that.
this
I'm
boss.
sure we'll do a little bit of talking back and forth about Thanksgiving and what people will be up to today, what I'll be doing, or that day, I should say, and what I'll be doing that day for
My
dinner and
cave
wine.
maker? What do you
And
mean by
it's really
that?
up to you guys. If you want to see some gameplay, we could play some Modern Warfare 3. We could play some Street Fighter 6, right? Or maybe you just want to hang out some more, and we could do a tier maker that could maybe
This
rank
all sounds
popular
awful.
Thanksgiving foods and cuisines against each other. It's really whatever you guys want. It's just
Why
gonna
does
be
it have
one
to be a
laid-back
Thanksgiving
stream. I am not
themed
doing a
tier
live stream that
maker?
night because I'll be spending time with my family, having an amazing Thanksgiving spread. I'll be back on Friday. Friday this week, the 24th, Black Friday in the United States, and also the return of my Adpocalypse event.
Other countries do Black Friday
show you,
too.
I love this logo. The Adpocalypse 2.0 coming. Daily Wrap blocks it. Adpocalypse 2.0 cometh this coming Friday.
Belted.
It's going to be me watching retro ads all day long, as submitted by you, the viewers, and channel members. Plus food, plus some booze, some fun. It's going to be a great one, and I certainly hope that you guys will join me for this event. It's going to be an absolutely great event. And it should be the first marathon I've done in many months, which I'm very much looking forward to because I love these marathon events.
He's looking forward to
Again,
how
nothing
good they
serious,
usually
gameplay,
do,
just hangout
numbers-wise.
session, all right? Regularly scheduled gameplay resumes this weekend on Saturday, but I wish you all
We need more
a great
non-dinger
Wednesday.
games. I have
If
no idea what you're
don't see
talking
you
about.
For Thanksgiving,
No.
I wish you a very happy, safe, and a lovely holiday. And I hope to see you on the tail end of that, maybe Friday, or if you want to just come back for the gameplay on Saturday. It should be a good time. But thank you all. This is a great streaming week. Have a good night. See you on Thanksgiving. Peace out.
Alright, say less, homeboy. Actually, say even less. I really don't want you to talk anymore. Anyway, boss time. Sounds like the sound effect from Pac-Man World whenever you do literally anything in that game. By the way, I lost all my blues in Boldman. What's the strat? Cope and seethe? Look at him shoot that Pikmin to death! Alright. That's tough, buddy. Run it back. I like how he hypes up the drinking stream. I like that too. Pikmin. What we need is that Spyro game that was put on GameStop too early to come out. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Jesse. I actually don't. You know something I don't? And then you didn't tell me? And this is how I find out from a Juzzy message posted at 3 in the morning, almost 4 in the morning for people in the Eastern time zone. This is messed up, man. Anyway, that's great. Dingus, you never asked! It's true, I don't ask. Is there no way to get health as the captains? Regenerate health? Am I just gonna hear this beeping for the rest of the cave run? Searching ain't helping me find the name of it. Did I not exist and just gaslight myself? Yeah, I think you did. I think I would have known about that before you. That was probably what tipped you off. Oh my god, I found out about something before Dingus did. Well, in actuality, Juzzy, that's actually what makes me the most suspicious. Show me your guns. Holy shit, it shot everything. That's it. I do all that prep. I do all that preparation, and he just shoots everything instantly. Yes. Yeah, I got fucking gunted there. I mean, what? You want me to go in there? You want me to go in there bringing purples? You just bring the purples in there. Just fuck it, get the purples in there. Get the purples in there, do a 1 cycle. I don't think that's possible though. Alright, we'll keep these guys hanging back. This is not gonna work. I'm gonna be so mad when this doesn't work. They just don't got the height. They don't got the height going. Dude, and he breaks out and immediately starts shooting. I don't know, you guys. You know what? We should have been doing predictions for how many resets take me to, like, no more than 5 resets for this particular boss. It's too late now. I've already spoiled the fun by stating the idea. It's like you don't have any barriers here. He's covered by water. What's the plan? Alright. I know the pattern now. I know the pattern now. I want to try that one more time. I want to try that one more time. Yeah, keep the blues, keep the Boltman, stone him the first time, use the spicy spray. Once he shakes off, immediately run for that barricade, and then just stay put, and then rinse and repeat. And then he'll be done before long. And we'll be one step closer to going mini time. Just for a little bit. I wish this missing wasn't so stupid. Yeah, it's stupid. Just give me the colors I want. It's a little bit better in later games to just separate all your Pikmin. Alright, that's the squad. Okay, so we're gonna start doing damage. He's gonna break free. Retreat. Why is he moving? Needs to toss out your gun. Where are your big guns at? Oh, now you want to... Okay, you're supposed to toss first. He won't start shooting until you toss at him. But I did toss at him. He didn't count because he was stonified. Alright. Comes again. Retreats. Toss it back in. And then he brings the gun out again. You get less and less time. There's 3 cycles to the gun rounds too. I'll shoot 3 times. Well, 3 waves. 3 waves of bullets. No! I whistled! Oh, I tried to go too early. I was like, oh, if I go earlier, I'll have more time to toss. I thought I had them whistled, so I was like, okay, let me go ahead and go. They weren't whistled. But that's the strat. I got the strategy down. Alright, please be easy to sort this time. Thank you. That's all I ask for. I feel like I never get that request. I'm being entitled and demanding. Obviously. Okay, now he's gonna do it. That's 1, 2, 3. That was kind of off there. Just barely made it. Alright. Last cycle. Got it. The Deathless Run! With 69 Pikmin. Nice. And it only took 2 spicy sprays. Whoa! It's the memorable gyro block. You're gonna give us every color of the rainbow of Rob's blocks, huh? Where's that fucking cave exit at? No! No, I've come too far to have a Pikmin die now. Says the guy who sends them all to their depths without a second thought. Thank you, Jesse. What I want to know is, how deep is this cave, bro? That's a lot of spiders. Did we get sent to Australia? What the fuck is this? What is this? No! Wait, maybe he can step on his friends. Come on, stomp on him. Stomp on him. Why won't you stomp on him? Shit, I've attracted his attention. Oh no! Okay. I thought I'd be able to kill that spider before that happened, and I wasn't able to do that. That's so embarrassing. You know, just looking at it, it's like, oh wow, this level's not so bad. And then the boss comes in. I got one extra. A yellow. I'm supposed to have 17 of the blue's involvement. Exactly. Gonna have to do a lot of spider killing right here. Okay, I didn't lose any. God, fire only makes them scramble around and lose their flowers. Now, you gotta be pinpoint accurate with the spiders or you're just not gonna hit any. It seems like they only want to move around when they know you're trying to go after them. Oh yeah, I forgot these guys are corpse carriers. Trying to pick up a corpse when he already has one? Talk about my corpse, please. Oh. I summoned the boss. Summoned the boss with all of his friends still in the field. And here I am still focusing on the little guys. Alright. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. Trying to understand why there was that gold mine of stone spray right at the entrance to this cave. It all makes sense now, dude. Grand total of 4 Boltmen surviving. Right, now I can do what I always wanted to do growing up. Punching spiders to death. like these guys increase in speed after they pick up the corpse. Or at least they just become more annoying. Is that the last block? Please tell me that's the last block. It's the Bond gyro block! No! No, 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 no. Okay, I don't think I lost any to that. Hey, Parma. Sorry, I'm focused, way focused here. 5 hours into a cave spelunking stream. 14 sub-levels deep in a cave that's almost entirely bosses. When I don't have the right Pikmin distribution. Like, I have all the types, but at the same time, it's kind of like, wow. It seems like they really wanted me to use blue Pikmin the most. It so happens to be one of the, no, I got 66 right now. The smallest, lowest amount of Pikmin types. No, 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 no. And blue Pikmin tend to be useless until they decide they want to spam water everywhere, which tends to be near the end of these games. It's like, oh, okay. Let's just make it, let's just force them to use blue Pikmin, because they're pretty fucking useless otherwise. Let's just put a bunch of water everywhere. That'll inspire the player to use blue Pikmin. And you know what? It worked. Here I am, sleep-deprived dingus, trying to finish one cave. Ah yes, a single cave. I mean, I did one earlier. It's over, it's over, it's over. One's gonna die. I just really hate these spiders, man. I can't beat these spiders, man. Okay, that electric one is the last one. Appearing blue does not fucking stop it. I wish it did. Missed the true crime Parma. I almost said karma. Yeah, karma's probably asleep. Now, Parma, we had the return of the long-belated true crime segment. We didn't even get to finish it because the series we were watching isn't done yet. Suffice to say, was the female-style murderer. Not the best actor, though, I have to say. She's not going to be winning any Oscars anytime soon. Oh my lord! I was right at the end! You zapped me to the extreme! Fuck it. I'll take the L. I don't want to fight the raging long legs again. Yeah, it was a whole love quartet. Lady cheating on her mans with 2 different men, then kills one of those men. Boyfriend must have felt like he dodged a bullet there. Like, whoa, that could have been me. Picking men? Yeah, she was picking men, then picking them off. Ack. Alright, hopefully the next boss, whatever thing, does not require blue Pikmin, because half of my blue Pikmin just got zapped into non-existence. Floor 15. Final floor, you think? Final floor? Oh my god, it is! Yes! I am reinvigorated! Wish me luck, Guttleman. Watch this require blue Pikmin, though. Watch this require blue Pikmin. We got a Doug on the final floor. Shoot him on the face, because they're on the final floor. Where's the water at? I want to see water. Where's the water? What boss do we got? Who's that? What is that? I don't recognize that. He's gonna pop in. Who are we dealing with? These guys don't kill the Pikmin, they just trap them, I believe. I'm off tomorrow, even though it's not Thanksgiving, because it just happens to be a national holiday, and it landed on Thursday. Let's go! Congratulations. Boss hasn't shown up, but I bet it's because I haven't walked into the center yet. And get rid of these jellyfish first. Jellyfish obviously exists to be nuisances who make the boss battle harder, so why wouldn't you get rid of them before you even touch the boss? Alright, come on in, whatever you are. Oh! What is that? Just spam Stony Spray. Or is he gonna rage?
I'm with you.
Whoa! Thank you, Cup of Fruit, for the positive follow. Yes, organic growth. The best kind of growth. Rage? I thought this guy would have a little bit more... I don't know, something a bit more to the arsenal? Is this all it is? Just, he's got bigger feet. And the real question is, are we going to be able to do a deathless run on the final floor? Rage? Okay, yeah. Walk away. Yeah, I was expecting something a bit more. It's like the final floor, dude. New, unique style, human style creature boss, bug style creature. All he does is walk around and stomp. I guess there could be a phase 2. Maybe the thing opens up, the body opens up, and the real monster's inside. It can regain health though. Trying to get a good opening here. Ah, that's it. And he has given me Rob the Robot. Look, there he is. It's really him. It's the guy. Not losing a single Pikmin either. Rob on wheels? Nah. Nah, this ain't Rob on wheels. They took away his wheels. He's just a head. He's Rob on head. Ah, yes. It is the remembered old buddy. We did it, guys. And it only took 5 hours. Oh, 6, my bad. How is it already 3:30 a.m.? I know for Parma, it's like it's the middle of the day. JC, that's still pretty late if you think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, all treasures salvaged at the cost of 73 Pikmin dying. I barely have any Pikmin left after that. We still have time left. Alright. 300 red Pikmin. 270 yellow. 400 blues. I must have went wild trying to make blues. 35 purples. I have 9 out in the field. I need 100 purples to get the final dumbbell treasure. I gotta find a place to farm them. What can we possibly end the day on? Making yellows? Hey, it's the grog. The groink? The grog? Alright, he bombed that purple out of existence. Let's go ahead and make some more yellows with that. One of those enemies you gotta carry back Prano, or more spawn out. Or more spawn out, or it revives. Alright, how many did that give me? Still 270. Now wait a minute. Oh. There they are. Yeah, 1,000. Only 100 purples are gonna do. Don't even know where I would begin farming them. I should have had 100 purples already. Why don't I? It's because I let them die. I should have been farming them the whole time. I wouldn't even have this issue. And yet here I am, having this exact issue. It didn't have to be like this, chat. It didn't have to be like this. If we lived in a world where I could reset the game to save my purples without scrutiny and complaints, I could be existing in a world with well over 100 purple Pikmin. Sadly, that's not a world line we exist in. It just ain't, pimp. But we get the triumphant theme for ending the day, though. So what did we accomplish on this Pikmin 2 stream, gentlemen? One whole day? We only did one whole day of content? Because time doesn't pass in the caves? Oh, they must really hate me. And he was firing at my rocket ship. One whole day of content stretched out over 2 caves that seemed never-ending. Check out the money, though. We hit the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 treasure goal. I'm a millionaire, baby. Alright, if you're still for some reason alive, let's go ahead and press F for the ones we lost today in both caves. We have lost a grand total of 119 Pikmin on today's stream. So far throughout the journey, we've lost 556 Pikmin. This means 1/5 of the total amount of Pikmin I've lost throughout the entire game was lost today, stretched out between those two caves. 1/5 of all the Pikmin I've ever lost from this stream alone.
Louie, you've sent absolutely no replies. I'm worried about you. I'd like to come see you.
Oh, but I'm so old. All I can do is send you preserve the bug foods. Hey, we still haven't found Louie. I forgot. That's the thing. We were supposed to be doing that. Jeez Louise. All that spelunking. We did 2 caves, the Cavern of Chaos and the Hole of Heroes, and we still have the final one left. And as you can see, the final cave has 21 treasures, the highest amount of any cave thus far, and it's probably gonna have like 20 floors and be never ending and make me want to jump off a cliff in Minecraft. We'll have to tackle it next time, because damn, I don't know how time gets away from us. Maybe it's because we were watching all that true crime, but we're 6 hours into the stream. Holy moly. But I hope everyone had a chill time. We'll bring this back next week, because we got what's tomorrow? Splatoon? Yeah. I gotta do Splatoon grinding tomorrow. Jesus Christ. As if I wasn't suffering enough. Yeah, we gotta grind up in a catalog. It'll be open lobby. If anyone's got Splatoon, they can join on in with me if they so choose. Thursday for JC, exclusively, literally just for JC, we're gonna do Chicken Run. And if I meet the $300 extra life goal, we'll do another mysterious chicken game on top of that. Friday, Black Friday, the Adpocalypse with Ann Lee there. And I don't know, I probably won't stream Saturday. It'll be a Black Friday weekend. I can be like, guys, it's a holiday. Let me have it. But more than likely, if that is the case, I'll be back Sunday. Watch, you won't be there? Why? What the hell, man? Nah, it's Thanksgiving, so I get it. People got their own thing going on and they don't want to show up. They'd much rather be... You should spend Thanksgiving with your loved ones. I will be. So far be it from me to cry about you guys having plans. It's just that my plans will end in a timely fashion, giving me time to pull up a stream. I've been here every stream so far, I think. So what are the chances, really? Like 2%? I got faith in you, JC. You'll set the alarm and all that. You gotta watch the Garfield Thanksgiving special? Won't I get an email for that? Because Garfield's owned by Nickelodeon now, and Nickelodeon is owned by Viacom, and Viacom hates it if you watch anything from them. No, it's not worth it. What do you mean worth it? No, we're not watching Garfield. As topical as that would be for the stream. Yeah, the official federal holiday Black Friday, as recognized by the guy. Probably special effects my way into watching it. Yeah, just like I did the Puppy Bowl. Remember the Puppy Bowl? We're coming up on a year since the Puppy Bowl stream. I'll be able to, with the power of Sister Dingus's HBO Max, i.e. just Max, because it's not called HBO Max anymore. With the power of Sister Dingus's Max, I will be able to, once again, restream the Puppy Bowl. What an event. What an event that'll be. Alright, I'm fucking zonked, as you can no doubt hear, for me talking for 6 hours on end while running around in caves. And listening to what progressive liberal whores murdering their guys they're having an affair with. Because I wouldn't call the person who died her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was the guy who got cucked. So who really died there? The cucker? The cucker died. Yeah, the death of the cucker. The virgin cucker. Because he was depressed about cucking the boyfriend because he was secondary to the boyfriend. Even though the boyfriend had his own like everyone was a cuck in that situation. I hated that story. I can't wait to find out how it ends. We're gonna raid Sweet Bean. Because, believe it or not, chat, but literally everybody else is offline. Tevin is on BRB mode, and guess what? Bean usually intentionally delays her streams so that I don't raid her, obviously. But guess what? She couldn't wait for me to end the stream this time because I went on too late. She's like, oh my god, I gotta start the stream now, guys, or my own audience is gonna go get after me. Ah! Well, guess what? The longer I stall, the more it hurts her. She eventually booted up, and I will be sending you there because there's nowhere else to go. And I'm gonna collapse in my cozy bed. And you don't have to go there. The Sweet Bean is a sweet bean and will appreciate your follow. So at least click the heart before you clock out. And I'm gonna clock out too. Splatoon tomorrow. And yeah, I don't think I got nothing. I don't got nothing else. See if we can wake Pablo up. Hello, Pablo, are you there? Thanks for stopping by! The stream's finally over, holy shit. That stream, it felt like it went by real quick, but at the same time it feels like it didn't. It was between a rock and a hard place. I love Pikmin, but I really don't like soft resetting. I hate procedurally generated shit. I hate RNG. No, Aqua. We did the Cavern of Chaos and the Hole of Heroes. The Cavern of Chaos wasn't too bad, but the Hole of Heroes just wiped me out. 15 floors of non-stop enemies. Then it turns into a boss rush halfway through, and it's all bosses I fucking hate. So 2 out of the 3 caves done. I'll do the Dream Den next time. We'll start challenge mode, and we'll continue the cope. And I still gotta farm purples to get that final dumbbell. Fucking Miyamoto stretching his games out. Thank you to the swollen ones who made it to the end. Like Moinis, Parma, Aqua Saber, Assassin, Eagle, Wiggle, Almighty Goki, JC, Juzzy51, Cup of Fruit, Ivan Cypher, Perez, Sweet Bean herself, who's the stream we're gonna go to, Gonala Gaming, Golem. Can't forget the lurkers, like Ann1337, Almighty Tevin, who's on BRB mode right now, but if you want classic DSP, I want to fall asleep content to fall asleep to, he's on BRB mode. Alpha Lee TV, Shalupa, Ghost MC, Nadocog, who was here the whole time, Peaches Ian Keem, Peter Family, UNFW1, the unfun one, Shroom, Dukeem, Mr. Pun, Rexum _. Thank you, Chalupa. I don't know if you can hear this, but I am exhausted, obviously. The spelunking was too much. I need to lay down and rest my bones. Seru, D-Sive, Odorilo, Kian Goon, Law Power, OMG Zelda, Pancake Mix, Pim Pam, thank you ma'am, Scrumbles, Sham Chatter, Sinscroy, Kojima World Order, and Zitra Zealousy. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna read out the stuff, and then we'll go raid Sweeping. I think she's playing Binding of Isaac, her favorite game. I think that's her favorite game. He plays it a lot. I think it's fair enough for me to say that. Why would you play a game? Why would you play a lot of a game that you don't like? Think about it. Thank you, Cup of Fruit, for the follow. Almighty Goki, the raid with a party of 2. Shroom Dukem, raid with a party of 16. Shroom, the resub tier 1 for 14 months in a row. 14 months total. WWE Carl, by Carl, tier 2 for 14 months. Juzzy51, the first ever follower. Tier 1 for 22 months. Golem, the raid with the prime for 13 months in a row. 14 months total. And Clothes in My Closet, the behind the scenes follow. I wasn't even live, but they came and clicked the heart. All right, my brain is jumbled. I know not what I know. I cannot think. I must rejuvenate and recuperate so I can boot up again extremely late tomorrow and whine and complain and offer piss poor commentary. Anyway, that's great. Sweet bean time. No, this can't be happening. She disabled raids. She doesn't want me to send you guys over there. That's fine. She knew too. She was like, I can't stall the stream out any longer. But I can't have Dingus send his dingers over here. Alright, fair enough. Let's go to Tevin's house. You can still go to Sweet Bean's stream. We just can't raid her. She knows me too well. We're unwanted, chat. Unwanted. Next time she's here, tell her how unwanted we are. And the raid message for Tevin is Asdus. There's literally nowhere else to go, man. All roads eventually lead to Tevin. And in this case, there are no other roads. That's it. The roads have closed off. No one streams at 4 in the morning going on 5 a.m. What the fuck? Why is it like this? Bye-bye, adios to Mimi time. We'll see you when we see it. And if we didn't see it, then we didn't see it. But if we did see it, then we saw it. And if we didn't see it, hopefully we can see it next time. If I can see myself in a mirror each and every single day, then hopefully I can inspire viewers like you too, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Bye-bye. See you on the next one. And take it easy.